My name is Mitchell Brown, and I am reading from Deuteronomy chapters 29 and 30. These are the words of the covenant that the Lord commanded Moses to make with the Israelites in the land of Moab, in addition to the covenant that he had made with them at Horeb. Moses summoned all Israel and said to them, "You have seen all that the Lord did before your eyes in the land of Egypt to Pharaoh and to all his servants and to all his land, the great trials that your eyes saw, the signs and those great wonders. But to this day, the Lord has not given you a mind to understand, or eyes to see, or ears to hear. I have led you 40 years in the wilderness. The clothes on your back have not worn out, and the sandals on your feet have not worn out. You have not eaten bread, and you have not drunk wine or strong drink, that you may know that I am the Lord your God. When you came to this place, King Sihon of Heshbon and King Og of Bashan came out against us for battle, but we defeated them. We took their land and gave it as an inheritance to the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh. Therefore, diligently observe the words of this covenant in order that you may succeed in everything that you do. You stand assembled today, all of you, before the Lord your God, the leaders of your tribes, your elders, and your officials, all the men of Israel, your children, your women, the aliens who are in your camp, both those who cut your wood and those who draw your water, to enter into the covenant of the Lord your God, sworn by an oath, which the Lord your God is making with you today, in order that he may establish you today as his people, and that he may be your God, as he promised you and as he swore to your ancestors, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. I am making this covenant, sworn by an oath, not only with you who stand here with us today before the Lord our God, but also with those who are not here with us today. You know how we lived in the land of Egypt, and how we came through the midst of the nations through which you passed. You have seen their detestable things, the filthy idols of wood and stone, of silver and gold that were among them. It may be that there is among you a man or a woman or a family or a tribe whose heart is already turning away from the Lord our God to serve the gods of those nations. It may be that there is among you a root sprouting poisonous and bitter growth. All who hear the words of this oath and bless themselves, thinking in their hearts, we are safe, even though we go our own stubborn ways, thus bringing disaster on moist and dry alike. The Lord will be unwilling to pardon them, for the Lord's anger and passion will smoke against them. All the curses written in this book will descend on them, and the Lord will blot out their names from under heaven. The Lord will single them out from all the tribes of Israel for calamity, in accordance with all the curses of the covenant written in the book of the law. The next generation, your children who rise up after you, as well as the foreigner who comes into a distant country, will see the devastation of that land and the afflictions which the Lord has afflicted it. All its soil burned out by sulfur and salt, nothing planted, nothing sprouting, unable to support any vegetation, like the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, Admah, and Zeboim, which the Lord destroyed in his fierce anger. They, and indeed all the nations, will wonder, why has the Lord done thus to this land? What caused this great display of anger? They will conclude it is because they abandoned the covenant of the Lord, the God of their ancestors, which he made with them when he brought them out of the land of Egypt. They turned and served other gods, worshiping them, gods whom they had not known and whom he had not allotted to them. So the anger of the Lord was kindled against that land, bringing on it every curse written in this book. The Lord uprooted them from their land in anger, fury, and great wrath, and cast them into another land, and as is now the case. The secret things belong to the Lord our God, but the revealed things belong to us and to our children forever, to observe all the words of this law. When all these things have happened to you, the blessings and the curses that I've set before you, if you call them to mind among all the nations where the Lord your God has driven you, and return to the Lord your God, and you and your children obey him with all your heart and with all your soul, just as I am commanding you today, then the Lord your God will restore your fortunes and have compassion on you, gathering you again from all the peoples among whom the Lord your God has scattered you. Even if you are exiled to the ends of the world, from there the Lord God will gather you, and from there he will bring you back. The Lord your God will bring you into the land that your ancestors possessed, and you will possess it. He will make you more prosperous and numerous than your ancestors. Moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and in order that you may live. The Lord your God will put all these curses on your enemies and on the adversaries who took advantage of you. Then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all his commandments that I am commanding you today. And the Lord your God will make you abundantly prosperous in all your undertakings, in the fruit of your body, in the fruit of your livestock, and in the fruit of your soil. For the Lord will again take delight in prospering you, just as he delighted in prospering your ancestors, when you obey the Lord your God by observing the commandments and decrees that are written in this book of the law, because you turn to the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. Surely this commandment that I am commanding you today is not too hard for you, nor is it too far away. It is not in heaven that you should say, who will go up to heaven for us and get it for us so that we may hear it and observe it? Neither is it beyond the sea that you should say, who will cross to the other side of the sea for us and get it for us so that we may hear and observe it? No, the word is very near to you. It is in your mouth and in your heart for you to observe. See, I have set before you today life and prosperity, death and adversity. If you obey the commandments of the Lord your God that I am commanding you today, by loving the Lord your God, walking in his ways, and observing his commandments, decrees, and ordinances, then you shall live and become numerous. And the Lord your God will bless you in the land that you are entering to possess. But if your heart turns away and you do not hear, but are led astray to bow down to other gods and serve them, I declare to you today that you shall perish. You shall not live long in the land that you are crossing the Jordan to enter and possess. I call heaven and earth to witness against you today that I've set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Choose life so that you and your descendants may live, loving the Lord your God, obeying him, and holding fast to him. For that means life to you and length of days, that you may live in the land that the Lord swore to give to your ancestors, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob.
This is Doyle Geyer reading Deuteronomy 32, 31, and 32. Joshua to succeed Moses. Then Moses went out and spoke these words to all Israel. I am now 120 years old, and I am no longer able to lead you. The Lord has said to me, you shall not cross the Jordan. The Lord your God himself will cross over ahead of you. He will destroy these nations before you, and you will take possession of their land. Joshua will cross over ahead of you, as the Lord said. And the Lord will do to them what he did to Sihon and Og, the kings of the Amorites, whom he destroyed along with their land. The Lord will deliver them to you, and you must do to them all that I have commanded you. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or terrified because of them, for the Lord your God goes with you. He will never leave you or forsake you. Then Moses summoned Joshua and said to him in the presence of all Israel, be strong and courageous, for you must go with this people into the land that the Lord swore to their ancestors to give them, and you must divide it among them as their inheritance. The Lord himself goes before you and will be with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. So Moses wrote down this law and gave it to the Levitical priests who carried the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord, and to all the elders of Israel. Then Moses commanded them, at the end of every 7 years, in the year for canceling debts, during the festival of the tabernacles, when all Israel comes to appear before the Lord your God at the place he will choose, you shall read this law before them in their hearing. Assemble the people, men, women, and children, and the foreigners residing in your towns, so they can listen and learn to fear the Lord your God and follow carefully all the words of this law. Their children who do not know this law must hear it and learn to fear the Lord your God as long as you live in the land you are crossing the Jordan to possess. The Lord said to Moses, now the day of your death is near. Call Joshua and present yourselves at the tent of meeting where I will commission him. So Moses and Joshua came and presented themselves at the tent of the meeting. Then the Lord appeared at the tent in a pillar of cloud, and a cloud stood over the entrance to the tent. And the Lord said to Moses, you are going to rest with your ancestors, and these people will soon prostitute themselves to the foreign gods of the land they are entering. They will forsake me and break the covenant I made with them. And in the day I will become angry with them and forsake them. I will hide my face from them, and they will be destroyed. Many disasters and calamities will come on them. And in that day, they will ask, have not these disasters come on us because our God is not with us? And I will certainly hide my face in that day because of all their wickedness in turning to other gods. Now, write down this song and teach it to the Israelites and have them sing it so that it may be a witness for me against them. When I brought them into the land of flowing with milk and honey, the land I promised on oath to their ancestors. And when they eat their fill and thrive, they will turn to other gods and worship them, rejecting me and breaking my covenant. And when many disasters and calamities come on them, this song will testify against them, because it will not be forgotten by their descendants. I know what they are disposed to do, even before I bring them into the land I promised them on oath. So Moses wrote down this song that day and taught it to the Israelites. The Lord gave this command to Joshua, son of Nun. Be strong and courageous, for you will bring the Israelites into the land I promised them on oath, and I myself will be with you. After Moses finished writing in a book the words of this law from beginning to end, he gave this command to the Levites, who carried the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord. Take this book of the law and place it beside the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord your God. There it will remain as witness against you. For I know how rebellious and stiff-necked you are. If you have been rebellious against the Lord while I am still alive and with you, how much more will you rebel after I die? Assemble before me all the elders of your tribe and all the officials, so that I can speak these words in their hearing and call the heavens and the earth to testify against them. For I know that after my death, you are sure to become utterly corrupt and turn away from the way I have commanded you. In the days to come, disaster will fall on you because you will do evil in the sight of the Lord and arouse his anger by what your hands have made. And Moses recited the words of this song from beginning to end in the hearing of the whole assembly of Israel. Deuteronomy 32. Listen, you heavens, I will speak. Hear, you earth, the words of my mouth. Let my teaching fall like rain and my words descend like dew, like showers on new grass, like abundant rain on tender plants. I will proclaim the name of the Lord. Oh, praise the greatness of God. He is the rock, his works are perfect, and all his ways are just. A faithful God who does no wrong, upright and just is he. They are corrupt, and not his children. To their shame, they are a warped and crooked generation. Is this the way you repay the Lord, you foolish and unwise people? Is he not your father, your creator, who made you and formed you? Remember the days of old. Consider the generations long past. I asked your father, and he will tell you, your elders, and they will explain to you. When the Most High gave the nations their inheritance, when he divided all mankind and set up boundaries for the peoples according to the number of sons of Israel. For the Lord's portion is his people, Jacob his allotted inheritance. In a desert land, he found him, in a barren and howling waste. He shielded and cared for him, and he guarded him as the apple of his eye. Like an eagle that stirs up its nest and hovers over its young, that spreads its wings to catch them and carries them aloft. The Lord alone led him, no foreign god was with him. He made him ride on the heights of the land and fed him with the fruit of the fields. He nourished him with honey from the rock and with oil from the flinty crag, with curds of milk from herd and flock and fatted lambs and goats, with choice rams of Bashan and the finest kernels of wheat. You drank the foaming blood of the grape. Jeshurun grew fat and wicked, filled with food. They became heavy and sleek, and they abandoned the God who made them and rejected the rock, their savior. They made him jealous with their foreign gods and angered him with their detestable idols. They sacrificed to false gods, which are not God, gods they had not known, gods that had recently appeared, gods your ancestors did not fear. You deserted the rock who fathered you. You forgot the God who gave you birth. The Lord saw this and rejected them because he was angered by his sons and daughters. I will hide my face from them, he said, and see what their end will be, for they are a perverse generation, children who are unfaithful. They made me jealous by what is no God and angered me with their worthless idols. I will make them envious by those who are not a people. I will make them angry by a nation that has no understanding. For a fire will be kindled by my wrath, one that burns down into the realm of the dead below. It will devour the earth and its harvest, and set fire the foundations of the mountains. I will heap calamities on them and send my arrows against them. I will send wasting famine against them, consuming pestilence and deadly plague. I will send against them the fangs of wild beasts, the venom of vipers that glide in the dust. In the street, the sword will make them childless. In their homes, terror will reign. The young men and young women will perish, the infants and those with gray hair. I said I would scatter them and erase their name from human memory, but I dreaded the taunt of the enemy, lest the adversary misunderstand and say, our hand has triumphed, not the Lord has done all this. They are a nation without sense. There is no discernment in them. If only they were wise and would understand this and discern what their end will be. How could one man chase 1,000, or two put 10,000 to flight, unless their rock has sold them, unless the Lord has given them up? For their rock is not like our rock, as even our enemies concede. Their vine comes from the vine of Sodom and the fields of Gomorrah. Their grapes are filled with poison and their clusters with bitterness. Their wine is the venom of serpents, the deadly poison of cobras. Have I not kept this in reserve and sealed it in my vaults? It is mine to avenge. I will repay in time. Their foot will slip. Their day of disaster is near, and their doom rushes upon them. The Lord will vindicate his people and relent concerning his servants when he sees their strength is gone and no one is left, slave or free. He will say, now where are their gods? The rock they took refuge in, the gods who ate the fat of their sacrifices and drank the wine of their drink offerings. Let them rise up to help you. Let them give you shelter. See now that I myself am he. There is no God besides me. I put to death and bring to life. I have wounded and I will heal, and no one can deliver out of my hand. I will lift my hand to heaven and solemnly swear, as surely as I live forever, when I sharpen my flashing sword and my hand grasp it in judgment, I will take vengeance on my adversaries and repay those who hate me. I will make my arrows drunk with blood when my sword devours flesh, the blood of the slain and the captives, and the heads of the enemy leaders. Rejoice, you nations, with his people, for he will avenge the blood of his servants. He will take vengeance on his enemies and make atonement for his land and people. Moses came with Joshua, son of Nun, and spoke all the words of this song in the hearing of the people. When Moses finished reciting it, all the words to Israel, he said to them, "Take to heart all the words I have solemnly declared to you this day, so that you may command your children to obey carefully all the words of this law. They are not just idle words for you, they are your life. By them you will live long in the land you are crossing the Jordan to possess." On that same day, the Lord told Moses, "Go up to the Abarim range, to Mount Nebo in Moab, across from Jericho, and view Canaan, the land that I am giving the Israelites as their own possession. There on the mountain that you have climbed, you will die and be gathered to your people, just as your brother Aaron died on Mount Hor and was gathered by his people. This is because both of you broke faith with me in the presence of the Israelites at the waters of Meribah, excuse me, at Meribah Kadesh in the desert of Zin, and because you did not uphold my holiness among the Israelites. Therefore, you will see the land only from a distance, and you will not enter the land I am giving to the people of Israel."
Hello, my name is Rod Hullinger Jansen, and I will be reading Deuteronomy chapters 33 and 34. This is the blessing that Moses, the man of God, gave the Israelites before he died. He said, "The Lord came from Sinai. From Seir he shone like the dawn on us. From Paran mountain he beamed down. Thousands of holy ones were with him. His warriors were next to him, ready. Yes, those who love the nations, all his holy ones, were at your command. They followed your footsteps. They got moving when you said so. Moses gave the instruction to us. It's the prized possession of Jacob's assembly. A king came to rule in Jeshurun when the people's leaders gathered together, when Israel's tribes were one. I pray that Reuben lives, doesn't die, though his numbers are so few." Moses said this to Judah. "Lord, listen to Judah's voice. Bring him back to his own people. Strengthen his hands. Be his help against every enemy." Then he told Levi, "Give your Thummim to Levi, your Urim to the faithful one, the one you tested at Massah, the one you challenged by Meribah's waters, the one who said of his own mother and father, 'I don't consider them as such.' Of their siblings, I don't recognize them. Of their own children, I don't know them. But who obeyed your words and who guarded your covenant. They teach your case laws to Jacob, your instruction to Israel. They hold sweet incense to your nose. Put the entirely burned offering on your altar. I pray that the Lord blesses Levi's strength, favors his hard work, and crushes the insides of his enemies so that those who hate him can't fight anymore." He said to Benjamin, "The Lord's dearest one rests safely on him. The Lord always shields him. He rests on God's chest." Then he told Joseph, I pray that his hand is blessed by God, with heaven's gifts from above, with the deep waters stretching out underneath, with the gifts produced by the sun, with the gifts generated by the moon, with the best fruit from ancient mountains, with the gifts of eternal hills, with the gifts of the earth and all that fills it, and the favor of the one who lives on Sinai. I pray that all these rest on Joseph's head, on the crown of that prince among brothers. A firstborn bull, that's how majestic he is. A wild ox's horns, those are his horns. With them he gores all peoples completely to the ends of the earth. His horns are Ephraim's tens of thousands. His horns are Manasseh's thousands. Then he told Zebulun, Zebulun, celebrate when you are out and about. Issachar, celebrate when you are at home in your tents. They call all sorts of people to the mountain where they offer right sacrifices. It's true. They're nourished on the sea's abundance. They are nourished on buried treasures in the sand. Then he told Gad, may Gad's broad lands be blessed. He lives like a lion. He rips an arm, even a head. He chose the best part for himself because there, where the commander's portion was, the leaders of the people gathered together. God executed the Lord's justice and the Lord's judgments for Israel. Then he told Dan, Dan is a lion cub. He jumps up from Bashan. Then he told Naphtali, Naphtali, you are full of favor, overflowing with the Lord's blessing. Go possess the west and the south. Finally, he told Asher, Asher is the most blessed of sons. I pray that he's his brother's favorite, one who dips his foot in fine oil. I pray that your dead bolts are iron and copper, and that your strength lasts all your days. Jeshurun, no one compares to God. He rides through heaven to help you, rides majestically through the clouds. The most ancient God is a place of safety. The eternal arms are a support. He drove out the enemy before you. He commanded, destroy them. So Israel now lives in safety. Jacob's residence is secure in a land full of grain and wine, where the heavens drip dew. Happy are you, Israel. Who is like you? You are a people saved by the Lord. He's the shield that helps you, your majestic sword. Your enemies will come crawling on their knees to you, but you will stomp on their backs. Then Moses hiked up from the Moabite plains to Mount Nebo, the peak of the Pisgah slope which faces Jericho. The Lord showed him the whole land, the Gilead region as far as Dan's territory, all the parts belonging to Naphtali, along with the land of Ephraim and Manasseh, as well as the entirety of Judah as far as the Mediterranean Sea. Also the arid southern plain, and the plain including the Jericho Valley, Palm City, as far as Zor. Then the Lord said to Moses, this is the land that I swore to Abram, Isaac, and Jacob, when I promised, I will give it to your descendants. I have shown it to you with your own eyes. However, you will not cross over into it. Then Moses, the Lord's servant, died right there in the land of Moab, according to the Lord's command. The Lord buried him in a valley in Moabite country across from Beit Peor. Even now, no one knows where Moses' grave is. Moses was 120 years old when he died. His eyesight wasn't impaired, and his vigor hadn't diminished a bit. Back down in the Moabite plains, the Israelites mourned Moses' death for 30 days. At that point, the time for weeping and for mourning Moses was over. Joshua, Nun's son, was filled with wisdom because Moses had placed his hands on him. So the Israelites listened to Joshua, and they did exactly what the Lord commanded Moses. No prophet like Moses has yet emerged in Israel. Moses knew the Lord face to face. That's not even to mention all those signs and wonders that the Lord sent Moses to do in Egypt, to Pharaoh, to all his servants, and to his entire land, as well as all the extraordinary power that Moses displayed before Israel's own eyes.
This is Sean Hilliard reading Joshua chapters 1 through 3 from the Common English Bible. Joshua chapter 1. After Moses, the Lord's servant, died, the Lord spoke to Joshua, Nun's son. He had been Moses' helper. My servant Moses is dead. Now get up. Get ready to cross over the Jordan with this entire people to the land that I'm going to give to the Israelites. I'm giving you every place where you set foot, exactly as I promised Moses. Your territory will stretch from the desert and the Lebanon as far as the great Euphrates River, including all the Hittite land, up to the Mediterranean Sea on the west. No one will be able to stand up against you during your lifetime. I'll be with you in the same way I was with Moses. I won't desert you or leave you. Be brave and strong, because you are the one who will help this people take possession of the land, which I pledged to give to their ancestors. Be brave and strong as you carefully obey all the instructions that Moses, my servant, commanded you. Don't deviate even a bit from it, either to the right or left. Then you will have success wherever you go. Never stop speaking about this instruction scroll. Recite it day and night, so you may carefully obey everything written in it. Then you will accomplish your objectives, and you will succeed. I've commanded you to be brave and strong, haven't I? Don't be alarmed or terrified, because the Lord your God is with you wherever you go. Then Joshua gave orders to the people's officers. Go through the camp, give orders to the people. Say, get supplies ready for yourselves, because in 3 days you will be crossing over the Jordan to enter the land and take it over. The Lord your God is going to give it to you as your possession. Then Joshua addressed the Reubenites and Gadites and half the tribe of Manasseh. Remember the command that Moses, the Lord's servant, gave you. The Lord your God will give you rest and give you this land. Your wives, children, and cattle may remain in the land that Moses has given you on the east side of the Jordan. But all you brave fighters, organized for war, must cross over in front of your fellow Israelites. You must help them until the Lord gives a rest like yours to your fellow Israelites, and they too take possession of the land that the Lord your God, is giving them. Then you may return and take over the land that belongs to you, which Moses, the Lord's servant, has given you on the east side of the Jordan. They answered Joshua, we will obey everything you have commanded us and go anywhere you send us. We will obey you in the same way that we obeyed Moses. Just let the Lord your God be with you as he was with Moses. Anybody who stubbornly opposes what you declare and doesn't obey any of your commandments will be put to death. Be brave and strong. Chapter 2. Joshua, Nun's son, secretly sent 2 men as spies from Shittim. He said, go, look over the land, especially Jericho. They set out and entered the house of a prostitute named Rahab. They bedded down there. Someone told the king of Jericho, men from the Israelites have come here tonight to spy on the land. So the king of Jericho sent word to Rahab, Send out the men who came to you, the ones who came to your house, because they have come to spy on the entire land. But the woman who had taken the 2 men and hidden them, then she said, of course the men came to me, but I didn't know where they were from. The men left when it was time to close the gate at dark, but I don't know where the men went. Hurry, chase after them. You might catch them. But she had taken them up to the roof and hidden them under the flax stalks that she had laid out on the roof. The men from Jericho chased after them in the direction of the Jordan up to the fords. As soon as those chasing them went out, the gate was shut behind them. Before the spies bedded down, Rahab went up to them on the roof. She said to the men, I know that the Lord has given you the land. Terror over you has overwhelmed us. The entire population of the land has melted down in fear because of you. We have heard how the Lord dried up the water of the Reed Sea in front of you when you left Egypt. We have also heard what you did to Sihon and Og, the 2 kings of the Amorites on the other side of the Jordan. You utterly wiped them out. We heard this, and our hearts turned to water. Because of you, people can no longer work up their courage. This is because the Lord your God is God in heaven above and on earth below. Now I have been loyal to you, so pledge to me by the Lord that you in turn will deal loyally with my family. Give me a sign of good faith. Spare the lives of my father, mother, brothers, and sisters, along with everything they own. Rescue us from death. The men said to her, we swear by our own lives to secure yours. If you don't reveal our mission, we will deal loyally and faithfully with you when the Lord gives us the land. So she lowered the spies on a rope through the window. Her house was on the outer side of the city wall, and she lived inside the wall. Then she said to them, go toward the highlands, so that those chasing you don't run into you. Hide there for 3 days until those chasing you return. Then you may go on your way. The men said to her, we won't be responsible for this pledge you made us swear, unless, when we come into the land, you tie this red woven cord in the window through which you lowered us. Gather your father, your mother, your brothers, and your whole family into the house with you. Those who go outside the doors of your house into the streets will have only themselves to blame for their own deaths. We won't be responsible. If anyone lays a hand on those who are with you in the house, we will take the blame for their death. But if you reveal our mission, we won't be responsible for this pledge you made us swear. She said, these things will happen just like you said. She sent them away, and they went off. Then she tied the red cord in the window. The spies went out and entered the highlands. They stayed there for 3 days until those chasing them came back. Those chasing them had searched all along the road but never found them. Then the 2 men came back down from the highlands. They crossed the Jordan and came to Joshua, Nun's son. They told him everything that had happened to them. They said to Joshua, the Lord has definitely given the entire land into our power. In addition, all of the land's population has melted down in fear because of us. Chapter 3. Joshua took down the camp early in the morning. He and all the Israelites marched out of Shittim and came to the Jordan, where they stayed overnight before crossing. At the end of 3 days, the officers went through the middle of the camp. They commanded the people, "As soon as you see the Lord your God's chest containing the covenant and the Levitical priests carrying it, you are to march out from your place and follow it. But let there be some distance between you and it, about 3,000 feet. Don't come near it. You will know the way you should go, even though you've never traveled this way before." Joshua said to the people, "Make yourselves holy. Tomorrow the Lord will do wonderful things among you." Then Joshua said to the priest, "Lift up the covenant chest. Go along in front of the people." So they lifted up the covenant chest and went in front of the people. The Lord said to Joshua, "Today I will begin to make you great in the opinion of all Israel. Then they will know that I will be with you in the same way that I was with Moses. You are to command the priests who carry the covenant chest. As soon as you come to the bank of the Jordan, stand still in the Jordan." Joshua said to the Israelites, "Come close. Listen to the words of the Lord your God." Then Joshua said, "This is how you will know that the living God is among you, and will completely remove the Canaanites, Hittites, Hivites, Perizzites, Girgashites, Amorites, and Jebusites before you. Look, the covenant chest of the ruler of the entire earth is going to cross over in front of you in the Jordan. Now pick 12 men from the tribes of Israel, one per tribe. The soles of the priest's feet who are carrying the chest of the Lord, ruler of the whole earth, will come to rest in the water of the Jordan. At that moment, the water of the Jordan will be cut off. The water flowing downstream will stand still in a single heap." The people marched out from their tents to cross over the Jordan. The priests carrying the covenant chest were in front of the people. When the priests who were carrying the chest came to the Jordan, their feet touched the edge of the water. The Jordan had overflowed its banks completely, the way it does during the entire harvest season. But at that moment, the water of the Jordan coming downstream stood still. It rose up in a single heap, very far off, just below Adam, which is the city next to Zarenath. The water, going down to the desert sea, that is the Dead Sea, was completely cut off. The people crossed opposite Jericho. So the priests carrying the Lord's covenant chest stood firmly on dry land in the middle of the Jordan. Meanwhile, all Israel crossed over on dry land until the entire nation finished crossing over the Jordan.
Hello, my name is Joanne Deckers, and I am reading Joshua chapter 4, verses 1 to 24, and Joshua chapter 5, verses 1 to 15. When the entire nation had finished crossing over the Jordan, the Lord said to Joshua, "Pick 12 men from the people, one man per tribe. Command them, pick up 12 stones from right here in the middle of the Jordan where the feet of the priests have been firmly planted. Bring them across with you and put them down in the camp where you are staying tonight." Joshua called for the 12 men he had appointed from the Israelites, one man per tribe. Joshua said to them, "Cross over into the middle of the Jordan, up to the Lord your God's chest. Each of you lift up a stone on his shoulder to match the number of the tribes of the Israelites. This will be a symbol among you. In the future, your children may ask, 'What do these stones mean to you?' Then you will tell them that the water of the Jordan was cut off before the Lord's covenant chest. When it crossed over the Jordan, the water of the Jordan was cut off. These stones will be an enduring memorial for the Israelites. The Israelites did exactly what Joshua ordered. They lifted 12 stones from the middle of the Jordan, matching the number of the tribes of the Israelites, exactly as the Lord had said to Joshua. They brought them over to the camp and put them down there. Joshua also set up 12 stones in the middle of the Jordan where the feet of the priests had stood while carrying the covenant chest. They are still there today. Meanwhile, the priests carrying the chest were standing in the middle of the Jordan. They stood there until every command that the Lord had ordered Joshua to tell the people had been carried out. This was exactly what Moses had commanded Joshua. The people crossed over quickly. As soon as all the people had finished crossing, the Lord's chest crossed over. The priests then moved to the front of the people. The people of Reuben, the people of Gad, and half the tribe of Manasseh crossed over, organized for war ahead of the Israelites, exactly as Moses had told them. Approximately 40,000 armed for war crossed over in the Lord's presence to the plains of Jericho, ready for battle. The Lord made Joshua great in the opinion of all Israel on that day, so they revered him in the same way that they had revered Moses during all of his life. The Lord said to Joshua, "Command the priests carrying the chest containing the testimony to come up out of the Jordan." So Joshua commanded the priests, "Come up from the Jordan." The priests carrying the Lord's covenant chest came up from the middle of the Jordan, and the soles of their feet touched dry ground. At that moment, the water of the Jordan started flowing again. It ran as before, completely over its banks. The people came up out of the Jordan on the 10th day of the first month. They camped at Gilgal on the east border of Jericho. Joshua set up at Gilgal those 12 stones that they had taken from the Jordan. He said to the Israelites, "In the future, your children will ask their parents, 'What about these stones?' Then you will let your children know, Israel crossed over the Jordan here on dry ground. This was because the Lord your God dried up the water of the Jordan before you until you crossed over. This is exactly what the Lord your God did to the Reed Sea. He dried it up before us until we crossed over. This happened so that all the earth's people might know that the Lord's power is great and that you may always revere the Lord your God." All the Amorite kings on the west side of the Jordan and all the Canaanite kings near the sea heard that the Lord had dried up the water of the Jordan before the Israelites until they had crossed over. Then their hearts melted. They lost all courage because of the Israelites. At that time, the Lord said to Joshua, "Make for yourself flint knives. Circumcise the Israelites for a second time." So Joshua made flint knives for himself. He circumcised the Israelites at Foreskins Hill. This is the reason Joshua did so. All the people went out of Egypt, that is, all the men who were soldiers, had died in the desert on the way after they left Egypt. All the people who went out were circumcised, but none of the people born in the desert on the way after they had left Egypt had been circumcised. This was because the Israelites journeyed 40 years in the desert until the whole nation died off. These were the men old enough to fight who went out from Egypt and who hadn't obeyed the Lord. The Lord had pledged to them never to show them the land that the Lord had pledged to their ancestors to give us. It is a land full of milk and honey. Joshua circumcised their children, the ones the Lord had set in their place. They were uncircumcised because they hadn't been circumcised on the way. After the whole nation had undergone circumcision, they remained in the camp until they got well again. Then the Lord said to Joshua, "Today I have rolled away from you the disgrace of Egypt." So the place was called Gilgal, as it is today. The Israelites camped in Gilgal. They celebrated Passover on the evening of the 14th day of the month on the plains of Jericho. On the very next day after Passover, they ate food produced in the land, unleavened bread and roasted grain. The manna stopped on that next day when they ate food produced in the land. There was no longer any manna for the Israelites. So that year they ate the crops of the land of Canaan. When Joshua was near Jericho, he looked up. He caught sight of a man standing in front of him with his sword drawn. Joshua went up and said to him, "Are you on our side or that of our enemies?" He said, "Neither. I'm the commander of the Lord's heavenly force. Now I have arrived." Then Joshua fell flat on his face and worshipped. Joshua said to him, "What is my master saying to his servant?" The commander of the Lord's heavenly force said to Joshua, "Take your sandals off your feet, because the place where you are standing is holy." So Joshua did this.
Hello, my name is Nezar. I'm from the Philippines, and I will be recording the passage from Joshua chapter 6 to chapter 7. Now Jericho was closed up tightly because of the Israelites. No one went out or came in. The Lord said to Joshua, "Look, I have given Jericho and its king into your power, along with its mighty warriors. Circle the city with all the soldiers going around the city one time. Do this for 6 days. Have 7 priests carry 7 trumpets made from ram's horns in front of the chest. On the 7th day, circle the city 7 times with the priests blowing the trumpets. Have them blow a long blast on the ram's horn as soon as you hear that trumpet blast. Have all the people shout out a loud war cry. Then the city wall will collapse, and the people will rise up, attacking straight ahead." So Joshua, Nun's son, called the priest. He said to them, "Lift up the covenant chest. Let 7 priests carry 7 trumpets made from ram's horn in front of the Lord's chest." He said to the people, "Go forward, circle the city. Let the armed soldiers go in front of the Lord's chest." As soon as Joshua had spoken to the people, the 7 priests carrying 7 ram's horns trumpets moved forward in front of the Lord. They blew the trumpets. The Lord's covenant chest followed. The initial group of soldiers was going in front of the priests who were blowing the trumpets. The rear guard was coming behind the chest with trumpets blowing continuously. Joshua ordered the people, "Don't shout. Don't let your voice be heard. Don't let a word come out of your mouth until the day I tell you. Shout, then shout." He made the Lord's chest circle the city going around one time. They went back to the camp and stayed there overnight. Joshua got up early in the morning. The priest lifted up the Lord's chest. The 7 priests carrying the 7 trumpets made from the ram's horn were going in front of the Lord's chest, blowing trumpets continuously. The armed soldiers were going in front of them. The rear guard was coming after the Lord's chest, blowing trumpets continuously. They circled the city one time on the 2nd day. Then they went back to the camp. They did this for 6 days. On the 7th day, they get up at dawn. They circled the city in the way 7 times. It was only on that day that they circled the city 7 times. The 7th time, the priest blew the trumpets. Then Joshua said to the people, "Shout, because the Lord has given you the city. The city and everything in it is to be utterly wiped out as something reserved for the Lord. Only Rahab, the prostitute, is to stay alive, along with everyone with her in her house. This is because she hid the messengers we sent. But you keep away from the things set aside for God so that you don't desire, and take some of the things reserved that would turn the camp of Israel into a thing of doom to utterly be wiped out and bring calamity on it. All silver and gold, along with bronze and iron equipment, are holy to the Lord. They must go into the Lord's treasury." Then the people shouted. They blew the trumpets. As soon as the people heard the trumpets blast, they shouted a loud war cry. Then the wall collapsed. The people went up against the city, attacking straight ahead. They captured the city. Without mercy, they wiped out everything in the city as something reserved for God: man and woman, young and old, cattle, sheep, and donkeys. Joshua spoke to the 2 men who had scouted out the land. "Go to the prostitute's house, bring out the woman from there, along with everyone related to her, exactly as you pledged to her." So the young men who had been spies went and brought Rahab along with her father, her mother, her brothers, and everyone related to her. They brought her whole clan out and let them stay outside Israel's camp. They burned the city and everything in it. But they put the silver and gold along with the bronze and iron equipment into the treasury of the Lord's house. Joshua let Rahab the prostitute live, her family and everyone related to her. So her family still lives among Israel today. But she hid the spies from Joshua had set to scout out Jericho. At that time, Joshua made this decree: anyone who starts to rebuild the city of Jericho will be cursed before the Lord. Laying its foundation will cost them their oldest child. Setting up its gates will cost them their youngest child. The Lord was with Joshua. News about him spread throughout the land. The Israelites did a disrespectful thing concerning the items reserved for God. Achan was the son of Carmi, grandson of Zabdi, great-grandson of Zerah. He was from the tribe of Judah. He took some of the things reserved for God. So the Lord was furious with the Israelites. Joshua sent men from Jericho to Ai, which is near Bethaven, to the east of Bethel. He said to them, "Go up, scout out the land." So the man went up and scouted out Ai. They came back to Joshua and said to him, "There is no need for all of the people to go up. 2,000 or 3,000 men could go up and strike Ai. Don't make all the people bother going there. There are just a few of them." So about 3,000 men from the people went up in that direction, but they fled from the men of Ai. The men of Ai struck down approximately 36 of them. They chased them from outside the gate as far as Shevarim. They struck them down on the slope. Then the hearts of the people melted and turned to water. Joshua ripped open his clothes. He, along with the elders of Israel, they lay flat on their faces before the Lord's chest until evening. They put dust on their heads. Then Joshua said, "Oh no, Lord God, why did you ever bring these people across the Jordan? Was it to hand us over to the power of the Amorites, to destroy us? If only he had been prepared to live on the other side of the Jordan. Please forgive me, Lord. What can I say now that Israel has retreated before its enemies? The Canaanites and the whole population of the land will hear of it. They will surround us and make our name disappear from the earth. What will you do about your great name then?" The Lord said to Joshua, "Get up. Why do you lie flat on your face like this? Israel has sinned. They have violated my covenant, which I commanded them to keep. They have taken some of the things reserved for me and put them with their own things. They have stolen and kept it a secret. The Israelites can't stand up to their enemies. They retreated before their enemies because they themselves have become a doomed thing reserved for me. I will no longer be with you unless you destroy the things reserved for me that are present among you. Go and make the people holy. Say, get ready for tomorrow by making yourselves holy. This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Israel, things reserved for me are present among you. You won't be able to stand up to your enemies until you remove from your presence the things reserved for me. In the morning, come forward, tribe by tribe. Whichever tribe the Lord selects must come forward, clan by clan. Whichever clan the Lord selects must come forward, family by family. Whichever family the Lord selects will come forward by individual soldiers. The person selected who has the things reserved for God must be put to death by burning. Burn everything that belongs to him too. This is because he has violated the Lord's covenant and has committed an outrage in Israel. Joshua got up early in the morning. He made Israel come forward tribe by tribe. The tribe of Judah was selected. He made the clans of Judah come forward. He selected the clan of Zerah. He made the clan of Zerah come forward as individual soldiers. Zabdi was selected. He made each soldiers of his family come forward. Achan was selected. He was the son of Carmi, grandson of Zabdi, great-grandson of Zerah, and of the tribe of Judah. Joshua said to Achan, "My son, give glory to the Lord, the God of Israel. Tell me what you have done. Don't hide anything from me." Achan answered Joshua, "It's true. I've sinned against the Lord, the God of Israel. This is what I have done. Among the booty, I saw a single beautiful robe in the Babylonian style, 200 shekels of silver, and a single gold bar weighing 50 shekels. I desired them and took them. Now they are hidden in the ground inside my tent, which the silver on the bottom." Then Joshua sent messengers. They ran to the tent. There it was, hidden in his tent with the silver on the bottom. They took the things from inside the tent. They brought them to Joshua and to all the Israelites and emptied them out before the Lord. Then Joshua seized Achan, Sarah's son, along with the silver, the robe, the gold bar, his sons and daughters, his cattle, donkeys, flocks, tent, and everything that belonged to him. All Israel joined Joshua. They brought them up to Achor Valley. Joshua said, "You have brought disaster to us. May the Lord bring disaster to you today." Then all Israel stoned him. They burned them with fire and stoned them with stones. They raised over him a great pile of stones that is still there today. Then the Lord turned away from his fury. So he named that place Achor Valley. It is called that today.
Sandra Vanderlinde, Joshua 8. Israel destroys the town of Ai. The Lord told Joshua, "Don't be afraid and don't be discouraged by what happened at the town of Ai. Take the army and attack again, but first order part of the army to set up an ambush on the other side of the town. I will help you defeat the king of Ai and his army, and you will capture the town and the land around it. Destroy Ai and kill its king as you did at Jericho, but you may keep the livestock and everything else you want." Joshua quickly got the army ready to attack. He chose 30,000 of his best soldiers and gave them these orders. "Tonight, while it is dark, march to Ai and take up a position behind the town. Get as close to the town as you can without being seen, and be ready to attack. The rest of the army will come with me and attack near the gate. When the people of Ai come out to fight, we'll run away and let them chase us. They will think we are running from them, just like the first time. But when we've let them chase us far away enough, you come out of hiding. The Lord our God will help you capture the town. Then set it on fire, as the Lord has told us to do. Those are your orders. Now go." The 30,000 soldiers went to a place on the west side of Ai, between Ai and Bethel, where they could hide and wait to attack. That night, Joshua stayed in camp with the rest of the army. Early the next morning, he got his troops ready to move out, and he and the other leaders of Israel led them to Ai. They set up camp in full view of the town across the valley to the north. Joshua had already set 5,000 soldiers to the west side of town to hide and wait to attack. Now all his troops were in place. Part of the army was in the camp to the north of Ai, and the others were hiding to the west, ready to make a surprise attack. That night, Joshua went into the valley. The king of Ai saw Joshua's army, so the king and his troops hurried out early the next morning to fight them. Joshua and his army pretended to be beaten, and they let the men of Ai chase them towards the desert. The king and his army were facing the Jordan Valley, as Joshua had planned. The king did not realize that some Israelite soldiers were hiding behind the town, so he called out every man in Ai to go after Joshua's troops. They all rushed out to chase the Israelite army, and they left the town gates wide open. Not one man was left in Ai or Bethel. Joshua let the men of Ai chase him and his army farther and farther away from Ai. Finally, the Lord told Joshua, "Point your sword at the town of Ai, because now I am going to help you defeat it." As soon as Joshua pointed his sword at the town, the soldiers who had been hiding jumped up and ran into this town. They captured it and set it on fire. When Joshua and his troops saw smoke rising from the town, they knew that the other part of their army had captured it, so they turned and attacked. The men of Ai booked looked back and saw smoke rising from their town, but they could not escape because the soldiers they had been chasing had suddenly turned and started fighting. Meanwhile, the other Israelite soldiers had come from the town and attacked the men of Ai from the rear. The Israelites captured the king of Ai and brought him to Joshua. They also chased the rest of the men of Ai into the desert and killed them. The Israelite army went back to Ai and killed everyone there. Joshua kept his sword pointed at the town of Ai until every last one of Ai's 12,000 people was dead. But the Israelites took the animals and other possessions of the people of Ai because this was what the Lord had told Joshua to do. Joshua made sure every building in Ai was burned to the ground. He told his men to kill the king of Ai and hang his body on a tree. Then at sunset, he told the Israelites to take down the body, throw it in the gateway of the town, and cover it with a big pile of rocks. Those rocks are still there, and the town itself has never been rebuilt. Joshua reads the blessings and curses. One day, Joshua led the people of Israel to Mount Ebal, where he told some of his men, "Build an altar for offering sacrifices to the Lord, and use stones that have never been cut with iron tools, because that is what Moses taught in the book of the law." Joshua offered sacrifices to please the Lord and to ask his blessing. Then, with the Israelites still watching, he copied parts of the book of the law of Moses onto stones. Moses had said that everyone in Israel was to go to the valley between Mount Ebal and Mount Gerizim, where they were to be blessed. So everyone went there, including the foreigners, the leaders, officials, and judges. Half of the people stood on one side of the valley, and half on the other side, with the priests from the Levi tribe standing in the middle with the sacred chest. Then, in a loud voice, Joshua read the blessings and curses from the book of the law of Moses.
Hello, I'm Alan Lefevre, reading from Joshua 9, 1 to 27. All the kings on the west side of the Jordan heard about this, including those in the highlands, the lowlands, and all along the entire coast of the Mediterranean Sea toward Lebanon. They were Hittites and Amorites, Canaanites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. They formed an alliance to fight Joshua and Israel. In contrast, when the population of Gibeon heard what Joshua had done at Jericho and Ai, they reacted cleverly. They set out pretending to be messengers. They took worn-out sacks from their donkeys and worn-out wineskins that were split and mended. They had worn-out, patched sandals on their feet and were wearing worn-out clothes. All the bread in their supplies was dry and moldy. They went to Joshua at the camp in Gilgad. They said to him and to Israel, "We have come from a distant country. See now, make a treaty with us." Israel said to the Hittites, "Perhaps you live among us. How then could we make a treaty with you?" They said to Joshua, "We are your servants." Joshua said to them, "Who are you? Where have you come from?" They said to him, "Your servants have come from a very distant country because of the reputation of the Lord your God. We have heard a report about him and everything he did in Egypt. We heard almost everything he did to the two kings of the Amorites on the east side of the Jordan, the Heshbon king Sihon and Bashan's king Ogun, who was in Ashanith. Our elders and all the population of our land said to us, 'Take along supplies for the journey. Go meet them and say to them, "We are your servants, so now make a treaty with us. This is our bread. On the day we left to come to you, we took it warm from our houses as supplies. But now here it is, dried up and moldy. These wineskins were new when we filled them, but here they are, split up open. These clothes and sandals were the ones worn from our very long journey." The Israelites took some of their supplies, but they didn't ask for any decision from the Lord. Joshua made peace with them. He made a treaty with them to protect their lives. The leaders of the community made a solemn pledge to them. 3 days after the Israelites made a treaty with the Gibeonites, the Israelites heard that they were actually their neighbors and were living among them. So on the third day, the Israelites marched out and came to their cities, Gibeon, Jermuth, Bethruth, and Gareth Jerma. But the Israelites didn't strike at them. That was because the leaders of the community had made a solemn pledge to them by the Lord, the God of Israel. The entire community grumbled against the leaders. Then all the leaders said to the whole community, "We have made a solemn pledge to them by the Lord, the God of Israel, so we can't touch them now. This is what we'll do with them. We'll let them live so that wrath won't come upon us because of the solemn pledge that we made to them." The leaders went on to say to them, "Let them live." So they became woodcutters and water haulers for the whole community, exactly as the leaders had intended for them. Joshua called for the Gibeonites and spoke to them. "Why have you deceived us by saying, 'We live a very long way from you,' when actually you were living among us? So now you are cursed. Some of you will always serve as woodcutters and water haulers for my God's house." They answered Joshua, "Your servants have been told that the Lord your God had commanded his servant Moses to give you the entire land and to wipe out all its population on your account. So we feared for our very lives because of you and did this thing. Now here we are in your power. Do to us whatever good or proper to you." Joshua treated them in this way. He spared them from the power of the Israelites, and they didn't kill them. That day Joshua assigned them as woodcutters and water haulers for the community and for the Lord's altar. Located wherever God would choose. That is still the case today. Reading next from Joshua 10, 1 to 43. A king Adad-Sedek heard that Joshua had entered Ai and had wiped it out as something reserved for God. Joshua did the same thing at Ai and its king that he had done to Jericho and its king. He also heard that the population of Gibeon had made peace with Israel and were living among them. Adad-Zedek and his people were very afraid, because Gibeon was a large city, like the one of the royal cities. It was larger than Ai. All of its men were soldiers. So Jerusalem's king Adad-Zedek sent word to Hebron's king Horam, Jotham's king Pram, Lash's king Japhtha, and Elgin's king Debar. "Come up and help me. We will strike at Gibeon, because it has made peace with Israel and with its Israelites." Then the 5 kings of the Amorites gathered. These were the kings of Jerusalem, Hebron, Jarmuth, Lachish, and Elgin. They went up, all of their armies, camped against Gibeon, and attacked it. The people of Gibeon sent word to Israel, to Joshua, to the camp of Gilgal. "Don't desert your servants. Come to us quickly, because we need your help. Help us. All the Amorites kings from the highlands have assembled together against us." So Joshua went up to Gilgal with the entire army and all of his bravest soldiers. Then the Lord said to Joshua, "Don't be afraid of them. I have given them into your power. Not a single one of them can stand up against you." Joshua quickly attacked them, having come up overnight from Gilgal. Then the Lord threw them into a panic before Israel. Joshua struck a mighty blow against them again in Gibeon. He chased them all the way up Bathorn and struck them down as far as Azak and Makkath. When they were fleeing from Israel and were on the slope of Beth-horon, the Lord threw down large stones from the sky all the way by Hillock. So they died. More died from the hailstones than the Israelites killed with the sword. On the day that the Lord gave the Amorites into the power of Israel, Joshua spoke to Ai, spoke to the Lord in the presence of the Israelites. "Sun, stand still at Gibeon, and moon at the Adda Valley." The sun stood still and the moon stood motionless until a nation took revenge on its enemies. Isn't it written in Joshua's scroll that the sun stood motionless in the middle of the day, in the middle of the sky for a whole day? It was in no hurry to go down. This hasn't been a day like it before or since, when the Lord responded to a human voice. The Lord fought for Israel. Then Joshua, along with all of Israel, came back to the camp at Gilgal. Then these 5 kings fled and hid in a cave in Makkedah. It was reported to Joshua, the 5 kings have been found hiding in a cave in Makkedah. Joshua said, roll large stones over the mouth of the cave. Station some men by it to guard them, but don't you stay there. Chase after your enemies and attack them from the rear. Don't let them enter their cities, because the Lord your God has given them your power. Joshua and the Israelites finished dealing with them a stunning blow until they were finished off. Some survivors among them escaped into the fortified cities. Then the whole people came back safely to Joshua at the camp in Makkedah. Not a single person threatened the Israelites. Joshua then said, open up the mouth of the cave. Bring those 5 kings out of the cave to me. They did so. They brought the 5 kings out of the cave to him, the kings of Jerusalem, Hebron, Jonath, Lachish, and Elgin. When they brought these kings out to Joshua, Joshua called for every Israelite. He said to the military commanders who had gone out with him, come forward, put your feet on the necks of these kings. So they went forward and put their feet on their necks. Then Joshua said to them, don't be afraid or terrified. Be brave and strong, because this is how the Lord will deal with all of your enemies you fight. Next, Joshua struck them down. He put them to death and then hanged them on 5 trees. They were hanging on the trees until evening. At sundown, Joshua gave the order, and he took them down from the trees. They threw them into the cave where they had hidden themselves, and they set large stones over the mouth of the cave. The stones are still there to this very day. On that day, Joshua captured Makkedah. With a sword, he struck it and its king without mercy. He wiped them out, treating everyone in the city as something reserved for God. He left no survivors. He did to the king of Makkedah exactly as he had done to the king of Jericho. Then Joshua, along with all of Israel, moved on from Makkedah to Libnah. They attacked Libnah. The Lord also gave it and its kings into the power of Israel. With a sword, he struck it and everyone in it without mercy. He left no survivors in it. He did to its king exactly as he had done to the king of Jericho. Then Joshua, along with all of Israel, moved on from Libnah to Lachish. They camped near it and attacked it. The Lord gave Lachish into the power of Israel. Joshua captured it on the 2nd day. With a sword, he struck it and everyone in it without mercy, just as he had done in Libnah. Then Geyser's king Horam came up to help Lachish, but Joshua struck him and his people until no survivors were left. Joshua, along with all of Israel, moved on from Lachish to Elgin. They camped against it and attacked it. They captured it on the same day and struck it down without mercy. On that day, he wiped out everyone in it as something reserved for God, just exactly as he had done to Lachish. Joshua, along with all of Israel, went up from Elgin to Hebron and attacked it. They captured it and struck it down without mercy, along with its kings, all its towns, and everyone in it. He left no survivors, just exactly as he had done to Elgin. He wiped out the city and everyone in it as something reserved for God. Joshua, along with all of Israel, turned back to Dephar and attacked it. He captured it, along with its king and all its cities. He struck them down without mercy and wiped out everyone in it as something reserved for God. He left no survivors. Exactly as he had done to Hebron, so he did to Dahar and its king, exactly as he had done to Libnah and its king. So Joshua struck at the whole land, the highlands, the arid southern plains, the lowlands, the slopes, and all of their kings. He left no survivors. He wiped out everything that breathed as something reserved for God, exactly as the Lord, the God of Israel, had commanded. Joshua struck them down from Hebnesh Banath to Gaza, and the whole land of Goshen as far as Gibeon. Joshua captured all of these kings and their land all at the same time. This was because the Lord, the God of Israel, fought for Israel. Then Joshua, along with all Israel, came back to their camp at Gilgal. Thank you.
Jonathan Minchala Flores, Josué capítulo 11 y 12. Cuando oyó esto, Javín, rey de Azor, envió mensaje a Jobab, rey de Madón, al rey de Simrón, al rey de Aksaf y a los reyes que estaban en la región del norte en las montañas, y en el Arabá al sur de Cineret, en los llanos y en las regiones de Dor al occidente, y al cananeo que estaba al oriente y al occidente, al amorreo, al eteo, al fereceo, al jebuseo en las montañas, y al heveo al pie de Hermón en tierra de Mizpa. Estos salieron y con ellos todos sus ejércitos, mucha gente como la arena que está a la orilla del mar en multitud, con muchísimos caballos y carros de guerra. Todos estos reyes se unieron y vinieron y acamparon unidos junto a las aguas de Merón para pelear contra Israel. Mas Jehová dijo a Josué: No tengas temor de ellos, porque mañana a esta hora yo entregaré a todos ellos muertos delante de Israel. Desjarretarás sus caballos y sus carros quemarás a fuego. Y Josué y toda la gente de guerra con él vino de repente contra ellos junto a las aguas de Merón. Y los entregó Jehová en manos de Israel. Y los hirieron y los siguieron hasta Sidón la Grande, y hasta Misrefotamaim y hasta el llano de Mizpa al oriente, hiriéndolos hasta que no les dejaron ninguno. Y Josué hizo con ellos como Jehová le había mandado, desjarretó sus caballos y sus carros quemó a fuego. Y volviendo Josué, tomó en el mismo tiempo a Hazor, y mató a espada a su rey, pues Hazor había sido antes cabeza de todos estos reinos. Y mataron a espada todo cuanto en ella tenía vida, destruyéndolo por completo, sin quedar nada que respirase. Y a Hazor pusieron fuego. Asimismo tomó Josué todas las ciudades de aquellos reyes y a todos los reyes de ellas, y los hirió a filo de espada, y los destruyó como Moisés, siervo de Jehová, lo había mandado. Pero a todas las ciudades que estaban sobre colinas no las quemó Israel, únicamente a Hazor quemó Josué. Y los hijos de Israel tomaron para sí todo el botín y las bestias de aquellas ciudades, mas a todos los hombres hirieron a filo de espada hasta destruirlos, sin dejar alguno con vida, de la manera que Jehová lo había mandado a Moisés su siervo. Así Moisés lo mandó a Josué y así Josué lo hizo, sin quitar palabra de todo lo que Jehová había mandado a Moisés. Tomó pues Josué toda aquella tierra, las montañas, todo el Negueb, toda la tierra de Gosén, todos los llanos, el Arabá, las montañas de Israel y sus valles, desde el monte Alac, que sube hacia Seir, hasta Baal-Gad, en la llanura del Líbano, a la falda del monte Hermón. Tomó asimismo a todos sus reyes y los hirió y mató. Por mucho tiempo tuvo guerra Josué con estos reyes. No hubo ciudad que hiciese paz con los hijos de Israel, salvo los heveos que moraban en Gabaón. Todo lo tomaron en guerra, porque esto vino de Jehová, que endurecía el corazón de ellos para que resistiesen con guerra a Israel, para destruirlos, y que no les fuese hecha misericordia, sino que fuesen desarraigados como Jehová lo había mandado a Moisés. También en aquel tiempo vino Josué y destruyó a los cananeos de los montes de Hebrón, de Debir, de Anab, de todos los montes de Jehová y de todos los montes de Israel. Josué los destruyó a ellos y a sus ciudades. Ninguno de los anaseos quedó en la tierra de los hijos de Israel. Solamente quedaron en Gaza, en Gad y en Asdod. Tomó pues Josué toda la tierra conforme a todo lo que Jehová había dicho a Moisés, y le entregó Josué a los israelitas, por herencia conforme a su distribución, según sus tribus, y la tierra descansó de la guerra. Estos son los reyes de la tierra que los hijos de Israel derrotaron, y cuya tierra poseyeron al otro lado del Jordán, hacia donde nace el sol, desde el arroyo de Arnón hasta el monte Hermón, y todo el Arabá al oriente. Sehón, rey de los amorreos, que habitaban en Hesbón y señoreaba desde Aroer, que está a la ribera del arroyo de Arnón, y desde en medio del valle y la mitad de Galaad hasta el arroyo de Jabob, terminó de los hijos de Amón, y el Arabá hasta el mar de Cineret, al oriente y hasta el mar de Arabá, el mar salado, al oriente por el camino de Bet-Jesimot, y desde el sur al pie de las laderas del Pisga, y el territorio de Og, rey de Basán, que había quedado de los Refaítas, el cual habitaba en Astarot y en Edrei, y dominaba en el monte Hermón, en Salca, en todo Basán, hasta los límites de Gesur y de Maca, y la mitad de Galat, territorio de Seón, rey de Hesbón. A estos derrotaron Moisés, siervo de Jehová, y los hijos de Israel, y Moisés, siervo de Jehová, dio aquella tierra en posesión a los rubenitas, a los gaditas y a la media tribu de Manasés. Y estos son los reyes de la tierra que derrotaron Josué y los hijos de Israel, a este lado del Jordán, hacia el occidente, desde Baal-Gad en el llano del Líbano hasta el monte de Alac que sube hacia Seir. Y Josué dio la tierra en posesión a las tribus de Israel, conforme a su distribución, en las montañas, en los valles, en el Arabá, en las laderas, en el desierto y en el Negev, al Eteo, el Amorreo, el Cananeo, el Fereceo, el Heveo y el Jebuseo, el rey de Jericó, uno, el rey de Ai, que está al lado de Bet-El, otro, el rey de Jerusalén, otro, el rey de Hebrón, otro, el rey de Jarmut, otro, el rey de Laquis, otro, el rey de Eglón, otro, el rey de Geser, otro, el rey de Debir, otro, el rey de Geder, otro, el rey de Orma, otro, el rey de Arad, otro, el rey de Libna, otro, el rey de Adulam, otro, el rey de Maceda, otro, el rey de Bet-El, otro, el rey de Tapúa, otro, el rey de Jefer, otro, el rey de Afec, otro, el rey de Sarón, otro, el rey de Madón, otro, el rey de Hazor, otro, el rey de Simrón, Merón, otro, el rey de Aksaf, otro, el rey de Tanac, otro, el rey de Megiddo, otro, el rey de Sedes, otro, el rey de Jocneam del Carmelo, otro, el rey de Dor, de la provincia de Dor, otro, el rey de Goim en Gilgal, otro, el rey de Tirsa, otro, 31 reyes por todos.
My name is Les Horning. I will be reading Joshua 13 and 14. Joshua 13, beginning with verse 1. Now Joshua had reached old age. The Lord said to him, You have reached old age, but much of the land remains to be taken over. This is the land that remains, all the districts of the Philistines and all those of the Geshurites, the land stretching from Shihor near Egypt northward as far as the Ekron territory is considered to be Canaanite. There are 5 rulers of the Philistines for Gaza, Ashdod, Ashkelon, Goth, and Ekron, the land of the Avites in the south. The whole land of the Canaanites, along with Mira, which belongs to the Sidonians, as far as Aphek and as far as the Amorite border. The land of the Gebalites, and the whole Lebanon eastward, stretching from Baal Gad at the foot of Mount Hermon to Lebo Hamath. I myself will remove the entire population of the highlands from Lebanon to Misrephoth Maim before the Israelites, that is, all the Sidonians. You have only to allot it to Israel as a legacy, exactly as I commanded you. So now divide up this land as a legacy for the 9 tribes and half the tribe of Manasseh. You will give it out from the Jordan to the Mediterranean Sea in the west. The Mediterranean Sea is the border. As for the other half of the tribe of Manasseh, the Reubenites and the Gadites, together with it, had already taken their legacy that Moses had given them on the east side of the Jordan. It was exactly what Moses, the Lord's servant, had given them. It ran from Aroer by the rim of the Arnon Valley and the city in the middle of the valley through the whole Medeba Plateau as far as Dibon. It included all the cities of the Amorites, King Sihon, who ruled in Heshbon, as far as the Ammonite border. It also included Gilead and the territory of the Geshurites and Maccathites, all Mount Hermon, and all Bashan, as far as Selecah. The entire kingdom of Og in Bashan, who ruled in Ashtaroth and in Edrei. He survived as the last of the Rephaim. Moses had struck down and removed them. But the Israelites didn't remove the Geshurites or the Maccathites. So Geshur and Maccath still lived among Israel today. It was only to the tribe of Levi that he gave no legacy. Their legacy consists of the fire offerings for the Lord, the God of Israel, exactly as he had promised them. Moses provided for the claims of the Reubenite tribe. Their territory ran from Aroer by the rim of the Arnon Valley and the city in the middle of the ravine, and the whole plateau as far as Medeba. It included Heshbon and all its cities that are on the plateau, Dibon, Bamath Baal, Beth Baal Meon, Jehaz, Kedemoth, Mephath, Kirathaim, Sibma, the Zeresh Shahar highlands, Beth Peor, the slopes of Pisgah, and Beth Jeshemoth. It included all the cities of the plateau and the whole kingdom of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who ruled in Heshbon. Moses had struck him down, along with Evi, Rechem, Zur, Hur, and Reba, the leaders of Midian. They had lived in the land as princes of Sihon. In addition to those others slain, the Israelites killed the fortune-teller Balaam, Beor's son, with a sword. The border of the people of Reuben was the Jordan and the territory next to it. This was the legacy of the people of Reuben, for their clans, their cities, and their settlements. Moses provided for the clans of the Gadite tribe. Their territory was Jazor, all the cities of Gilead, and half the land of the Ammonites as far as Aroer near Rabbah. It also ran from Heshbon as far as Ramath Mizpah and Betanim, and from Mahanaim as far as the territory of Lidabar. In the valley were Beth Haram, Beth Nimrah, Succoth, and Zaphon. This was the rest of the kingdom of Sihon, king of Heshbon. It included the Jordan and the territory next to it, up to the tip of the Chinnereth Sea on the east side of the Jordan. This was the legacy of the Gadites, for their clans, their cities, and their settlements. Moses provided for half the tribe of Manasseh. It was for the clans in half the tribe of the people of Manasseh. Their territory ran from Mahanaim, all Bashan, the whole kingdom of Og, king of Bashan, and all 60 of the tent villages of Jair that are in Bashan. Half of Gilead, along with Ashtaroth and Edrei. Cities of the kingdom of Og in Bashan belonged to the people of Machir, son of Manasseh. It belonged to the clans for half of the people of Machir. Moses assigned these territories when he was in the Moab plains on the other side of the Jordan, east of Jericho. But Moses gave no legacy to the tribe of Levi. The Lord God of Israel is their legacy, exactly as he promised them. And now Joshua 14, beginning with verse 1. The Israelites received these inheritances in the land of Canaan. Eleazar, the priest, Joshua son of Nun, and the heads of the families of the Israelite tribes assigned them. Their legacy was assigned by lot, exactly as the Lord had commanded the 9.5 tribes through Moses. In fact, Moses had given out the legacy of the 2.5 tribes on the other side of the Jordan, but he gave no legacy among them to the Levites. The people of Joseph consisted of 2 tribes, Manasseh and Ephraim. The Levites weren't given any portion of the land except cities to live in and pasture land for their cattle and flocks. The Israelites divided up the land exactly as the Lord had commanded Moses. In Gilgal, the people of Judah approached Joshua. Caleb, son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite, said to him, "You know what the Lord said to Moses, man of God, about you and me when we were in Kadesh Barnea. I was 40 years old when Moses, the Lord's servant, sent me from Kadesh Barnea to scout out the land. I brought back a report to him of what I really thought. My companions who had gone up with me made the people's hearts melt. But I remained loyal to the Lord my God. So Moses pledged on that day, 'The land on which you have walked will forever be a legacy for you and your children.' This is because you remained loyal to the Lord my God. Now look, the Lord has kept me alive, exactly as he promised. It is 45 years since the Lord spoke about this to Moses. It was while Israel was journeying in the desert. Now look, today I'm 85 years old. I'm just as strong today as I was the day Moses sent me out. My strength then was as my strength is now, whether for war or for everyday activities. So now, give me this high land that the Lord promised me that day. True, the Anakim are there with large fortified cities, as you yourself heard that day. But if the Lord is with me, I should be able to remove them, exactly as the Lord promised." So Joshua blessed him. He gave Hebron to Caleb, Jephunneh's son, as a legacy. So Hebron still belongs to Caleb, son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite, as a legacy today. This was because he remained loyal to the Lord God of Israel. Hebron used to be called Kiriath Arba. Arba had been the greatest of the Anakim. Then the land rested from war.
This is Barry Weaver. I will be reading from the book of Joshua, chapters 15, 16, and 17. The land determined by lot for the clans of the Judahite tribe ran southward to the border of Edom. The Zin wasteland was the southern limit. Their south border ran from the end of the Dead Sea, from the bay that faces south. It went south from the ascent of Akrabim, passed on to Zin, and went up south to Kadesh Barnea. It passed on to Hezron, went up to Adar, and turned toward Karka. It passed on to Asmon and went by the border to Egypt. The border ended at the sea. This will be their south border. The east border was the Dead Sea as far as the mouth of the Jordan. The border on the north side ran from the bay of the sea at the mouth of the Jordan. The border went up to Beth Hoglah and passed north of Beth Arabah. The border went up to the stone of Bohan, Reuben's son. The border went up to Debir from Achor Valley, turning north to Gilgal. Gilgal was opposite the ascent of Adumim, which was south of the ravine. The border passed on to the waters of En-Shemesh and ended at En-Rogel. The border went up to the valley of Ben-Hinnom, to the slope of the Jebusite city Jerusalem on the south. The border went up to the top of the mountain that is opposite the Hinnom Valley on the west, which is at the north end of the Rephaim Valley. The border turned from the top of the mountain to the waters of Nephtoah Spring and went to the cities of Mount Ephron. The border turned toward Baalah, that is Kiriath Jearim. The border turned westward from Baalah to Mount Seir. It passed on to the slope of Mount Jearim on the north, that is Chesalon, went down to Beth Shemesh and passed by Timnah. The border went to the slope of Ekron on the north. The border turned toward Shikharon, passed on to Mount Baalah, and went to Jabneel. The border ended at the sea. The west border was the Mediterranean Sea and its shoreline. This was the border surrounding the clans of the Judahites. In agreement with the Lord's command to him, Joshua gave a portion among the Judahites to Caleb, Jephunneh's son. It was Kiriath Arba, that is Hebron. Arba was the father of Anak. Caleb removed the three sons of Anak from there, Sheshai, Ahiman, and Talmai. They were the offspring of Anak. Then he went up from there against the population of Debir. Debir used to be called Kiriath Sefer. Caleb said, I will give Aksah, my daughter, in marriage to whoever strikes Kiriath Sefer and captures it. So Othniel, son of Kenaz, Caleb's brother, captured it, and Caleb gave him Aksah, his daughter, in marriage. Now when she arrived, she prodded Othniel into asking for a field from her father. After she got down off her donkey, Caleb asked her, What do you want? She said, Give me a blessing. Since the land you've given me is in the arid southern plain, you should also give me springs of water. So he gave her the upper springs and the lower springs. This is the legacy for the clans of the tribe of the people of Judah. The outlying cities of the tribe of the people of Judah ran down to the border of Edom. In the arid southern plain, Kabzeel, Eder, Jagur, Kina, Dibonah, Abadah, Kadesh, Hazor, Ithna, Ziph, Telem, Beloth, Hazor Hadattah, Kiriath Hezron, that is Hazor, Amam, Shema, Moladah, Hazar Gadah, Heshmon, Beth Pelet, Hazar Shual, Beersheba, and its dependent cities. Bala, Iim, Ezem, Eltodad, Chazil, Horma, Ziklag, Madmanah, San Anah, Labaoth, Shilhim, Ain, and Rimmon. In total, 29 cities and their surrounding areas. In the lowlands, Eshtaol, Zorah, Ashna, Zanoah, En-Ganim, Tapua, Enam, Jarmuth, Adulam, Soko, Azekah, Shararim, Aditaim, Gedera, and Gederotaim. In total, 14 cities and their surrounding areas. Zenan, Hadashah, Migdal Gad, Dilan, Mizpeh, Jokte'el, Lachish, Bazkath, Eglon, Kabon, Lamam, Chitlish, Gederoth, Bet Dagon, Namah, and Makedah. In total, 16 cities and their surrounding areas. Libnah, Eter, Ashan, Iftha, Ashna, Nezib, Keilah, Akzib, and Marashah. In total, 9 cities and their surrounding areas. Ekron, its dependent cities and surrounding areas. From Ekron toward the sea, everything that was near Ashdod and its surrounding areas. Ashdod, its dependent cities and surrounding areas. Gaza, its dependent cities and surrounding areas, as far as the border of Egypt and the Mediterranean Sea and its shoreline. In the highlands, Shamir, Jatir, Soko, Dana, Kiryat Sana, that is, Debir, Anab, Eshtemo, Anim, Goshen, Holon, and Gilo. In total, 11 cities and their surrounding areas. Arab, Duma, Eshan, Janim, Beth Tapua, Afekah, Humta, Kiryat Arba, that is Hebron, and Zior. In total, 9 cities and their surrounding areas. Maon, Carmel, Ziph, Juta, Jezreel, Jokdeam, Zanoah, Cain, Gibeah, and Timnah. In total, 10 cities and their surrounding areas. Halhul, Bethzur, Gedor, Marat, Beth Anot, and Eltekon. In total, 6 cities and the surrounding areas. Tekoa, Ephratah, that is Bethlehem, Peor, Etam, Kulon, Tatam, Sores, Karem, Galin, Bether, and Manahath. In total, 11 cities and their surrounding areas. Kiryat Baal, that is Kiryat Jearim, and Rabbah. In total, 2 cities and their surrounding areas. In the desert, Beth Arabah, Midin, Sekakah, Nibsha, the salt city, and En-Gedi. In total, 6 cities and the surrounding areas. But the people of Judah couldn't remove the Jebusites who lived in Jerusalem. So today, the Jebusites still live along with the people of Judah in Jerusalem. Chapter 16. The land determined by lot for the people of Joseph went out from the Jordan near Jericho, eastward to the waters of Jericho. It went up by the desert from Jericho to the Bethel highlands. It goes from Bethel to Luz and passes on to the border of the Archites at Ataroth. It goes down westward to the border of the Japhletites, as far as the border of lower Beth Horon, and as far as Gezer. It ends at the sea. The people of Joseph, Manasseh, and Ephraim received their legacy. This was the territory for the clans of the people of Ephraim. The border of their legacy ran from Ataroth Adar on the east as far as upper Beth Horon. The border goes to the sea. Mikmetat is on the north. The border turns east of Tanath Shiloh and passes beyond it east of Janoah. It goes down from Janoah to Ataroth and to Narah, touches Jericho, and goes to the Jordan. From Tapua, the border goes westward by the Kanah Valley. It ends at the sea. This is the legacy for the clans of the Ephraimite tribe. It included cities set apart for the people of Ephraim within the legacy of the people of Manasseh, all the cities and their surrounding areas. But they didn't remove the Canaanites who lived in Gezer. So today, the Canaanites, who were used for forced labor, still live within Ephraim. Chapter 17. Land was determined by lot for the tribe of Manasseh, who was actually Joseph's oldest son. Gilead and Bashan belonged to Mashir, who was Manasseh's oldest son and Gilead's father. This was because he was a warrior. So an allotment took place for the rest of the clans of the people of Manasseh, for the people of Abiezer, Helek, Azriel, Shechem, Hefer, and Shemida. These were the sons of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, the male descendants by their clans. Zelophehad was Hefer's son, Gilead's grandson, Mashir's great-grandson, and Manasseh's great-great-grandson. Zelophehad had no sons, only daughters, who were named Mahalah, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. The daughters approached Eleazar the priest, Joshua, Nun's son, and the leaders. They said, "The Lord commanded Moses to give us a legacy along with our male relatives. So, in agreement with the Lord's command, they were given a legacy along with their uncles." Manasseh had 10 parcels in addition to the land of Gilead and Bashan on the other side of the Jordan. This was because the daughters of Manasseh received a legacy along with his sons. The land of Gilead belonged to the rest of the people of Manasseh. The border of Manasseh ran from Asher to Mikmetath, which is opposite Shechem. The border went south to the population of En-Tappuah. The land of Tappuah belonged to Manasseh, but Tappuah itself belonged to the people of Ephraim, even though it was on the border of Manasseh. The border went down to the Kanah Valley. South of the ravine are those cities that belong to Ephraim, even though they are located among the cities of Manasseh. The border of Manasseh lay on the north side of the ravine and ended at the sea. What lay south of the border belonged to Ephraim, and what lay north of it belonged to Manasseh. The sea was its border. The territory bordered Asher on the north and Issachar on the east. Belonging to Manasseh in Issachar and in Asher were Bethshan and its dependent cities, Ibleam and its dependent cities, the population of Dor and its dependent cities, the population of Endor and its dependent cities, the population of Tanakh and its dependent cities, and the population of Megiddo and its dependent cities. The third one is Naphath. The people of Manasseh couldn't take over these cities, and the Canaanites were determined to live in this land. When the Israelites grew strong, they subjected the Canaanites to hard labor, but didn't remove them. The tribe of Joseph spoke to Joshua, "Why have you only given us a single lot and a solitary parcel for a legacy? We are a numerous people whom the Lord has blessed so richly." Then Joshua said, "Yes, you are a numerous people. So go up to the forest and clear ground for yourselves there in the land of the Perizzites and Rephaim, because the Ephraimite highland is too small for you." The people of Joseph said, "The highland isn't enough for us, but all the Canaanites who live in the valley region have iron chariots, both those in Bethshan and its dependent cities and those in the Jezreel valley." Joshua then said to the house of Joseph, to Ephraim and to Manasseh, "You are a numerous people and possess great strength. You will have more than a single lot. The highland will belong to you. Because it is a forest, you can clear it to its farthest limits. You will definitely remove the Canaanites, even though they have iron chariots and are strong."
My name is Abe Bergen. I will be reading Joshua chapter 18, verses 1 to 28. The whole community of the Israelites assembled at Shiloh and set up the meeting tent there. The conquered land lay before them. Among the Israelites, 7 tribes were left that had not yet received their legacy. Joshua said to the Israelites, "How long will you avoid going to take over the land that the Lord your God has promised your ancestors? Pick out 3 men from each tribe. I will send them out, and they will go up and travel throughout the land. They will write a description of it as the basis for determining their legacy. Then they will come back to me. They will divide up the land among themselves into 7 portions. Judah will stay on its territory to the south. The house of Joseph will stay on the territory to the north. But you will write a report in 7 parts and bring the report back to me. Then I will cast the lot for you here before the Lord our God. However, there won't be a portion among you for the Levites, because their legacy is the priesthood of the Lord. Gad, Reuben, and half the tribe of Manasseh have already received their legacy on the east side of the Jordan. Moses, the Lord's servant, gave it to them. When the men had prepared to go, Joshua gave orders to those going to write the description of the land. Go and travel around the land, write about it, and return to me. I will cast the lot for you before the Lord here in Shiloh. So the men went and passed through the land and wrote about it in a document, city by city, in 7 sections. They came back to Joshua at the camp at Shiloh. Then Joshua cast lots for them in Shiloh before the Lord. There Joshua divided up the shares of the land for the Israelites. The lot for the clans of the Benjaminite tribe appeared first. The border of their allotment went out between the people of Judah and the people of Joseph. Their border on the north side ran from the Jordan. The border went up the slope of Jericho on the north. It went westward in the highlands and ended up at the wasteland of Beth-aven. The border passed on there to Luz, to the slope of Luz on the south part, that is Bethel. The border went down to Asheroth Adar, on the mountain that is south of the lower Beth-aven. The border turned and came around southward on the west side, running from the mountain that is opposite Beth Horon on the south. It ended up at Kiriath Baal, which is Kiriath Jearim, a city of the people of Judah. This was the west side. The south side ran from the limits of Kiriath Jearim. The border went out westward. Then it proceeded to the waters of Nephtolah Spring. The border went down to the foot of the mountain that is the opposite of the valley of the son of Hinnom, which is in the north part of the Rephaim Valley. It went down through the Hinnom Valley to the slope of the Jebusite city of the south. It then went down to Enrogel. It turned northward. Then it went to Enshemesh, and then to Galileath, which is opposite the ascent of Adonam. It went down to the stone of Bonan, Reuben's son. It passed on the slope of Betharabah on the north and went down into the desert plain. The border passed on the slopes of Beth Hoglah on the north. The border ended on the north bay of the Dead Sea at the southern mouth of the Jordan. This was the southern border. The Jordan bordered on its east side. This is the legacy of the Benjaminite clans according to its borders. The cities of the clans of the Benjaminite tribe are Jericho, Beth Hoglah, Emet Kaziz, Beth Arabah, Zemaraim, Bethel, Avim, Perah, Ophrah, Sheper Ammoni, Ophni, and Geba. In total, 12 cities and their surrounding areas. Gibeon, Ramah, Beroth, Mishpah, Shapira, Moza, Rakim, Irpeel, Teralah, Zillah, Ephthah, the Jebusite city, that is Jerusalem, Gibeath, and Kiriath. In total, 14 cities and their surrounding areas. This is the legacy of the Benjaminite clans.
My name is Jacob Geyer, and I'll be reading from Joshua 19. The second lot fell to Simeon. The legacy of the clans of the Simeonite tribe lay inside the legacy of the people of Judah. They had in their legacy Beersheba, Sheba, Moladah, Hazar-Shulah, Bala, Enzim, El-Palad, Bethel, Hormah, Ziglag, Beth Machabara, Hazar, Susa, Beth Leboeth, and Sharushan. In total, 13 cities and their surrounding areas. Ain, Rimmon, Ether, and Ashan. in total 4 cities and their surrounding areas. In addition were all the areas that surrounded these cities as far as Baalath-beer and Ramah of the arid southern plain. This is the legacy of the clans of the Simeonite tribe. Some of the portion of the people of Judah belonged to the legacy of the people of Simeon. This was because the portion of the people of Judah was too large for them. So the people of Simeon received a legacy inside Judah's legacy. The lot turned up third for the clans of Zebulun. The border of their legacy ran as far as Sarid. Their border went up westward to Maralah, touched Dabasheth, and touched the ravine that is opposite Jokneam. It reversed from Sarid eastward toward the east to the border of Chisloth Tabor. It went to Debarath and then up to Japhia. From there, it passed on the east side, running eastward to Gath Hefer and Eth's cousin. Going to Rimmon, it bent toward Neah. The border turned north of Hennathon and ended at Itheth-el Valley. They also owned Katath, Nahalal, Shimron, Idalah, and Bethlehem. In total, 12 cities and their surrounding areas. These cities and their surrounding areas are the legacy of Zebulun's clan. The lot went out fourth for the clans of Issachar. Their border ran toward Jezreel. They also owned Chesuloth, Shenum, Haphraim, Shion, Anarath, Rabith, Kishion, Ebez, Remeth, and Ganim, and Shada, and Peth Pazez. The border touched Tabor, Shahanazomah, and Beth Shemesh. Their border ended at the Jordan, in total 16 cities with their surrounding areas. These cities and their surrounding areas are the legacy for the clans of the Issachar tribe. The lot went out fifth for the clans of the tribe of Asher. Their border included Helkath, Hali, Betin, Akshaph, Alamek, Amad, and Mishal. It touched Carmel on the west and Shihor-Libnath. The border reversed eastward to Beth Dagon. It touched Zebulun and the Iptah Valley on the north, also Beth Emek and Neel. It went to Kabul on the north, as far as Great Sidon. They also owned Ebron, Rehob, Heman, and Cana. The border turned around to Ramah as far as the fortified city of Tyre. The border turned around to Hosah and ended at the sea. They also owned Malab, Akzib, Ummah, Aphek, and Rehob, in total 22 cities and their surrounding areas. These cities and their surrounding areas are the legacy of the clans of the Asher tribe. For the people of Naphtali, the lot went out sixth. For the clans of Naphtali, their border ran from Heleph, from the oak in Zenammim, and Adam, Nekeb, and Jabneen, as far as Lakum. It ended at the Jordan. The border reversed westward to Aznoth Tabor. It went from there to Hukkok. It touched Zebulun on the south, Asher on the west, and Judah at the Jordan on the east. They also owned the fortified cities of Ziddim, Zer, Hamath, Raktath, Chinneroth, Abdamah, Raham, Hazor, Kadesh, Edrei, En Hazor, Iron, Migdalel, Horem, Bethanath, and Beth Shemesh. In total, 19 cities and their surrounding areas. These cities and their surrounding areas are the legacy of the clans of the Naphtali tribe. The lot went out seventh for the clans of the Danite tribe. The territory of their legacy was Zorah, Eshtaol, Ir Shemesh, Shalabin, Ajalon, Ithla, Elon, Timnah, Ekron, Eltekeh, Gibbethah, Balath, Jehud, Benin Barak, Gathrimon, Majakarn, and Rakan, along with the territory opposite Joppa. But the territory of the people of Dan was lost to them. So the people of Dan went up and attacked Lashem and captured it. They struck it down without mercy. They took it over and settled it. Then they named Lashem as Dan, after the name of Dan, their ancestor. These cities and the surrounding areas are the legacy of the clans of the Danite tribe. So when they finished assigning their borders of the land, the Israelites gave to Joshua, Nun's son, a legacy among them. By the Lord's command, they gave him the city that he asked for. This was Timnath-Serah in the highlands of Ephraim. He built a city and lived in it. These are the legacies that Eleazar the priest, Joshua, Nun's son, the heads of the families of the Israelite tribes assigned by lot at Shiloh. They did this before the Lord at the entrance of the meeting tent and finished dividing up the land.
My name is Sue Conrad Howes, and I will be reading from the book of Joshua, chapters 20 and 21. Joshua 20. The Lord spoke to Joshua. Say to the Israelites, set up refuge cities for yourselves. I spoke to you about these through Moses. Anyone who kills by striking down someone unintentionally or by mistake may flee there. These places will be a refuge for you from any member of the victim's family seeking revenge. The killer will flee to one of these cities, stand at the entrance of the city gate, and explain their situation to the elders of that city. The elders are to let the killer into the city and provide a place of refuge for the killer to live with them. If a member of the victim's family follows, seeking revenge, they won't hand the killer over. This is because the killer struck down the neighbor by accident and hadn't been an enemy in the past. The killer will live in the city until there can be a trial before the community or until the death of the one who is high priest at that time. Then the killer may return home, back to the city from which the flight began. So they set apart Kadesh in Galilee, in the highlands of Naphtali, Shechem in the highlands of Ephraim, and Kiriath Arba, that is, Hebron, in the highlands of Judah. On the other side of the Jordan, east of Jericho, they set up Bezar in the wasteland on the plateau from the tribe of Reuben, Ramoth in Gilead from the tribe of Gad, and Golan in Bashan from the tribe of Manasseh. These cities were the ones designated for all the Israelites and for immigrants residing among them. Anyone who struck down a person by mistake could flee there and escape death at the hand of some member of the victim's family seeking revenge until there could be a trial before the community. Joshua chapter 21. The heads of the Levitical families approached Eleazar, the priest, Joshua, Nun's son, and the heads of the families of the Israelite tribes. They spoke to them at Shiloh in the land of Canaan. The Lord gave a command through Moses to give us cities to live in and their pasture lands for our cattle. So the Israelites gave the Levites the following cities and their pasture lands out of their own legacy. This was an agreement with the Lord's command. The lot went out for the clans of the Kohathites, the descendants of Aaron, the priest, from among the Levites, acquired 13 cities by lot from the tribes of Judah, Simeon, and Benjamin. The rest of the descendants of Kohath acquired 10 cities by lot from the clans of the tribes of Ephraim, Dan, and half of Manasseh. The descendants of Gershon acquired 13 cities by lot from the clans of the tribes of Issachar, Asher, Naphtali, and the half of Manasseh located in Bashan. The descendants of Merari acquired 12 cities for their clans from the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and Zebulun. So the Israelites gave these cities and their pasture lands to the Levites by lot, exactly as the Lord had commanded through Moses. They gave the following cities, identified here by name, from the tribe of the Judahites and the tribe of the Simeonites. The cities belonged to the descendants of Aaron, one of the Kohathite clans of the Levites, because the lot had fallen to them first. They gave them Kiriath Arba, which is Hebron, in the highlands of Judah and the pastures around it. Arba was the father of Anak. But they had already given the fields of the city and its surrounding areas to Caleb, Jephunneh's son, as his property. To the descendants of Aaron, the priest, they gave Hebron, the refuge city for a killer, and its pastures, Libnah and its pastures, Jatir and its pastures, Eshtemiah and its pastures, Holon and its pastures, Debir and its pastures, Ain and its pastures, Judah and its pastures, and Bethshemesh and its pastures. Total from these two tribes, 9 cities. From the tribe of Benjamin, Gibeon and its pastures, Geba and its pastures, Anathoth and its pastures, and Almon and its pastures. In total, 4 cities. This is the total of all the cities of the priests descended from Aaron, 13 cities and their pastures. Other clans from the Levitical descendants of Kohath still remained from among the descendants of Kohath. Some of their allotted cities were from the tribe of Ephraim. They gave them Shechem, the refuge city for a killer, and its pastures in the highlands of Ephraim, Gezer and its pastures, Kibzaim and its pastures, and Beth-horon and its pastures. In total, 4 cities. From the tribe of Dan, Elteke and its pastures, Gibbethon and its pastures, Ajalon and its pastures, Gath-ribbon and its pastures. In total, 4 cities. From half the tribe of Manasseh, Tanakh and its pastures, and Gath-rimmon and its pastures. In total, 2 cities. This is the total of all cities for the clans of the remaining descendants of Kohath, 10 cities with their pastures. To the descendants of Gershon, one of the clans of the Levites, from half the tribe of Manasseh, Golan in Bashan, the refuge city for a killer and its pastures, and Bishtera and its pastures. In total, 2 cities. From the tribe of Issachar, Kishion and its pastures, Daberath and its pastures, Charmuth and its pastures, and Ganan and its pastures. In total, 4 cities. From the tribe of Asher, Mishal and its pastures, Abdon and its pastures, Helkath and its pastures, and Rehob and its pastures. In total, 4 cities. From the tribe of Naphtali, Kedesh in Galilee, the refuge city for the killer, and its pastures, Hamathdor and its pastures, and Carton and its pastures. In total, 3 cities. This is the total of all the cities of the Gershonites for their clans, 13 cities with their pastures. To the clans of the descendants of Merari, the rest of the Levites, from the tribe of Zebulun, Jokneam and its pastures, Karta and its pastures, Dimnah and its pastures, Nahalal and its pastures. In total, 4 cities. From the tribe of Reuben, Bezer and its pastures, Jahaz and its pastures, Kedomath and its pastures, and Mephathah and its pastures. In total, 4 cities. From the tribe of Gad, Ramoth in Gilead, the refuge city for a killer and its pastures, Mahanaim and its pastures, Heshbon and its pastures, Jazer and its pastures. In total, 4 cities. As for the cities of the descendants of Merari for their clans, the remaining clans of the Levites, their total allotment was 12 cities. This is the total of all the cities of the Levites within the property of the Israelites, 48 cities with their pastures. Each of these cities had its pastures around it. This was the case for all these cities. The Lord gave to Israel all the land he had pledged to give to their ancestors. They took it over and settled there. The Lord gave them rest from surrounding danger, exactly as he had pledged to their ancestors. Not one of all their enemies held out against them. The Lord gave all their enemies into their power. Not one of all the good things that the Lord had promised to the house of Israel failed. Every promise was fulfilled.
My name is Beth Landis. I'm reading from Joshua chapters 22 and 23. Joshua 22. Then Joshua summoned the Reubenites, the Gadites, half the tribe of Manasseh, and he said to them, "You obeyed everything that Moses, the Lord's servant, commanded you. You have also obeyed me and everything that I have commanded you. During these many years, you never once deserted your fellow Israelites. You faithfully obeyed the command of the Lord your God. The Lord your God has now given rest to you fellow Israelites exactly as he promised them. So turn around and go back home. Go to the land where you hold property, which Moses, the Lord's servant, gave you on the other side of the Jordan. Just be very careful to carry out the commandment and instructions that Moses, the Lord's servant, commanded you. Love the Lord your God, walk in all his ways and obey his commandments. Hold on to him and serve him with all your heart and being." Then Joshua blessed them. He sent them away, and they went home. Moses had provided for half the tribe of Manasseh in Bashan, but Joshua provided for the other half on the west side of the Jordan, along with their fellow Israelites. When he sent them back home, Joshua also blessed them. He said to them, "Return home with great wealth and many cattle, with silver, gold, bronze, and iron, and with much clothing. Divide the spoil taken from your enemies among your own people." Disagreement about an altar. So the people of Reuben, the people of Gad, and half the tribe of Manasseh went back. They left the Israelites at Shiloh, which is in the land of Canaan. They went to the land of Gilead, to the land they owned. They had settled there at the Lord's command given by Moses. They came to the districts of the Jordan that were in the land of Canaan. The people of Reuben, the people of Gad, and half the tribe of Manasseh built an altar there by the Jordan, an altar that appeared to be immense. Then the Israelites heard a report. "Look, the people of Reuben, the people of Gad, and half the tribe of Manasseh have built an altar at the far edge of the land of Canaan. It lies in the districts of the Jordan on the Israelite side." When the Israelites heard this, the entire Israelite community assembled at Shiloh to go up to war against them. Then the Israelites sent Phinehas, son of Eleazar, the priest, to the people of Reuben, the people of Gad, and half the tribe of Manasseh in the land of Gilead. They sent with him 10 leaders, one leader from each important family among the tribes of Israel. Each was the head of an important family among the military units of Israel. They came to the people of Reuben, the people of Gad, and half the tribe of Manasseh in the land of Gilead and spoke with them. They said, "Here is what the Lord's entire community says. What is this disrespectful thing that you've done to the God of Israel? Today you turned away from following the Lord by building yourselves an altar as an act of rebellion against the Lord. Wasn't that the offense of Peor enough for us? Even today, we still haven't cleansed ourselves from that sin when there was a plague on the Lord's community. Today you are turning away from following the Lord. If you rebel against the Lord today, he will be angry with the entire community of Israel tomorrow. If your own property is unclean land, then cross over into the land of the Lord's property and settle among us. That's where the dwelling of the Lord stands. But don't rebel against the Lord. And don't involve us in rebellion by building an altar for yourselves other than the altar of the Lord our God." Didn't Achan, Zerah's son, do such a respectful thing with the items reserved for God? Wrath came on the entire community of Israel, and he wasn't the only one to die for his crime. Then the people of Reuben, the people of Gad, and half the tribe of Manasseh answered the heads of the military units of Israel, "The Lord is God of gods. The Lord is God of gods. He already knows, and now let Israel know it too. If we acted in rebellion or in disrespect against the Lord, don't spare us today. If we've built ourselves an altar to turn away from following the Lord, or to offer on it an entirely burned offering or a gift offering, or to perform well-being sacrifices on it, let the Lord himself see punishment. No, the truth is we did this out of concern for what might happen. In the future, your children might say to our children, 'What have you got to do with the Lord, the God of Israel?' The Lord has set the Jordan as a border between us and you, people of Reuben and Gad. You have no portion in the Lord." So your children might make our children stop worshiping the Lord. And as a result, we say, let's protect ourselves by building an altar. It isn't to be for an entirely burned offering or for sacrifice, but it is to be a witness between us and you and between our descendants after us. It witnesses that we too perform the service of the Lord in his presence through our entirely burnt offerings, sacrifices, and well-being offerings. So in the future, your children could never say to our children, "You have no portion in the Lord." We thought, if in the future they ever say this to us or to our descendants, we could say, "Look at this replica of the altar of the Lord that our ancestors made. It isn't for entirely burned offerings or for sacrifice, but to be a witness between us and you." God forbid that we should rebel against the Lord and turn away today from following the Lord by building an altar for an entirely burned offering, gift offering, or sacrifice, other than the altar of the Lord our God that stands before his dwelling. Phinehas, the priest, the leaders of the community, and the heads of the military units of Israel who were with him heard the words that the people of Reuben, Gad, and Manasseh spoke and approved them. So Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the priest, said to the people of Reuben, Gad, and Manasseh, "Today we know that the Lord is among us, because you haven't done a disrespectful thing against the Lord. Now you've delivered the Israelites from the power of the Lord." Then Phinehas, the son of Eleazar the priest, and the leaders left the people of Reuben and Gad in the land of Gilead and came back to the Israelites in the land of Canaan. They brought word back to them. The Israelites agreed and blessed God. They no longer spoke of going to war against them to destroy the land where the people of Reuben and Gad were living. The people of Reuben and Gad referred to the altar in this way: "It is a witness between us that the Lord is God." Joshua chapter 23. Joshua's word of warning. A long time passed. The Lord had given rest to Israel from all their surrounding enemies, and Joshua had grown very old. Joshua summoned all Israel, their elders, their heads, their judges, and their officers. He said to them, "I've grown very old. You've seen all that the Lord your God has done to all these nations because of you. It is the Lord your God who fights for you. Look, I've allotted to you these remaining nations as a legacy for your tribes, along with all the nations I've destroyed. They stretch from the Jordan to the Mediterranean Sea. The Lord your God will force them out before you and remove them from you. Then you will take over their land exactly as the Lord your God promised you. Be very strong. Carefully obey everything in the instruction scroll from Moses. Don't deviate a bit from it, either to the right or to the left. Don't have anything to do with these nations that remain with you. Don't invoke the names of their gods or take oaths by them. Don't serve them or worship them. Hold on to the Lord your God instead, exactly as you've done right up to today. The Lord has removed great and powerful nations before you. To this day, no one has stood up to you. A single one of you puts 1,000 to flight. This is because the Lord your God fights for you, exactly as he promised you. For your own sake, be very careful to love the Lord your God. But if you should turn away and join the rest of these nations that remain with you, intermarry with them, and associate with each other, then know for certain that the Lord your God won't keep on removing these nations before you. Instead, they will be a snare and a trap for you. They will be a whip on your sides and thorns in your eyes until you vanish from this fertile land that the Lord your God has given you. Look, I'm now walking on the road to death that all the earth must take. You know with all your heart and being that not a single one of all of the good things that the Lord your God promised about you has failed. They were all fulfilled for you. Not a single one of them has failed. But in the same way that every good thing that the Lord your God promised about you has been fulfilled, so the Lord could bring against you every bad thing as well. He could wipe you out from this fertile land that the Lord your God has given you. If you violate the covenant of the Lord your God, which he commanded you to keep, and go on to serve other gods and worship them, then the Lord will be furious with you. You will quickly vanish from the land that he has given you.
Soy Adaía Bernal Collazo de Colombia y leeré Josué capítulo 24 versículos 1 al 33. Discurso de despedida de Josué. Reunió Josué a todas las tribus de Israel en Siquem y llamó a los ancianos de Israel, sus principios, sus jueces, sus oficiales, y se presentaron delante de Dios. Y dijo Josué a todo el pueblo: así dice Jehová, Dios de Israel: vuestros padres habitaron antiguamente del otro lado del río. Este es Tarek, padre de Abraham y de Nahor, y servían a dioses extraños. Y yo tomé a vuestro padre Abraham del otro lado del río y lo traje por toda la tierra de Canaán y aumenté su descendencia y le di a Isaac. A Isaac le di a Jacob y a Esaú. Y a Esaú le di el monte de Seir para que lo poseyese. Pero Jacob y sus hijos descendieron a Egipto. Y yo envié a Moisés y a Aarón y herí a Egipto conforme a lo que hice en medio de él, y después os saqué. Saqué a vuestros padres de Egipto, y cuando llegaron al mar, los egipcios siguieron a vuestros padres hasta el mar Rojo con carros y caballería. Y cuando ellos clamaron a Jehová, él puso obscuridad entre vosotros y los egipcios, e hizo venir sobre ellos el mar, el cual los cubrió. Y vuestros ojos vieron lo que hice en Egipto. Después estuvisteis muchos días en el desierto. Yo os introduje en la tierra de los amorreos que habitaban al otro lado del Jordán, los cuales pelearon contra vosotros. Mas yo los entregué en vuestras manos y poseísteis su tierra y los destruí de delante de vosotros. Después se levantó Balac, hijo de Zippor, rey de los moabitas, y peleó contra Israel. Y envió a llamar a Balaam, hijo de Beor, para que os maldijese. Mas yo no quise escuchar a Balaam, por lo cual os bendijo repentinamente y os libré de sus manos. Pasasteis del Jordán y vinisteis a Jericó, y los moradores de Jericó pelearon contra vosotros, los amorreos, pereceos, cananeos, heteos, gesgeseos, jebeos y jebuseos, y yo los entregué a vuestras manos. Y envié delante de vosotros tabanos, los cuales los arrojaron de delante de vosotros, esto es, a los dos reyes de los amorreos, no con tu espada ni con tu arco. Y os di la tierra por la cual nada trabajasteis, y las ciudades que os edificasteis, en los cuales moráis, y de las viñas y olivares que no plantasteis, coméis. Ahora pues, temed a Jehová y servidle con integridad y en verdad, y quitad de entre vosotros los dioses a los cuales sirvieron vuestros padres al otro lado del río y en Egipto, y servid a Jehová. Y si mal os parece servir a Jehová, escogeos hoy a quien sirváis, si a los dioses a quienes sirvieron vuestros padres cuando estuvieron al otro lado del río, o a los dioses de los amorreos en cuya tierra habitáis, pero yo y mi casa serviremos al Señor. Entonces el pueblo respondió y dijo: nunca tal acontezca, que dejemos a Jehová para servir a otros dioses. Porque Jehová, nuestro Dios, es el que nos sacó a nosotros y a nuestros padres de las tierras de Egipto, de la casa de servidumbre, y el que ha hecho estas grandes señales, y nos ha guardado por todo el camino por donde hemos andado, y en todos los pueblos por entre los cuales pasamos. Y Jehová arrojó de delante de nosotros a todos los pueblos, y al amorreo que habitaba en la tierra. Nosotros, pues, también serviremos a Jehová, porque Él es nuestro Dios. Entonces Josué dijo al pueblo: no podréis servir a Jehová, porque Él es Dios santo y Dios celoso. No sufrirá vuestras rebeliones y vuestros pecados. Si dejareis a Jehová y sirviereis a dioses ajenos, Él se volverá y os hará mal, y os consumirá después que os ha hecho bien. El pueblo entonces dijo a Josué: no, sino que a Jehová serviremos. Y Josué respondió al pueblo: vosotros sois testigos contra vosotros mismos de que habéis seguido a Jehová para servirle. Y ellos respondieron: testigos somos. Quitad pues ahora los dioses ajenos que están entre vosotros, e inclinad vuestro corazón a Jehová, Dios de Israel. Y el pueblo respondió a Josué: a Jehová nuestro Dios serviremos, y a su voz obedeceremos. Entonces Josué hizo pacto con el pueblo el mismo día, y le dio estatutos y leyes en Siquem, Y escribió Josué estas palabras con el libro de la ley de Dios. Y tomando una gran piedra la levantó allí debajo de la encina que está junto al santuario de Jehová. Y dijo Josué a todo el pueblo: he aquí esta piedra nos servirá de testigo, porque ella ha oído todas las palabras que Jehová nos ha hablado. Será pues testigo contra vosotros para que no mintáis contra vuestro Dios. Y envió Josué al pueblo, cada uno a su posesión. Después de estas cosas murió Josué, hijo de Nun, siervo de Jehová, siendo de 110 años. Y le sepultaron en su heredad en Timán Será, que está en el monte de Efraín, al norte del monte de Gaas. Y sirvió Israel a Jehová todo el tiempo de Josué y todo el tiempo de los ancianos que sobrevivieron a Josué y que sabían todas las obras que Jehová había hecho por Israel. Y enterraron en Siquem los huesos de José, que los hijos de Israel habían traído de Egipto, en la parte del campo que Jacob compró de los hijos de Amor, padre de Siquem, por 100 piezas de dinero, y fue posesión de los hijos de José. También murió Eleazar, hijo de Aarón, y lo enterraron en el collado de Fines, su hijo que le fue dado en el monte de Efraín. El libro de Jueces, capítulo 1, versos 1 al 36. Aconteció después de la muerte de Josué que los hijos de Israel consultaron a Jehová diciendo: ¿quién de nosotros subirá primero a pelear contra los cananeos? Y Jehová respondió: Judá subirá. He aquí que yo he entregado la tierra en sus manos. Y Judá dijo a Simeón, sus hermanos: sube conmigo al territorio que se me ha adjudicado y peleemos contra el cananeo, y yo también iré contigo al tuyo. Y Simeón fue con él. Y subió Judá, y Jehová entregó en sus manos al cananeo y al ferezeo, e hirieron de ellos en Besec a 10,000 hombres. Y hallaron a Adoni-Besec en Besec, y pelearon contra él. Y derrotaron al cananeo y al ferezeo. Mas Adoni-Besec huyó, y le siguieron y le prendieron, y le cortaron los pulgares de las manos y de los pies. Entonces dijo Adoni-Besec: 70 reyes, cortados los pulgares de sus manos y de sus pies, recogían las migajas debajo de mi mesa. Como yo hice, así me ha pagado Dios. Y le llevaron a Jerusalén, donde murió. Y combatieron los hijos de Judá a Jerusalén y la tomaron, y pasaron sus habitantes a filo de espada y pusieron fuego en la ciudad. Después los hijos de Judá descendieron para pelear contra el cananeo que habitaba en las montañas, en el Negev y en los llanos. Y marchó Judá contra el cananeo que habitaba en Hebrón, la cual se llamaba antes Kiriat Arba, e hirieron a Sesaí, a Inam y a Talmaí. De allí fue a los que habitaban en Debir, que antes se llamaba Kiriat Sefer. Y dijo Caleb: el que atacare a Kiriat Sefer y le tomare, yo le daré a mi hija Axa por mujer. Y la tomó Otoniel, hijo de Cenaz, hermano menor de Caleb, y él le dijo a su hija Axa por mujer. Y cuando ella se iba con él, la persuadió que pidiese a su padre un campo, y ella se bajó del asno, y Caleb le dijo: ¿qué tienes? Ella entonces le respondió: concédeme un don, puesto que me has dado tierra del Negev, dame también las fuentes de aguas. Entonces Caleb le dio las fuentes de arriba y las fuentes de abajo. Y los hijos del Ceneo, suegro de Moisés, subieron a la ciudad de las palmeras con los hijos de Judá al desierto de Judá, que está en el Negev, cerca de Arad, y fueron y habitaron en el pueblo. Y fue Judá con su hermano Simeón, y derrotaron al cananeo que habitaba en Sephat, y lo asolaron, y pusieron por nombre a la ciudad Orma. Tomó también Judá a Gaza con su territorio, Ascalón con su territorio y Alcrón con su territorio. Y Jehová estaba con Judá, quien arrojó a los de las montañas, mas no pudo arrojar a los que habitaban en los llanos, los cuales tenían carros cerrados. Y dieron Hebrón a Caleb, como Moisés había dicho, y él arrojó de allí a los 3 hijos de Aná. Mas el jebuseo que habitaba en Jerusalén no lo arrojaron los hijos de Benjamín. Y el jebuseo habitó con los hijos de Benjamín en Jerusalén hasta hoy. También la casa de José subió contra Betel, y Jehová estaba con ellos. Y la casa de José puso espías en Betel, ciudad que antes se llamaba Luz. Y los que espiaban vieron a un hombre que salía de la ciudad y le dijeron: muéstranos ahora la entrada de la ciudad y haremos contigo misericordia. Y él le mostró la entrada a la ciudad y la hirieron a filo de espada. Pero dejaron ir a aquel hombre con toda su familia. Y se fue el hombre a la tierra de los heteos y edificó una ciudad a la cual llamó Luz. Y este es su nombre hasta ahora. Tampoco Manasés arrojó a los de Bet-Sean, ni a los de las aldeas, ni a los de Taanac y sus aldeas, y ni a los de Dor y sus aldeas, ni a los habitantes de Ibleam y sus aldeas, ni a los habitantes que habitan en Megiddo y en sus aldeas. Y el cananeo persiguía en habitar en aquella tierra. Pero cuando Israel se sintió fuerte, hizo al cananeo tributario, mas no lo arrojó. Tampoco Efraín arrojó al cananeo que habitaba en Geser, sino que habitó el cananeo en medio de ellos en Geser. Tampoco Zabulón arrojó a los que habitaban en Quitrón, ni a los que habitaban en Naalal, sino que el cananeo habitó en medio de él y le fue tributario. Tampoco Aser arrojó a los que habitaban en Aco, ni a los que habitaban en Sidón, en Al-Halab, en Aksib, y en Helba, en Afec y en Rehob. Y moró Aser entre los cananeos que habitaban en la tierra, pues no los arrojó. Tampoco Neftalí arrojó a los que habitaban en Bet-Semes, ni a los que habitaban en Bet-Aná, sino que moró entre los cananeos que habitaban en la tierra, mas le fueron tributarios los moradores de Bet-Semes y los moradores de Bet-Aná. Los amorreos se acosaron a los hijos de Dan hasta el monte y no los dejaron descender a los llanos. Y el amorreo persistió en habitar en el monte de Eres, en Ajalón y en Salbim. Pero cuando la casa de José cobró fuerzas, lo hizo tributario. Y el límite del amorreo fue desde la subida de Acrabim hasta Sela hacia arriba.
I'm Irvi Glick. I'm reading Judges chapters 2 and 3. Chapter 2. The Lord's messenger came up from Gilgal to Bochim and said, I brought you up from Egypt and led you into the land that I had promised to your ancestors. I said, I will never break my covenant with you, and you are not to make a covenant with those who live in this land. You should break down their altars. But you didn't obey me. What have you done? So now I tell you, I won't drive them out before you, but they'll be a problem for you, and their gods will be a trap for you. When the Lord's messenger spoke these words to all the Israelites, they raised their voices and cried out loud. So they named that place Bochim, and they offered a sacrifice to the Lord there. When Joshua dismissed the people, the Israelites each went to settle on their own family property in order to take possession of the land. The people served the Lord throughout the rest of Joshua's life and throughout the next generation of elders who outlived him, those who had seen all the great things that the Lord had done for Israel. Joshua, Nun's son, and the Lord's servant, died when he was 110 years old. They buried him within the boundaries of his family property in Timnath-Heres, in the highlands of Ephraim, north of Mount Gaash. When that whole generation had passed away, another generation came after them, who didn't know the Lord or the things that he had done for Israel. Then the Israelites did things that the Lord saw as evil. They served the Baals, and they went away from the Lord, their ancestors' God, who had brought them out of the land of Egypt. They went after other gods from among the surrounding peoples. They worshipped them, and they angered the Lord. They went away from the Lord and served Baal and the Astartes. So the Lord became angry with Israel, and he handed them over to raiders who plundered them. He let them be defeated by their enemies around them, so that they were no longer able to stand up to them. Whenever the Israelites marched out, the Lord's power worked against them, just as the Lord had warned them, and they were very distressed. Then the Lord raised up leaders to rescue them from the power of these raiders. But they wouldn't even obey their own leaders because they were unfaithful, following other gods and worshiping them. They quickly deviated from the way of their ancestors, who had obeyed the Lord's commands and didn't follow their example. The Lord was moved by Israel's groaning under those who oppressed and crushed them. So the Lord would raise up leaders for them, and the Lord would be the leader, and he would rescue Israel from the power of their enemies as long as that leader lived. But then when the leader died, they would once again act in ways that weren't as good as their ancestors, going after other gods to serve them and to worship them. They wouldn't drop their bad practices or hard-hearted ways. So the Lord became angry with Israel and said, because this nation has violated my covenant that I required of their ancestors and hasn't obeyed me, I in turn will no longer drive out before them any of the nations that Joshua left when he died. As a test for Israel, to see whether they would carefully walk in the Lord's ways, just as their ancestors had done. The Lord left these nations instead of driving them out immediately or handing them over to Joshua. Chapter 3. These are the nations that the Lord left to test all those Israelites who had firsthand knowledge of the wars of Canaan. They survived only to teach war to the generations of Israelites who had no firsthand knowledge of the earlier wars. The 5 rulers of the Philistines, and all the Canaanites, Sidonians, and Hivites who lived in the highlands of Lebanon, from Mount Baal Hermon to Lebo Hamath. They were to be the test for Israel, to find out whether they would obey the Lord's commands, which he had made to their ancestors through Moses. So the Israelites lived among the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. But the Israelites intermarried with them and served their gods. The Israelites did things that the Lord saw as evil, and they forgot the Lord their God. They served the Baals and the Ashtoreths. The Lord became angry with Israel and gave them over to King Cushan Rishathaim of Aram Naharaim. The Israelites served Cushan Rishathaim 8 years, and then they cried out to the Lord. So the Lord raised up a deliverer for the Israelites, Othniel, Kenaz's son, Caleb's younger brother, who rescued them. The Lord's Spirit was with Othniel, and he led Israel. When he marched out for war, the Lord handed over Aram's king, Cushan Rishathaim. Othniel overpowered Cushan Rishathaim, and the land was peaceful for 40 years, until Othniel, Kenaz's son, died. The Israelites again did things that the Lord saw as evil, and the Lord put Moab's king Eglon in power over them, because they did these things that the Lord saw as evil. He convinced the Ammonites and Amalekites to join him, defeated Israel, and took possession of Palm City. So the Israelites served Moab's king Eglon 18 years. Then the Israelites cried out to the Lord. So the Lord raised up a deliverer for them, Ehud, Gera's son, a Benjaminite, who was left-handed. The Israelites sent him to take their tribute payment to Moab's king Eglon. Now Ehud made for himself a double-edged sword that was about 1.5 feet long, and he strapped it on his right thigh under his clothes. Then he presented the tribute payment to Moab's king Eglon, who was a very fat man. When he had finished delivering the tribute payment, Ehud sent on their way the people who had carried it. But he himself turned back at the carved stones near Gilgal, and he said, "I have a secret message for you, king." Eglon said, "Hush," and all his attendants went out of his presence. Ehud approached him while he was sitting alone in his cool second-story room. And he said, "I have a message from God for you." At that, Eglon got up from his throne. Ehud reached with his left hand and grabbed the sword from his right thigh. He stabbed it into Eglon's stomach, and even the handle went in after the blade. Since he did not pull the sword out of his stomach, the fat closed over the blade. And his guts spilled out. Ehud slipped out of the porch and closed and locked the doors of the second-story room behind him. After Ehud had slipped out, the king's servants came and found that the room's doors were locked, so they thought he must be relieving himself in the cool chamber. They waited so long that they were embarrassed, but he never opened the doors of the room. Then they used a key to open them, and there was the master lying dead on the ground. Ehud had gotten away while they were waiting and had passed the carved stones and escaped to Sirah. When he arrived, he blew the ram's horn in the Ephraim highlands. So the Israelites went down from the highlands with Ehud leading them, and he told them, "Follow me, for the Lord has handed over your enemies, the Moabites." So they followed him, and they took control of the crossing points of the Jordan in the direction of Moab, allowing no one to cross. This time, they defeated the Moabites, about 10,000 big and strong men. and no one escaped. Moab was brought down by the power of Israel on that day, and there was peace in the land for 80 years. After Ehud, Shamgar, Anath's son, struck down 600 Philistines with an animal prod. He too rescued Israel.
Judges 4 and 5. After Ehud had died, the Israelites again did things that the Lord saw as evil. So the Lord gave them over to King Jabin of Canaan, who reigned in Hazor. The commander of his army was Sisera, and he was stationed at Harosheth Hagoyim. The Israelites cried out to the Lord because Sisera had 900 iron chariots and had oppressed the Israelites cruelly for over 20 years. Now Deborah, a prophet, the wife of Lepiddah, was a leader of Israel at that time. She would sit under Deborah's palm tree between Ramah and Bethel in the Ephraim highlands, as the Israelites would come to her to settle disputes. She sent word to Barak, Abinoam's son, from Kadesh and Naphtali, and said to him, "Hasn't the Lord, Israel's God, issued you a command? Go and assemble at Mount Tabor, taking 10,000 men from the people of Naphtali and Zebulun with you. I'll alert Sisera, the commander of Jabin's army, to assemble with his chariots and troops against you at the Kishon River, and then I'll help you overpower him." Barak replied to her, "If you'll go with me, I'll go, but if not, I won't go." Deborah answered, "I'll definitely go with you. However, the path you're taking won't be honored to you, because the Lord will hand over Sisera to a woman." Then Deborah got up and went with Barak to Kadesh. He summoned Zebulun and Naphtali to Kadesh, and 10,000 men marched out behind him. Deborah marched out with him too. Now Heber the Kenite had moved away from the other Kenites, the descendants of Hobab, Moses' father-in-law, and had settled as far away as Eben Benezanim, which is near Kadesh. When it was reported to Sisera that Barak, Abinoam's son, had marched up to Mount Tabor, Sisera summoned all of his 900 iron chariots and all of the soldiers who were with him from Harosheth Hagoyim to the Kishon River. Then Deborah said to Barak, "Get up. This is the day that the Lord has handed Sisera over to you. Hasn't the Lord gone out before you?" So Barak went down from Mount Tabor with 10,000 men with him. The Lord threw Sisera and all the chariots and army into a panic before Barak. Sisera himself got down from his chariot and fled on foot. Barak pursued the chariots and the army all the way back to Harosheth Hagoyim, killing Sisera's entire army with the sword. No one survived. Meanwhile, Sisera had fled on foot to the tent of Jael, with the wife of Heber the Kenite, because there was peace between Hazor's king Jabin and the family of Heber the Kenite. Jael went out to meet Sisera and said to him, "Come in, sir, come in here. Don't be afraid." So he went with her into the tent, and she hid him under a blanket. Sisera said to her, "Please give me a little to drink. I'm thirsty." So she opened a jug of milk, gave him a drink, and hid him again. Then he said to her, "Stand at the entrance to the tent. That way, if someone comes and asks you, 'Is there a man here?' you can say no." But Jael, Heber's wife, picked up a tent stake and a hammer. While Sisera was sound asleep from exhaustion, she tiptoed to him. She drove the stake through his head and down into the ground, and he died. Just then Barak arrived after chasing Sisera. Jael went out to meet him and said, "Come, and I'll show you the man you're after." So he went in with her, and there was Sisera lying dead with the stake through his head. So on that day, God brought down Canaan's king Jabin before the Israelites. And the power of the Israelites grew greater and greater over Canaan's king Jabin until they defeated him completely. Chapter 5, Deborah's Song. At that time, Deborah and Barak, Abinoam's son, sang, When hair is long in Israel, when people willingly offer themselves, bless the Lord. Hear, kings, listen, rulers. I, to the Lord, I will sing. I will make music to the Lord, Israel's God. Lord, when you set out from Seir, when you marched out from Edom's fields, the land shook, the sky poured down, the clouds poured down water. The mountains quaked before the Lord, the one from Sinai, before the Lord, the God of Israel. In the days of Shamgar, and the sun, in the days of Jael, caravans ceased. Those traveling by road kept to the back roads. Villagers disappeared. They disappeared in Israel. Until you, Deborah, arose, until you arose as a mother in Israel. When they chose new gods, when war came to the city gates, yet there wasn't a shield or spear to be seen among 40,000 in Israel. My heart is with Israel's commanders, who willingly offer themselves among the people. Bless the Lord. You who ride white donkeys, who sit on saddle blankets, who walk along the road, tell of it, to the sound of instruments at the sound its watering places. There they repeat the Lord's victories, his village's victories in Israel. Then the Lord's people march down to the city gates. Wake up, Deborah. Wake up, sing a song. Arise, Barak. Capture your prisoners, Abinoam's son. Then those who remained marched down against royalty. The Lord's people marched down against warriors. From Ephraim they set out into the valley. After you, Benjamin, with your people. From Machir, commanders marched down. From Zebulun, those carrying the official staff. The leaders of the Issachar came along with Deborah. Issachar was attached to Barak and was sent into the valley beyond him. Among the clans of Reuben, there was deep soul searching. Why did you stay back among the sheep pens, listening to the music for the flocks? For the clans of Reuben, there was deep soul searching. Gilead stayed on the other side of the Jordan. And Dan, why did he remain with the ships? Asher stayed by the seacoast, camping at his harbors. Zebulun is a people that readily risked death. Naphtali, too, in the highest countryside. Kings came and made war. The kings of Canaan fought at Tanakh by Megiddow's waters, but they captured no spoils of silver. The stars fought from the sky. From their orbits they fought against Sisera. The Kishon River swept them away. The advancing river, the Kishon River, march on, my life, with might. Then the horses' hooves pounded with the galloping of their stallions. Curse Meroz, says the Lord's messenger. Curse its inhabitants bitterly, because they didn't come to the Lord's aid against the warriors. May Jael be blessed above all women. May the wife of Heber the Kenite be blessed above all tent-dwelling women. He asked for water, and she provided milk. She presented him cream in a majestic bowl. She reached out her hand for the stake, her strong hand for the worker's hammer. She struck Sisera. She crushed his head. She shattered and pierced his skull. At her feet he sank, fell, and lay flat. At her feet he sank, he fell. Where he sank, there he fell, dead. Through the window she watched. Sisera's mother looked longingly through the lattice. Why is his chariot taking so long to come? Why are the hoofbeats of his chariot horses delayed? Her wisest attendants answer. Indeed, she replies to herself, wouldn't they be finding and dividing the loot? A girl of two for each warrior, loot of colored cloths for Sisera, loot of colored embroidered cloths, 2 colored embroidered cloths as loot for every neck. May all your enemies perish like this, Lord. May all your enemies be like the sun, rising in its strength. And the land was peaceful for 40 years.
My name is Sharon Franson, and I will be reading Judges chapter 6. Oppression by the Midianites. The Israelites did things that the Lord saw as evil, and the Lord handed them over to the Midianites for 7 years. The power of the Midianites prevailed over Israel, and because of the Midianites, the Israelites used crevices and caves in the mountains as hidden strongholds. Whenever the Israelites planted seeds, the Midianites, Amalekites, and other Easterners would invade. They would set up camp against the Israelites and destroy the land's crops as far as Gaza, leaving nothing to keep Israel alive, not even sheep, oxen, or donkeys. They would invade with their herds and tents, coming like a swarm of locusts, so that no one could count them or their camels. They came into the land to destroy it. So Israel became very weak on account of Midian, and the Israelites cried out to the Lord. This time, when the Israelites cried out to the Lord because of Midian, the Lord sent them a prophet who said to them, "The Lord, Israel's God, proclaims, I myself brought you up from Egypt, and I led you out of the house of slavery. I delivered you from the power of the Egyptians and from the power of all your oppressors. I drove them out before you and gave you their land. I told you, I am the Lord your God. You must not worship the gods of the Amorites in whose land you are living. But you have not obeyed me." Gideon's commissioning. Then the Lord's messenger came and sat under the oak at Ophrah that belonged to Joash the Abiezrite. His son Gideon was threshing wheat in a winepress to hide it from the Midianites. The Lord's messenger appeared to him and said, "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior." But Gideon replied to him, "With all due respect, my Lord, if the Lord is with us, why has all of this happened to us? Where are all his amazing works that our ancestors recounted to us, saying, 'Didn't the Lord bring us up from Egypt?' But now the Lord has abandoned us and allowed Midian to overpower us." Then the Lord turned to him and said, "You have strength, so go and rescue Israel from the power of Midian. Am I not personally sending you?" But again Gideon said to him, "With all due respect, my Lord, how can I rescue Israel? My clan is the weakest in Manasseh, and I am the youngest in my household." The Lord replied, "Because I'm with you, you'll defeat the Midianites as if they were just one person." Then Gideon said to him, "If I've gained your approval, please show me a sign that it's really you speaking with me. Don't leave here until I return. Bring out my offering and set it in front of you." The Lord replied, "I'll stay until you return." So Gideon went and prepared a young goat and used an ephah of flour for unleavened bread. He put the meat in a basket and the broth in a pot and brought them out to him under the oak and presented them. Then God's messenger said to him, "Take the meat and the unleavened bread and set them on this rock. Then pour out the broth." And he did so. The Lord's messenger reached out the tip of the staff that was in his hand and touched the meat and the unleavened bread. Fire came up from the rock and devoured the meat and the unleavened bread, and the Lord's messenger vanished before his eyes. Then Gideon realized that it had been the Lord's messenger. Gideon exclaimed, "Oh no, Lord God, I have seen the Lord's messenger face to face." But the Lord said to him, "Peace. Don't be afraid. You won't die." So Gideon built an altar there to the Lord and called it, "The Lord Makes Peace." It still stands today in Ophrah of the Abiezrites. That night the Lord said to him, "Take your father's bull and a second bull 7 years old. Break down your father's altar to Baal and cut down the Asherah that is beside it. Build an altar to the Lord your God in the proper way on top of this high ground. Then take the second bull and offer it as an entirely burned offering with the wood of the Asherah that you cut down." So Gideon took 10 of his servants and did just as the Lord had told him. But because he was too afraid of his household and the townspeople to do it during the day, he did it at night. When the townspeople got up early in the morning, there was the altar to Baal broken down, with the Asherah image that had been beside it cut down, and the second bull offered on the newly built altar. They asked each other, "Who did this?" They searched and investigated, and finally they concluded, Joash's son did this. The townspeople said to Joash, "Bring out your son for execution, because he tore down the altar to Baal and cut down the Asherah that was beside it." But Joash replied to all who were lined up against him, "Will you make Baal's complaint for him? Will you come to his rescue? Anyone who argues for him will be killed before morning. If he is a god, let him argue for himself, because it was his altar that was torn down." So on that day, Gideon became known as Jerubbaal, meaning, "Let Baal argue with him," because he tore down his altar. Gideon seeks a sign. Sometime later, all the Midianites, Amalekites, and other Easterners joined together, came over, and set up camp in the Jezreel Valley. Then the Lord's Spirit came over Gideon, and he sounded the horn and summoned the Abiezrites to follow him. He sent messengers into all of Manasseh, and they were also summoned to follow him. Then he sent messengers into Asher, Zebulun, and Naphtali, and they marched up to meet them. But then Gideon said to God, "To see if you really intend to rescue Israel through me as you have declared, I'm now putting a wool fleece on the threshing floor. If there is dew only on the fleece, but all the ground is dry, then I'll know that you are going to rescue Israel through me, as you have declared." And that is what happened. When he got up early the next morning and squeezed the fleece, he wrung out enough dew from the fleece to fill a bowl with water. Then Gideon said to God, "Don't be angry with me, but let me speak just one more time. Please let me make just one more test with the fleece. Now let only the fleece be dry, and let dew be on all the ground." And God did so that night. Only the fleece was dry, but there was dew on all the ground.
Hola, mi nombre es Karen Flores Binder y soy de Honduras. Leeré Jueces capítulos 7 y 8. Gedeón derrota a los madianitas. Levantándose pues de mañana Jerubbaal, el cual es Gedeón, y todo el pueblo que estaba con él, acamparon junto a la fuente de Arod, y tenía el campamento de los madianitas al norte, más allá del collado de More en el valle. Y Jehová dijo a Gedeón: "El pueblo que está contigo es mucho para que yo entregue a los madianitas en su mano. No sea que se alabe Israel contra mí, diciendo: mi mano me ha salvado. Ahora pues, haz pregonar en oídos del pueblo diciendo: quien tema y se estremezca, madrugue y devuélvase desde el monte de Galaad". Y se devolvieron de los pueblos 22,000 y quedaron 10,000. Y Jehová dijo a Gedeón: aún es mucho el pueblo, llévalos a las aguas y ahí te los probaré. Y del que yo te diga, vaya, esté contigo, irá contigo. Mas de cualquiera que yo te diga, este no vaya contigo, el tal no irá. Entonces llevó el pueblo a las aguas, y Jehová dijo a Gedeón: cualquiera que lamiere las aguas con su lengua, cualquiera que lamiere las aguas con su cualquiera que lamiere las aguas con su lengua, como lame el perro, a aquel pondrás aparte. Asimismo a cualquiera que se doblare sobre sus rodillas para beber. Y fue el número de los que lamieron, llevando el agua con la mano a su boca, 300 hombres. Y todo el resto del pueblo se dobló sobre sus rodillas para beber las aguas. Entonces Jehová dijo a Gedeón: con estos 300 hombres que lamieron el agua os salvaré, y entregaré a los madianitas en tus manos. Váyase toda la demás gente, cada uno a su lugar. Y habiendo tomado provisiones para el pueblo y sus trompetas, envió a todos los israelitas, cada uno a su tienda, y retuvo a aquellos 300 hombres, y tenía el campamento de Madián abajo en el valle. Aconteció que aquella noche Jehová le dijo: levántate, y desciende al campamento, porque yo lo he entregado en tus manos. Y si tienes temor de descender, baja tú con Fura, tu criado, al campamento, y oirás lo que hablan, y entonces tus manos se esforzarán, y descenderás al campamento. Y él descendió con Fura, su criado, hasta los puestos avanzados de la gente armada que estaba en el campamento. Y los madianitas, los amalecitas y los hijos del oriente estaban tendidos en el valle como langostas en multitud, y sus camellos eran innumerables como la arena que está a la ribera del mar en multitud. Cuando llegó Gedeón, he aquí que un hombre estaba contando a su compañero un sueño, diciendo: He aquí yo soñé un sueño. Veía un pan de cebada que rodaba hasta el campamento de Madián, y llegó a la tienda, y la golpeó de tal manera que cayó, y la trastornó de arriba abajo, y la tienda cayó. Y su compañero respondió y dijo: Esto no es otra cosa sino la espada de Gedeón, hijo de Joás, varón de Israel. Dios ha entregado en sus manos a los madianitas con todo el campamento. Cuando Gedeón oyó el relato del sueño y su interpretación, adoró. Y vuelto al campamento de Israel, dijo: Levantaos, porque Jehová ha entregado el campamento de Madián en vuestras manos. Y repartiendo los 300 hombres en 3 escuadrones, dio a todos ellos trompetas en sus manos y cántaros vacíos con teas ardiendo dentro de los cántaros. Y les dijo: Miradme a mí y haced como hago yo. He aquí que cuando yo llegue al extremo del campamento, haréis vosotros como hago yo. Yo tocaré la trompeta y todos los que estarán conmigo, y vosotros tocaréis entonces las trompetas alrededor de todo el campamento, y diréis: Por Jehová y por Gedeón. Llegaron pues Gedeón y los 100 hombres que llevaba consigo al extremo del campamento, al principio de la guardia de la medianoche, cuando acababan de renovar los centinelas, y tocaron las trompetas y quebraron los cántaros que llevaban en sus manos. Y los 3 escuadrones tocaron las trompetas y quebrando los cántaros tomaron en la mano izquierda las teas y en la derecha las trompetas con que tocaban y gritaron: Por la espada de Jehová y de Gedeón. Y se estuvieron firmes, cada uno en su puesto en derredor del campamento. Entonces todo el ejército echó a correr dando gritos y huyendo. Y los 300 tocaban las trompetas, y Jehová puso la espada de cada uno contra su compañero en todo el campamento. Y el ejército huyó hasta Betzita, en dirección de Serera, y hasta la frontera de Abel-Meola, en Tabat. Y juntándose los de Israel, de Neftalí, de Aser y de todo Manasés, siguieron a los madianitas. Gedeón envió mensajeros por todo el monte de Efraín diciendo: Descended al encuentro de los madianitas y tomad los vados de Betbara y del Jordán antes que ellos lleguen. Y juntos todos los hombres de Efraín tomaron los vados de Betbara y del Jordán y tomaron a 2 príncipes de los madianitas, Oreb y Zeeb. Y mataron a Oreb en la peña de Oreb, y a Zeeb lo mataron en el lagar de Zeeb. Y después que siguieron a los madianitas, trajeron las cabezas de Oreb y de Zeeb a Gedeón al otro lado del Jordán. Gedeón captura a los reyes de Madián. Pero los hombres de Efraín les dijeron: ¿Qué es esto que has hecho con nosotros, no llamándonos cuando ibas a la guerra contra Madián? Y le reconvinieron fuertemente. A los cuales él respondió: ¿Qué he hecho yo ahora comparado con vosotros? ¿No es el rebusco de Efraín mejor que la vendimia de Abiezer? Dios ha entregado en vuestras manos a Oreb y a Zeeb, príncipes de Madián. ¿Y qué he podido yo hacer comparado con vosotros? Entonces el enojo de ellos contra él se aplacó, luego que él habló esta palabra. Y vino Gedeón al Jordán, y pasó él y los 300 hombres que traía consigo, cansados, mas todavía persiguiendo. Y dijo a los de Sucot: yo os ruego que deis a la gente que me sigue algunos bocados de pan, porque están cansados. Y yo persigo a Seba y a Salmuna, reyes de Madián. Y los principales de Sucot respondieron: ¿están ya Seba y Salmuna en tu mano para que demos pan a tu ejército? Y Gedeón dijo: cuando Jehová haya entregado en mi mano a Seba y a Salmuna, yo trillaré vuestra carne con espinos y abrojos del desierto. De ahí subió a Peniel y les dijo las mismas palabras. Y los de Peniel le respondieron como habían respondido los de Sucut. Y él habló también a los de Peniel diciendo: cuando yo vuelva en paz, derribaré esta torre. Y Seba y Salmuna estaban en Carcor, y con ellos su ejército como de 15,000 hombres, todos los que habían quedado de todo el ejército de los hijos del oriente, pues habían caído 120,000 hombres que sacaban espada. Subiendo pues Gedeón por el camino de los que habitaban en tiendas al oriente de Nova y de Jogbea, atacó el campamento, porque el ejército no estaba en guardia. Y huyendo Seba y Salmuna, él los siguió y prendió a los 2 reyes de Madián, Seba y Salmuna, y llenó de espanto a todo el ejército. Entonces Gedeón, hijo de Joás, volvió de la batalla antes que el sol subiese, y tomó a un joven de los hombres de Sucut y le preguntó, y él le dio por escrito los nombres de los principales y de los ancianos de Sucut, 77 varones. Y entrando a los hombres de Sucut, dijo: he aquí Seba y Salmuna, acerca de los cuales me sareísteis, diciendo: ¿están ya en tu mano Seba y Salmuna para que demos nosotros pan a tus hombres cansados? Y tomó a los ancianos de la ciudad y espinos y abrojos del desierto, y castigó con ellos a los de Sucut. Asimismo derribó la torre de Peniel y mató a los de la ciudad. Luego dijo a Seba y a Salmuna: ¿qué aspecto tenían aquellos hombres que matasteis en Tambor? Y ellos respondieron: como tú. Así eran ellos. Cada uno parecía hijo de rey. Y él dijo: mis hermanos eran hijos de mi madre. Vive Jehová, que si les hubierais conservado la vida, yo no os hubiera. Vive Jehová, que si les hubierais conservado la vida, yo no os mataría. Y dijo a Jeter, su primogénito: levántate y mátalos. Pero el joven no desenvainó su espada porque tenía temor, pues era un muchacho. Entonces dijeron Seba y Salmuna: levántate tú y mátanos, porque como es el varón, tal es su valentía. Y Gedeón se levantó y mató a Seba y a Salmuna. Tomó los adornos de lunetas que sus camellos traían al cuello. Y los israelitas dijeron a Gedeón: sé nuestro señor, tú y tu hijo y tu nieto, pues que nos has librado de mano de Madián. Mas Gedeón respondió: no seré señor sobre vosotros, ni mi hijo os señoreará. Jehová señoreará sobre vosotros. Y les dijo Gedeón: quiero hacernos una petición. Y les dijo Gedeón: quiero haceros una petición, que cada uno me dé los zarcillos de su botín, pues traían zarcillos de oro porque eran ismaelitas. Ellos respondieron: de buena gana te los daremos. Y tendiendo un manto echó ahí cada uno los zarcillos de su botín. y fue el peso de los zarcillos de oro que él pidió 1,700 siclos de oro, sin las planchas y joyeles y vestidos de púrpura que traían los reyes de Madián, y sin los collares que traían sus camellos al cuello. Y Gedeón hizo de ellos un éfod, el cual hizo guardar en su ciudad de Ofra, y todo Israel se prostituyó tras de ese éfod en aquel lugar, y fue tropezadero a Gedeón y a su casa. Así fue subyugado Madián delante de los hijos de Israel, y nunca más volvió a levantar cabeza. Y reposó la tierra 40 años en los días de Gedeón. Luego, Jerobbaal, hijo de Joás, fue y habitó en su casa. Y tuvo Gedeón 70 hijos que constituyeron su descendencia, porque tuvo muchas mujeres. También su concubina, que estaba en Siquem, le dio un hijo y le puso por nombre Abimelech. Y murió Gedeón, hijo de Joás, en buena vejez, y fue sepultado en el sepulcro de su padre Joás, en Ofra de los Abesiaritas. Pero aconteció que cuando murió Gedeón, los hijos de Israel volvieron a prostituirse yendo tras los Baales, y escogieron por Dios a Balberita. Y no se acordaron los hijos de Israel de Jehová su Dios, Y no se acordaron los hijos de Israel de Jehová su Dios, que los había librado de todos sus enemigos en derredor, ni se mostraron agradecidos con la casa de Jerobbaal, el cual es Gedeón, conforme a todo el bien que él había hecho a Israel. Bendiciones.
My name is Del Hirschberger, and I'm going to be reading Judges 9, verses 1 through 57. Abimelech, Jerubbaал's son, went to his mother's brothers in Shechem. He spoke to them and to the entire clan of the household to which his mother belonged. Ask all the leaders of Shechem, which do you think is better to have ruling over you? 70 men, all of Jerubbaal's sons, or 1 man? And remember that I'm your flesh and blood. So his mother's brothers spoke all these words on his behalf to all the leaders of Shechem. They decided to follow Abimelech because they said, he's our relative. They gave him 70 pieces of silver from the temple of Baal Berith, with which Abimelech hired worthless and reckless men who became his posse. He went to his household in Ophrah and killed all the 70 of his brothers, Jerubbaal's sons, on a single stone. Only Jotham, the youngest of Jerubbaal's sons, survived because he had hidden himself. Then all the leaders of Shechem and all Beth Millo assembled and proceeded to make Abimelech king by the oak at the stone pillar in Shechem. When Jotham was told about this, he went and stood on the top of Mount Gerizim. He raised his voice and called out, "Listen to me, you leaders of Shechem, so that God may listen to you." Once the trees went out to anoint a king over themselves. So they said to the olive tree, "Hey, be our king." But the olive tree replied to them, "Should I stop producing my oil, which is how gods and humans are honored, so that I can sway over the trees?" So the trees said to the fig tree, "You come and be king over us." The fig tree replied to them, "Should I stop producing my sweetness and my delicious fruit so that I can go sway over the trees?" Then the trees said to the vine, "You come and be king over us." But the vine replied to them, "Should I stop providing my wine that makes gods and humans happy so that I could go to sway over the trees?" Finally, all the trees said to the thorn bush, "You come and be king over us." And the thorn bush replied to the trees, "If you're acting faithfully in anointing me king over you, come and take shelter in my shade." But if not, let fire come out of the thorn bush and burn up the cedars of Lebanon. So now, if you've acted faithfully and innocently when you made Abimelech king, and if you've done right by Jerubbaal and his household, and have treated him as his actions deserve, my father fought for you and risked his life to rescue you from Midian's power. But today you've risen up against my father's household, killed his 70 sons on a single stone, and made Abimelech, his female servant's son, king over the leaders of Shechem because he's your relative. So if you've acted faithfully and innocently toward Jerubbaal and his household today, then be happy with Abimelech and let him be happy with you. But if not, let fire come out from Abimelech and burn up the leaders of Shechem and Beth Millo, and let fire come out of the leaders of Shechem and Beth Millo and burn up Abimelech. Then Jotham ran away. He fled to Beer and stayed there for fear of his brother Abimelech. Abimelech ruled over Israel for 3 years. Then God stirred up ill will between Abimelech and the leaders of Shechem, and they acted like traitors toward Abimelech. This occurred because of the violence done to Jerubbaal's 70 sons. Their blood came back on their brother Abimelech, who killed them, and on the leaders of Shechem, who supported him when he killed his brothers. As an act against him, the leaders of Shechem set ambushes on the hilltops that robbed everyone who passed them by on the road. This was reported to Abimelech. Then Gaal, Ebed's son, and his relatives came passing through Shechem, and the leaders of Shechem shifted their allegiance to him. They went out into the field, cut off clusters from their vineyards, trampled them out, and had a celebration. They entered their God's temple and ate, drank, and made fun of Abimelech. Gaal, Ebed's son, said, "Who is Abimelech, and who are we of Shechem, that we ought to serve him? Didn't the son of Jerubbaal and his deputy Zabal once serve the men of Hamor, Shechem's father? Why should we of all people serve him? If only this people were under my command, I would push Abimelech aside. I would tell Abimelech, build up your army and march out for battle." When Zebul, the city's ruler, heard the words of Gaal, Ebed's son, he became angry. He sent messengers to Abimelech at Arumah to say, "Watch out, Gaal, Ebed's son, and his relatives have come to Shechem and are stirring up the city against you. Now you and the men who are with you get up tonight and set an ambush in the fields. Then in the morning at sunrise, rise early and rush on the city, just as he and the men with him are marching out to face you. You can do to him whatever you wish." So Abimelech and all the men who were with him got up that night and set an ambush around Shechem in 4 companies. When Gaal, Ebed's son, came out and stood in the entrance of the city's gate, Abimelech and the men with him sprang up from the ambush. Gaal saw the men and said to Zebul, "Look, people are coming down from the hilltops." Zebul replied to him, "The shadows on the hills just look like persons to you." But Gaal spoke up again, "Look, people are coming down from Tabor Erez, and one company is coming in the direction of Elon Meonanim." Then Zebul replied to him, "Where's all your talk now, you who said, 'Who is Abimelech, that we ought to serve him?' Aren't these the men you despised? Now march out and fight them." So Gaal marched out at the head of the leaders of Shechem and fought with Abimelech. Abimelech routed him, and he ran away. Many fell wounded, all the way up to the entrance of the gate. Afterward, Abimelech stayed in Arumah, and Zebul drove away Gaal and his relatives so that they couldn't stay in Shechem. The next day, the men of Shechem went out into the fields. When it was reported to Abimelech, He took his men, divided them into 3 companies, and set an ambush in the fields. As soon as he saw the men coming from the city, he sprang upon them and attacked them. Abimelech and his company charged forward and took a position at the entrance of the city's gate, while the other 2 companies charged at all of those in the fields and attacked them. Abimelech fought against the city that entire day. He captured the city and killed its people. Then he leveled the city and scattered salt all over it. When all the leaders in the Tower of Shechem heard about this, they entered the side rooms in the Albereth temple. It was reported to Abimelech that all the leaders from the Tower of Shechem had gathered in one place. So Abimelech and all the men who were with him went up on the Mount Zalmon. He grabbed an axe, cut off a bundle of branches, and hoisted them onto his shoulder. Then he ordered the men who were with him, "Hurry up and do what you've seen me do." Each one of the men cut off a bundle as well and followed Abimelech. They piled them up against the side rooms and set fire to the side rooms above them. So all the people in the Tower of Shechem died too, about 1,000 men and women. Then Abimelech moved on to Thebez, set up a camp against it, and captured it. But there was a strong tower inside the city. All the men and women and all the city's leaders had fled there, shut themselves inside, and climbed to the tower's roof. Abimelech came to the tower to storm it. But when he approached the tower's entrance to set it on fire, a woman dropped an upper millstone on Abimelech's head and cracked his skull. He quickly cried out to his servant who carried his armor, "Draw your sword and kill me. Don't let it be said of me, 'A woman killed him.'" So his servant stabbed him and he died. When the Israelites saw that Abimelech was dead, they all went home. Thus God paid back Abimelech for the evil he had done to his father by killing his 70 brothers. God also paid back the people of Shechem for their evil. The curse of Jotham, Jerubbaал's son, had come upon them.
This is Anna Sawatsky, and I'm reading Judges chapters 10 and 11. After Abimelech, Tola, son of Puah and grandson of Dodo, a man of Issachar, arose to rescue Israel. He lived in Shamir in the Ephraim highlands. For 23 years he led Israel, then he died and was buried in Shamir. After Tola, Jair from Gilead arose, and he led Israel for 22 years. He had 30 sons who were mounted on 30 donkeys and controlled 30 towns in the land of Gilead. These are still known as Havoth Jair today. When Jair died, he was buried in Kaman. Then the Israelites again did things that the Lord saw as evil. They served the Baals and the Astartes, as well as the gods of Aram, Sidon, Moab, the Ammonites, and the Philistines. They went away from the Lord and didn't serve him. The Lord became angry with Israel and handed them over to the Philistines and the Ammonites. Starting that year and for the next 18 years, they beat and bullied the Israelites, especially all the Israelites who lived on the east side of Jordan, in the territory of the Ammonites in Gilead. The Ammonites also crossed the Jordan to make raids into Judah, Benjamin, and the households of Ephraim. So Israel was greatly distressed. Then the Israelites cried out to the Lord, "We've sinned against you, for we went away from our God and served the Baals." The Lord replied to the Israelites, "When the Egyptians, Amorites, Ammonites, Philistines, Sidonians, Amalekites, and Maonites oppressed you, and you cried out to me, didn't I rescue you from their power? But you have gone away from me and served other gods, so I won't rescue you anymore. Go cry out to the gods you've chosen. Let them rescue you in the time of your distress." The Israelites responded to the Lord, "We've sinned. Do to us whatever you see as right, but please save us this time." They put away the foreign gods from among them and served the Lord, and the Lord could no longer stand to see Israel suffer. The Ammonites called out their army and made camp in Gilead, while the Israelites gathered and set up their camp at Mizpah. Gilead's rulers said to each other, Whoever is willing to launch the attack against the Ammonites will become the leader over all those living in Gilead. Now Jephthah, the Gileadite, was a mighty warrior. Gilead was his father, but he was a prostitute's son. Gilead's wife gave birth to other sons for him, and when his wife's sons grew up, they drove Jephthah away. They told him, "You won't get an inheritance in our father's household because you're a different woman's son." So Jephthah ran away from his brothers and lived in the land of Tob. Worthless men gathered around Jephthah and became his posse. Sometime afterward, the Ammonites made war against Israel. And when the Ammonites attacked Israel, Gilead's elders went to bring Jephthah back from the land of Tob. They said to him, "Come, be our commander so we can fight against the Ammonites." But Jephthah replied to Gilead's elders, "Aren't you the ones who hated me and drove me away from my father's household? Why are you coming to me now when you're in trouble?" Gilead's elders answered Jephthah, "That may be, but now we're turning back to you, so come with us and fight the Ammonites. Then you'll become the leader over us and everyone who lives in Gilead." And Jephthah said to Gilead's elders, "If you bring me back to fight the Ammonites and the Lord gives them over to me, I alone will be your leader." Gilead's elders replied to him, "The Lord is our witness. We will surely do what you've said." So Jephthah went with Gilead's elders, and the people made him leader and commander over them. At Mizpah before the Lord, Jephthah repeated everything he had said. Then Jephthah sent messengers to the Ammonite king, saying, "What is the problem between us that you've come against me to make war in my land?" The Ammonite king responded to Jephthah's messengers, "When the Israelites were coming up from Egypt, they seized my land from the Arnon to the Jabbok and all the way to the Jordan. Now give it back peacefully." Then Jephthah again sent messengers to the Ammonite king and said to him, "Jephthah states, Israel didn't seize the land of the Moabites or the land of the Ammonites. When they were coming up from Egypt, the Israelites went through the desert to the Reed Sea and came to Kadesh. Then the Israelites sent messengers to the king of Edom, saying, 'Please allow us to pass through your land.' But the Edomite king refused. They sent the same request to the king of Moab, and he was unwilling. So the Israelites stayed at Kadesh. Later they journeyed into the desert, but went around the lands of Edom and Moab, arriving on the east side of the land of Moab and setting up camp on the other side of the Arnon. They never entered Moabite territory because the Arnon was the boundary of Moab. Then the Israelites sent messengers to Sihon, king of the Amorites and king of Heshbon, and said to him, "Please allow us to pass through your land to our own place." Yet Sihon didn't trust the Israelites to pass through his territory. He assembled his entire army, set up camp at Jahaz, and went to war with the Israelites. The Lord, Israel's God, handed over Sihon and his entire army to the Israelites, and they defeated Sihon. So the Israelites took possession of all the land of the Amorites who were living in that area. They took possession of all the Amorite territory from the Arnon to the Jabbok and from the desert to the Jordan. So now that the Lord, Israel's God, has driven out the Amorites before his people Israel, will you take possession of their land? Shouldn't you possess what Shamash, your God, has given you to possess? And shouldn't we possess everything that the Lord our God has given us to possess? Do you now have a better case than Moab's king Balak, Zippor's son? Did he make an accusation against the Israelites or go to war with them? Why didn't you take back this territory while the Israelites lived in Heshbon and its villages, in Aroer and its villages, and in all the towns along the branches of the Arnon for 300 years? I haven't sinned against you, but you're doing me wrong by making war against me. Let Lord, who is the judge, decide today between the Israelites and the Ammonites." But the Ammonite king refused to listen to the message that Jephthah sent to him. Then the Lord's Spirit came on Jephthah. He passed through Gilead and Manasseh, then through Mizpah and Gilead, and from there he crossed over to the Ammonites. Jephthah made a solemn promise to the Lord, "If you will decisively hand over the Ammonites to me, then whatever comes out the doors of my house to meet me when I return victorious from the Ammonites will be given over to the Lord. I will sacrifice it as an entirely burned offering." Jephthah crossed over to fight the Ammonites, and the Lord handed them over to him. It was an exceptionally great defeat. He defeated 20 towns from Aroer to the area of Minnith and as far as Abel Keramim. So the Ammonites were brought down before the Israelites. But when Jephthah came to his house in Mizpah, it was his daughter who came out to meet him with tambourines and dancing. She was an only child. He had no other son or daughter except her. When he saw her, he tore his clothes and said, "Oh no, my daughter, you have brought me to my knees. You are my agony. For I opened my mouth to the Lord, and I can't take it back." But she replied to him, "My father, you've opened your mouth to the Lord, so you should do to me just what you've promised. After all, the Lord has carried out just punishment for you on your enemies, the Ammonites." Then she said to her father, "Let this one thing be done for me. Hold off for 2 months, and let me and my friends wander the hills in sadness, crying over the fact that I never had children." "Go," he responded, and he sent her away for 2 months. She and her friends walked on the hills and cried because she would never have children. When 2 months had passed, she returned to her father, and he did to her what he had promised. She had not known a man intimately, but she gave rise to a tradition in Israel where for 4 days every year Israelite daughters would go away to recount the story of the Gileadite, Jephthah's daughter.
This is John Roth from Goshen, Indiana. I'll be reading from Judges chapters 12 and 13. The Ephraimites were called up for battle and crossed over to Zaphon. They said to Jephthah, "Why did you cross over to fight the Ammonites and not call us to go with you? We're going to burn down your house over you." Jephthah replied to them, "My people and I were in a great conflict with the Ammonites, but when I cried out to you, you didn't rescue me from their power. When I saw that you weren't going to rescue me, I risked my own life and crossed over against the Ammonites, and the Lord handed them over to me. So why have you marched against me today to fight me?" So Jephthah gathered all the men of Gilead and fought the Ephraimites. The Gileadites defeated the Ephraimites because they had said, "You are fugitives from Ephraim. Gilead stands within Ephraim and Manasseh." The Gileadites took control of the Jordan's crossing points into Ephraim. Whenever one of the Ephraimite fugitives said, "Let me cross," the Gileadites would ask him, "Are you an Ephraimite?" And if he said no, they would tell him, "Then say Shibboleth." But he would say Sibboleth because he couldn't pronounce it correctly. So they would seize him and kill him at the Jordan's crossing point. 42,000 of the Ephraimites fell at that time. Jephthah led Israel for 6 years. Then Jephthah the Gileadite died and was buried in one of the towns in Gilead. After Jephthah, Ibzan from Bethlehem led Israel. He had 30 sons and 30 daughters. He married his 30 daughters to those outside his clan and brought in 30 young women from outside for his sons. He led Israel for 7 years. Then Ibzan died and was buried in Bethlehem. After Ibzan, Elon from Zebulun led Israel. He did so for 10 years. Then Elon the Zebulunite died and was buried in Ajalon in the land of Zebulun. After Elon, Abdon, Hillel's son from Pirathon, led Israel. He had 40 sons and 30 grandsons mounted on 70 donkeys. He led Israel for 8 years. Then Abdon, Hillel's son from Pirathon, died and was buried in Pirathon in the land of Ephraim, in the Amalekite highlands. Chapter 13. The Israelites again did things that the Lord saw as evil, and he handed them over to the Philistines for 40 years. Now there was a certain man from Zorah, from the Danite clan, whose name was Manoah. His wife was unable to become pregnant and had not given birth to any children. The Lord's messenger appeared to the woman and said to her, "Even though you've been unable to become pregnant and haven't given birth, you are now pregnant and will give birth to a son. Now be careful not to drink wine or brandy or to eat anything that is ritually unclean, because you are pregnant and will give birth to a son. Don't allow a razor to shave his head, because the boy is going to be a Nazirite for God from birth. He'll be the one who begins Israel's rescue from the power of the Philistines." Then the woman went and told her husband, "A man of God came to me, and he looked like God's messenger, very scary. I didn't ask him where he was from, and he didn't tell me his name. He said to me, 'You're pregnant and will give birth to a son, so don't drink wine or brandy or eat anything that is ritually unclean, because the boy is going to be a Nazirite for God from birth until the day he dies.' Manoah asked the Lord, 'Please, my Lord,' he said, 'let the man of God whom you sent come back to us once more, so he can teach us how we should treat the boy who is to be born.' God listened to Manoah, and God's messenger came once more to the woman. She was sitting in the field, but her husband Manoah wasn't with her. So the woman hurriedly ran and informed her husband. She said to him, 'The man who came to me the other day has just appeared to me.' Manoah got up and followed his wife. He came to the man and said to him, 'Are you the man who spoke to this woman?' 'I am,' he replied. Manoah said, 'Now, when your words come true, what should be the rules for the boy, and how should he act?' The Lord's messenger answered Manoah, 'The woman should be careful to do everything that I told her. She must not consume anything that comes from the grapevine, drink wine or brandy, or eat anything that is ritually unclean. She must be careful to do everything I have commanded her.' Manoah said to the Lord's messenger, 'Please let us persuade you to stay so that we can prepare a young goat for you.' But the Lord's messenger replied to Manoah, 'If you persuaded me to stay, I wouldn't eat your food. If you prepare an entirely burned offering, offer it to the Lord.' Indeed, Manoah didn't know he was the Lord's messenger. Manoah said to the Lord's messenger, 'What's your name, so that we may honor you when your words come true?' The Lord's messenger responded to him, 'Why do you ask my name? You couldn't understand it.' So Manoah took a young goat and a grain offering and offered them on a rock to the Lord. While Manoah and his wife were looking, an amazing thing happened. As the flame from the altar went up to the sky, the Lord's messenger went up in the altar's flame. When Manoah and his wife saw this, they fell face down on the ground. The Lord's messenger didn't reappear to Manoah or his wife, and Manoah then realized that it had been the Lord's messenger. Manoah said to his wife, 'We are certainly going to die because we have seen God.' But his wife replied to him, 'If the Lord wanted to kill us, he wouldn't have accepted the entirely burned offering and grain offering from our hands. He wouldn't have shown us all those things or told us all of this now.' The woman gave birth to a son and named him Samson. The boy grew up, and the Lord blessed him. The Lord's Spirit began to move on him when he was in Mahanadan, between Zorah and Eshtaol. John Roth, reading Judges 14 and 15. Samson traveled down to Timnah. While he was in Timnah, a Philistine woman caught his eye. He went back home and told his father and mother, 'A Philistine woman in Timnah caught my eye. Now get her for me as a wife.' But his father and mother replied to him, 'Is there no woman among your own relatives or among all our people that you have to go and get a wife from the uncircumcised Philistines?' Yet Solomon said to his father, 'Get her for me, because she's the one I want.' His father and mother didn't know that the Lord was behind this. He was looking for an opening with the Philistines because they were ruling over Israel at the time. Then Samson traveled down to Timnah with his father and mother. When he came to the vineyards in Timnah, suddenly a lone young lion came roaring to meet him. the Lord's Spirit rushed over him, and he tore the lion apart with his bare hands, as one might tear apart a young goat. But he didn't tell his father or mother what he had done. Then he traveled down and talked with the woman. She was the one that Samson wanted. After a while, he came back again to marry her. He turned aside to look at the lion's remains, and there was a swarm of bees with honey inside the lion's skeleton. He scooped the honey into his hands, eating it as he continued along. When he got to his father and mother, he gave some to them, and they ate it too. But he didn't tell them that he had scooped the honey from the lion's skeleton. His father traveled down to the woman, and Samson put on a feast there, as was the custom for the young men. When the townspeople saw him, they selected 30 companions to be with him. Then Samson said to them, "Let me tell you a riddle. If you can figure it out and tell me the answer within the 7 days of the feast, I'll give you 30 linen robes and 30 sets of clothes. But if you can't tell me the answer, then it's you who have to give me 30 linen robes and 30 sets of clothes." They replied to him, "Tell your riddle. Let's hear it." He said to them, "Out of the eater there came something to eat. Out of the strong there came something sweet." For 3 days they couldn't tell the answer to the riddle. On the 4th day they said to Samson's wife, "Seduce your husband so he'll tell us the answer to the riddle, or else we'll set fire to you and your household. Were we invited here just to become poor?" So Samson's wife cried on his shoulder and said, "You hate me. You don't love me. You told a riddle to my people, but you didn't tell me the answer." He replied to her, "Look, I haven't even told the answer to my father and mother. Why should I tell it to you?" But she cried on his shoulder for the 7 days of the feast. Finally, on the 7th day, he told her the answer, for she had nagged him, and she told her people the answer to the riddle. So on the 7th day, before the sun set, the townspeople said to him, "What is sweeter than honey? What's stronger than a lion?" He replied to them, "If you hadn't plowed with my heifer, you wouldn't have figured out my riddle." Then the Lord's Spirit rushed over him, and he went down to Ashkelon. He killed 30 of their men, stripped them of their gear, and gave the sets of clothes to the ones who had told the answer to the riddle. In anger, he went back up to his father's household, and Samson's wife married one of those who had been his companions. Chapter 15. Later on, at the time of the wheat harvest, Samson went to visit his wife, bringing along a young goat. He said, "Let me go into my wife's bedroom." But her father wouldn't allow him to go in. Her father said, "I was so sure that you had completely rejected her that I gave her in marriage to one of your companions. Don't you think her younger sister is even better? Let her be your wife instead." Samson replied, "No one can blame me now for being ready to bring down trouble on the Philistines." Then Samson went and caught 300 foxes. He took torches. He turned the foxes tail to tail and put a torch between each pair of tails. He lit the torches and released the foxes into the Philistines' grain fields. So he burned the stacked grain, standing grain, vineyards, and olive orchards. The Philistines inquired, "Who did this?" So it was reported, "Samson, the Timnite's son-in-law, did it because his father-in-law gave his wife in marriage to one of his companions." So the Philistines went up and burned her and the father to death. Samson then responded to them, "If this is how you act, then I won't stop until I get revenge on you." He struck them hard, taking their legs right out from under them. Then he traveled down and stayed in a cave in the rock at Etam. The Philistines marched up and made camp in Judah and released their forces on Lehi. The people of Judah asked, "Why have you marched up against us?" "We've marched up to take Samson prisoner," they replied, "and to do to him just what he did to us." So 3,000 people from Judah traveled down to the cave in the rock at Etam and said to Samson, "Don't you realize that the Philistines rule over us? What have you done to us?" But he told them, "I did to them just what they did to me." Then the people of Judah said to him, "We've come down to take you prisoner so we can turn you over to the Philistines." Samson responded to them, "Just promise that you won't attack me yourselves." "We won't," they said. "We'll only take you prisoner so we can turn you over to them. We won't kill you." Then they tied him up with 2 new ropes and brought him up from the rock. When Samson arrived at Lehi, the Philistines met him and came out shouting. The Lord's Spirit rushed over him. The ropes on his arms became like burned up linen, and the ties melted right off his hands. He found a donkey's fresh jawbone, picked it up, and used it to attack 1,000 men. Samson said, "With a donkey's jawbone, stacks on stacks. With a donkey's jawbone, I've killed 1,000 men." When he finished speaking, he tossed away the jawbone. So that place became known as Ramath Lehi. Now Samson was very thirsty. So he called out to the Lord, "You are the one who allowed this great victory to be accomplished by your servant's hands. Am I now going to die of thirst and fall into the hands of the uncircumcised?" So God split open the hollow rock in Lehi, and water flowed out of it. When Samson drank, his energy returned, and he was recharged. Thus that place is still called by the name En-Hakkore in Lehi today. Samson led Israel for 20 years during the time of the Philistines.
I'm Chris Ruhr. I'm reading Judges 16 and 17. One day, Samson traveled to Gaza. While there, he saw a prostitute and had sex with her. The word spread among the people of Gaza, "Samson has come here." So they circled around and waited in ambush for him all night at the city gate. They kept quiet all night long, thinking, "We'll kill him at the first light in the morning." But Samson slept only half the night. He got up in the middle of the night, grabbed the doors of the city gate and the 2 gateposts, and pulled them up with the bar still across them. He put them on his shoulders and carried them to the top of the hill that is beside Hebron. Sometime after this, in the Sorek Valley, Samson fell in love with a woman whose name was Delilah. The rulers of the Philistines confronted her and said to her, "Seduce him and find out what gives him such great strength, and what we can do to overpower him so that we can tie him up and make him weak. Then we'll each pay you 1,100 pieces of silver." So Delilah said to Samson, "Please tell me what gives you such great strength and how you can be tied up and made weak." Samson replied to her, "If someone ties me up with 7 fresh bowstrings that aren't dried out, I'll become weak. I'll be like any other person." So the rulers of the Philistines brought her 7 fresh bowstrings that weren't dried out, and she tied him up with them. While an ambush was waiting for her signal in the other room, she called out to him, "Samson, the Philistines are on you." And he snapped the bowstrings like a thread of fiber snaps when it touches a flame. So the secret of his strength remained unknown. Then Delilah said to Samson, "You made a fool out of me and lied to me. Now please tell me how you can really be tied up." He replied to her, "If someone ties me up with new ropes that haven't been used for work, I'll become weak. I'll be like any other person." So Delilah took new ropes and tied him up with them. Then he called out to him, "Samson, the Philistines are on you." Once again, an ambush was waiting in an inner room, yet he snapped them from his arms like thread. And Delilah said to Samson, "Up to now you've made a fool out of me and lied to me. Tell me, how can you be tied up?" He responded to her, "If you weave the 7 braids of my hair into the fabric on a loom and pull it tight with a pin, then I'll become weak. I'll be like any other person." So she got him to fall asleep. wove the 7 braids of his hair into the fabric of a loom, and pulled it tight with a pin. Then she called out to him, "Samson, the Philistines are on you." He woke up from his sleep and pulled loose the pin, the loom, and the fabric. Delilah said to him, "How can you say I love you when you won't trust me? 3 times now you've made a fool out of me and not told me what gives you such great strength." She nagged him with her words day after day and begged him until he became worn out to the point of death. So he told her his whole secret. He said to her, "No razor has ever touched my head because I've been a Nazirite for God from the time I was born. If my head is shaved, my strength will leave me and I'll become weak. I'll be like every other person." When Delilah realized that he had told her his whole secret, she sent word to the rulers of the Philistines, "Come one more time, for he has told me his whole secret." The rulers of the Philistines came up to her and brought the silver with them. She got him to fall asleep with his head on her lap. Then she called a man and had him shave off the 7 braids of Samson's hair. He began to weaken, and his strength left him. She called out, "Samson, the Philistines are on you." He woke up from his sleep and thought, "I'll escape just like the other times and shake myself free." But he didn't realize that the Lord had left him. So the Philistines captured him, put out his eyes, and took him down to Gaza. They bound him with bronze chains, and he worked the grinding mill in the prison. But the hair on his head began to grow again right after it had been shaved. The rulers of the Philistines gathered together to make a great sacrifice to their god Dagon and hold a celebration. They cheered, "Our God has handed us Samson, our enemy." When the people saw him, they praised their God, for they said, "Our God has handed us our enemy, the very one who devastated our land and killed so many of our people." At the height of the celebration, they said, "Call for Samson so he can perform for us." So they called Samson from the prison, and he performed in front of them. Then they had him stand between the pillars. Samson said to the young man who led him by the hand, "Put me where I can feel the pillars that hold up the temple so I can lean on them." Now the temple was filled with men and women. All the rulers of the Philistines were there, and about 3,000 more men and women were on the roof watching as Samson performed. Then Samson called out to the Lord, "Lord God, please remember me. Make me strong just this once more, God, so I can have revenge on the Philistines. Just one act of revenge for my 2 eyes." Samson grabbed the 2 central pillars that held up the temple. He leaned against one with his right hand and the other with his left. And Samson said, "Let me die with the Philistines." He strained with all his might, and the temple collapsed on the rulers and all the people who were in it. So it turned out that he killed more people in his death than he did during his life. His brothers and his father's entire household traveled down, carried him back up, and buried him between Zorah and Eshtaol in the tomb of his father Manoah. He led Israel for 20 years. Once there was a man named Micah who lived in the Ephraim highlands. He said to his mother, "The 1,100 pieces of silver that were taken from you led you to declare a curse and even to repeat it when I could hear. I have that silver. I'm the one who took it, and now I'll give it back to you." His mother replied, "May the Lord bless you, my son." When he gave the 1,100 pieces of silver back to his mother, she said, "I wholeheartedly devote this silver to the Lord to be made into a sculpted image and a molded image for my son." So he gave the silver back to his mother, and she took 200 pieces of silver and gave them to a silversmith, who used it for a sculpted image and a molded image. And they were placed in Micah's house. This man Micah had his own sanctuary. He made a priestly vest and divine images and appointed one of his sons to be his personal priest. In those days, there was no king in Israel. Each person did what they thought to be right. Now there was a young man from Bethlehem in Judah, from the area of the Judahite clan. He was a Levite residing there as an immigrant. The man left the town of Bethlehem in Judah to settle as an immigrant wherever he could find a place. He came to Micah's house in the Ephraim highlands while he was making his way. "Where are you from?" Micah asked him. He replied, "I'm a Levite from Bethlehem in Judah, and I'm looking to settle as an immigrant anywhere I can find a place." So Micah said to him, "Stay with me and be a father and priest to me, and I'll give you 10 pieces of silver a year, a set of clothes, and your basic needs." The Levite agreed to stay with him, and the young man became like one of his own sons. Micah appointed the Levite so that the young man became his personal priest and lived in Micah's sanctuary. And Micah said to himself, "Now I know the Lord will give me good things because a Levite has become my priest."
My name is Lee Failer. I'll be reading from Judges 18 through Judges 19. These things happened before kings ruled Israel. About this time, the tribe of Dan was looking for a place to live. The other tribes had land, but the people of Dan did not really have any to call their own. The tribe chose 5 warriors to represent their clans and told them, "Go and find some land where we can live." The warriors left the area of Zorah and Eshtaol and went into the hill country of Ephraim. One night they stayed at Micah's house because they heard the young Levite talking, and they knew from his accent that he was from the south. They asked him, "What are you doing here? Who brought you here?" The Levite replied, "Micah hired me as his priest." Then he told them how Micah had treated him, how well Micah had treated him. "Please talk to God for us," the men said. "Ask God if we will be successful in what we are trying to do." "Don't worry," answered the priest. "The Lord is pleased with what you are doing." The 5 men left and went to the town of Laish, whose people were from Sidon. But Sidon was too far away to protect them. Even though their town had no walls, the people thought they were safe from attack. So they had not asked anyone else for protection, which meant that the tribe of Dan could easily take over Laish. The 5 men went back to Zorah and Eshtaol, where their relatives asked, "Did you find any land?" "Let's go," the 5 men said. "We saw some very good land with enough room for all of us, and it has everything we will ever need. What are you waiting for? Let's attack and take it." "You'll find that the people think they're safe, but God is giving the land to us." 600 men from the tribe of Dan strapped on their weapons and left Zorah and Eshtaol with their families. One night they camped near Kiriath Ir in the territory of Judah, and that's why the place just west of Kiriath Ir is still known as Dan's camp. Then they went into the hill country of Ephraim. When they came close to Micah's house, the 5 men who had been spies asked the other warriors, "Did you know that someone in this village has several idols and a sacred priestly vest? What do you think we should do about it?" The 600 warriors left the road and went to the house on Micah's property, where the young Levite priest lived. They stood at the gate and greeted the priest. Meanwhile, the 5 men who had been there before went into Micah's house and took the sacred priestly vest and the idols. "Hey," the priest shouted, "what do you think you're doing?" "Quiet," the men said. "Keep your mouth shut and listen. Why don't you come with us and be our priest so you can tell us what God wants us to do? You could stay here and be a priest for one man's family, but wouldn't you rather be the priest for a clan or even a whole tribe of Israel?" The priest really liked that idea. So he took the vest and the idols and joined the others from the tribe of Dan. Then they turned and left after putting their children, their cattle, and the rest of their other possessions in front. They had traveled for some time before Micah asked his neighbors to help him get his things back. He and his men caught up with the people of Dan and shouted for them to stop. They turned to face him and asked, "What's wrong? Why did you bring all these men?" Micah answered, "You know what's wrong. You stole the gods I made, and you took my priest. I don't have anything left. We don't want to hear any more of it," the people of Dan said. "And if you make us angry, you'll only get yourself and your family killed." After saying this, they turned and left. Micah realized there was no way he could win a fight with them, and so he went back home. The tribe of Dan took Micah's priest and the things Micah had made and headed for Laish, which was located in a valley controlled by the town of Beth Rehov. Laish was defenseless because it had no walls and was too far from Sidon for the Sidonians to help defend. The leaders of Laish had not even asked nearby towns to help them in case of an attack. The warriors from Dan made a surprise attack on Laish, killing everyone and burning it down. Then they rebuilt the town and settled there themselves. But they named it Dan after one of Israel's sons, who was the ancestor of their tribe. Even though the place of worship was in Shiloh, the people of Dan set up the idol Micah had made. They worshiped the idol, and the Levite was their priest. His name was Jonathan, and he was a descendant of Gershom, the son of Moses. His descendants served as priests for the tribe of Dan until the people of Israel were taken away as prisoners by their enemies. Chapter 19. Before kings ruled Israel, a Levite was living deep in the hill country of the Ephraim tribe. He married a woman from Bethlehem in Judah, but she was unfaithful and went back to live with her family in Bethlehem. 4 months later, her husband decided to try and talk her into coming back. So he went to Bethlehem, taking along a servant and 2 donkeys. He talked with his wife, and she invited him into her family's home. Her father was glad to see him and did not want to leave. So the man stayed 3 days, eating and drinking with his father-in-law. When everyone got up on the 4th day, the Levite started getting ready to go home. But his father-in-law said, "Don't leave until you have a bite to eat. You'll need strength for your journey." The 2 men sat down together and ate a big meal. "Come on," the man's father-in-law said. "Stay tonight and have a good time." The Levite tried to leave, but his father-in-law insisted, and he spent 1 more night there. The 5th day, the man got up early to leave, but his wife's father said, "You need to keep up your strength. Why don't you leave right after lunch?" So the 2 of them started eating. Finally, the Levite got up from the meal, so he and his wife and servant could leave. "Look," his father-in-law said, "it's already late afternoon, and if you leave now, you won't get very far before dark. Stay with us 1 more night and enjoy yourself. Then you can get up early tomorrow morning and start home." But the Levite decided not to spend the night there again. He had the saddles put on his 2 donkeys. Then he and his wife and servant traveled as far as Jebus, which is now called Jerusalem. It was beginning to get dark, and the man's servant said, "Let's stop and spend the night in this town where the Jebusites live." "No," the Levite answered. "They aren't Israelites, and I refuse to spend the night there. We'll stop for the night at Gibeah, or maybe we can even reach Ramah before dark." They walked on and reached Gibeah in the territory of Benjamin just after sunset. They left the road and went into Gibeah. But the Levite couldn't find a house where anyone would let them spend the night, and they sat down in the open area just inside the town gates. Soon an old man came in through the gates on his way home from working in the fields. Most of the people who lived in Gibeah belonged to the tribe of Benjamin, but this man was originally from the hill country of Ephraim. He noticed that the Levite was just in town to spend the night. "Where are you going?" the old man asked. "Where did you come from?" "We've come from Bethlehem in Judah," the Levite answered. "We went there on a visit. Now we're going to the place where the Lord is worshipped. And later we will return to our home in the hill country of Ephraim. But no one here will let us spend the night in their home. We brought food for our donkeys and bread and wine for ourselves, so we don't need anything except a place to sleep." The old man said, "You are welcome to spend the night in my home and to be my guest. But don't stay out here." The old man brought them into his house and fed their donkeys. Then he and his guests washed their feet and began eating and drinking. They were having a good time when some worthless men of that town surrounded the house and started banging on the door and shouting, "A man came to your house tonight. Send him out so we can have sex with him." The old man went outside and said, "My friends, please don't commit such a horrible crime against a man who is a guest in my house. Let me send out my daughter instead. She's a virgin, and I'll even send out the man's wife. You can rape them or do whatever else you want, but please don't do such a horrible thing to this man." The men refused to listen, so the Levite grabbed his wife and shoved her outside. The men raped her and abused her all night long. Finally, they let her go just before sunrise, and it was almost daybreak when she went back to the house where her husband was staying. She collapsed at the door and lay there until sunrise. About that time, her husband woke up and got ready to leave. He opened the door and went outside, where he found his wife lying at the door with her hands on the doorstep. "Get up," he said. "It's time to leave." But his wife didn't move. He lifted her body onto his donkey and left. When he got home, he took a butcher knife and cut her body into 12 pieces. Then he told some messengers, "Take one piece to each tribe of Israel and ask everyone if anything like this has ever happened since Israel left Egypt. Tell them to think about it, talk it over, and tell us what should be done." Everyone who saw a piece of the body said, "This is horrible. Nothing like this has ever happened since the day Israel left Egypt."
My name is Andrew Hudson, and I'll be reading Judges chapter 20. Then all the Israelites from Dan to Beersheba, as well as from the area of Gilead, marched out, and the group assembled as one body in the Lord's presence at Mizpah. The commanders of the people and all the tribes of Israel took their place in the assembly of God's people, 400,000 foot soldiers armed with swords. And the Benjaminites got word that all Israelites had marched up to Mizpah. The Israelites inquired, "Tell us how this evil act happened." So the Levite, the husband of the murdered woman, answered, "My secondary wife and I came to Gibeah of Benjamin to spend the night, and the leading citizens of Gibeah tried to attack me. They surrounded me in the night and kept me in the house and were determined to kill me. They abused my secondary wife until she died. I took her, chopped her up, and sent her pieces into every part of Israel's territory because they had committed a disgraceful act in Israel. All you Israelites, say what you think should be done here and now." At this, all the people stood as one to say, not a single one of us is going home or returning to our house. This is what we're going to do to Gibeah. We'll march up against it, as the lot determines. From all the tribes of Israel, we'll get 10 men for every 100, 100 for every 1,000, 1,000 for every 10,000, to take supplies for the troops who are going to pay back Gibeah for Benjamin for the disgraceful act they've done in Israel. So all the Israelites joined together and were united as one against the city. The Israelite tribes sent men throughout the whole tribe of Benjamin with this message. What about this evil act that has happened among you? Now hand over these perverse men in Gibeah so that we can execute them and remove the evil from Israel. But the Benjaminites refused to comply with the demand of their own relatives, the Israelites. Instead, the Benjaminites from all the cities came together at Gibeah to march out for battle against the Israelites. On that day, the Benjaminites came up from their cities, 26,000 men armed with swords, not counting those who lived in Gibeah. Out of this entire army, 700 specially chosen men were left-handed, and every one of them could sling a stone at a hair and not miss. Not counting Benjamin, the Israelites called up 400,000 armed men with swords, and every one of them was a trained warrior. Then the Israelites marched up to Bethel to ask for directions from God. They inquired, who should go up first to fight against the Benjaminites for us? And the Lord said, let the tribe of Judah be first. So the next morning the Israelites got up and camped near Gibeah. They marched out to fight against the Benjaminites, lining up in battle formation against them at Gibeah. But the Benjaminites came out from Gibeah and cut down 22,000 Israelite men that day. So the Israelites went back up and wept before the Lord until evening. They asked the Lord, should we move in against them to fight our relatives, the Benjaminites? And the Lord replied, march out against them. The Israelite troops regrouped and lined up in battle formation again in the same place they had lined up the first day. The Israelites moved in against the Benjaminites the second day, but the Benjaminites marched out of Gibeah to meet them on that second day and cut down another 18,000 Israelite men, all of whom were armed with swords. Then all of the Israelite troops went back up to Bethel and wept, just sitting there in the Lord's presence. They fasted that whole day until evening. Then they offered entirely burnt offerings as well and well-being sacrifices to the Lord. Now in those days, the chest containing God's covenant was there, and Phinehas, Eleazar's son and Aaron's grandson, was in charge of ministering before it. The Israelites asked the Lord, should we march out once more to fight our relatives, the Benjaminites, or should we give up? And the Lord replied, march up, for I'll hand them to you in the morning. So the Israelites set ambushes around Gibeah. 3 days later, the Israelites marched out against the Benjaminites. They lined up for battle against Gibeah as before. When the Benjaminites came out to meet them, they were drawn away from the city. They began to strike down some of the troops just like the last time, about 30 Israelites, along the main roads, one of which goes up to Bethel and one to Gibeah, as well as in the open fields. The Benjaminites thought, they're being wiped out before us just like the other time. But the Israelites had planned, we'll retreat and draw them away from the city toward the main roads. The Israelites moved from their position and reformed their battle lines at Baal Tamar. Then the Israelites who had been set in ambush charged out from their positions west of Gibeah. 10,000 specially chosen men from all the Israelites came against Gibeah. The fighting was fierce, and the Benjaminites didn't realize that disaster was almost on them. The Lord wiped out the Benjaminites before Israel. The Israelites slaughtered 25,100 Benjaminites that day, all of them men armed with swords. Then the Benjaminites saw that they had been defeated. The Israelites had given ground to the Benjaminites because they relied on the ambush that they had set around Gibeah. Indeed, those in the ambush had dashed swiftly into Gibeah and killed all the people in the city with their swords. The plan between the main force of the Israelites and those in the ambush was that when they sent up a big cloud of smoke from the city, the Israelites would turn around in battle. The Benjaminites had begun to defeat some of the Israelites and had killed about 30 men, thinking they are definitely going to be wiped out before us, as in the first battle. But then the column of smoke began to rise from the city. When the Benjaminites looked back, there was the entire city going up in smoke to the sky. The main force of the Israelites turned around, and the Benjaminites lost heart because they recognized that disaster had fallen on them. They turned back before the Israelites in the direction of the desert, but the fighting caught up with them, and those from the towns were slaughtering them there. They encircled the Benjaminites, chased them from Noha, and trampled them in the east of Gibeah. 18,000 Benjaminites fell, all of whom were strong warriors. When they turned back and fled toward the desert to the rock of Rimmon, the Israelites picked off another 5,000 men on the main road. And when they caught up with them at Gittim, they struck down 2,000 more. All in all, the total number of Benjaminites who fell that day was 25,000 men, all of whom were armed with swords and were strong warriors. 600 men turned back and fled toward the desert to the rock of Rimmon. They stayed at the rock of Rimmon for 4 months, but the Israelites turned their attention to the rest of the Benjaminites and massacred them entirely. The city, the people, even the animals, and everything else they found. They also burned down every city they came across.
My name is José Reis. I'm going to read Judges 21 and Ruth 1 in Portuguese. Os israelitas tinham prometido em Mispá nunca mais deixar as suas filhas casar com homens da tribo de Benjamim. O povo de Israel reuniu-se depois em Betel, diante de Deus, chorando amargamente até à noite. Ó Senhor, Deus de Israel, clamavam eles, por que é que isto teve de acontecer, que agora falte uma das nossas tribos? Na manhã seguinte, levantaram-se cedo, constituíram um altar e ofereceram holocaustos e ofertas de paz sobre ele. Então ocorreu-lhes o seguinte: houve alguma tribo que não se tivesse feito representar. Quando nos reunimos perante o Senhor em Mispá, nessa altura tinham feito um juramento que se alguém se recusasse a vir, deveriam morrer. Levantou-se, pois, entre todos uma profunda tristeza pela perda de Benjamim, a tribo irmã. Israel perdeu uma parte de si mesmo, diziam, perdemos todos uma tribo do nosso povo. E agora como vamos arranjar mulheres para os poucos que restam? Visto que juramos na presença do Senhor que não lhes daríamos as nossas filhas. E tornaram a refletir com respeito àquele juramento que tinham feito de matar os que se tivessem recusado a apresentar-se em Mispá, acabando por constatar que ninguém de Jabes-Gileade viera. Mandaram então 12.000 dos seus melhores soldados para destruir o povo naquela localidade, mataram os homens todos, as mulheres casadas e ainda as crianças. Contudo, pouparam as virgens em idade de casar. Destas contaram-se 400, que foram trazidas ao campo de Siló. Israel enviou depois uma delegação de paz ao restante do povo de Benjamim, que estava no rochedo de Rimon. As 400 raparigas foram-lhes dadas e a delegação regressou. No entanto, nem mesmo assim havia raparigas suficientes para todos os benjamitas. Isto aumentava ainda mais a tristeza dos israelitas pelo facto do Senhor, como dizia o povo, ter permitido aquela brecha no conjunto de Israel. O que havemos de fazer para arranjar mulheres para os outros? Logo haviam de ter morrido todas as mulheres de Benjamim, exclamavam os anciãos da Assembleia. Tem de haver uma solução. Se não há uma tribo de Israel, vai ficar perdida para sempre. Em todo o caso, não poderemos dar-lhes as nossas filhas. Jurámos solenemente que qualquer um de vós que tivesse isso seria maldito de Deus. A certa altura, alguém representou uma ideia. Anualmente, há uma festa religiosa nos campos de Siló, entre Lebona e Betel, do lado nascente da estrada que vai de Betel a Siquém. Foram, pois, dizer aos homens de Benjamim que ainda precisavam de mulher. Vão se esconder nessa altura, entre as vinhas. Quando as raparigas de Siló se chegarem para dançar, corram a apanhá-las e levem-nas para as vossas mulheres. Quando os pais e os irmãos vierem protestar, diremos, por favor, sejam compreensivos e deixem-nos ficar com as moças. Sabem bem que não conseguimos achar mulheres suficientes quando fomos destruir Jabes de Gileade. E pela vossa parte também não podiam ter dado as raparigas sem se tornarem culpados. Os tais homens de Benjamim fizeram isso, raptaram as moças que participavam na celebração religiosa e levaram-nas consigo. Reconstruíram as povoações e continuaram a viver ali. Assim, o povo de Israel regressou, cada qual às suas terras. Não havia rei em Israel naquela altura e cada um fazia o que lhe parecia melhor. No tempo em que os juízes governavam o povo de Israel, houve um homem efrateu de Belém, de Judá, chamado Elimelec, que deixou a sua terra, pois havia muita fome e emigrou para Moabe. Acompanharam-no a mulher Noemi e os dois filhos do casal, Malom e Quiliom. Elimelec faleceu naquela terra e Noemi ficou sozinha com os dois rapazes. Entretanto, estes casaram com duas raparigas de Moabe, Orfa e Ruth. Depois de ali terem vivido cerca de 10 anos, quando Malom como Quiliom morreram e Noemi viu-se de novo desamparada, sem marido e sem filhos. Por isso decidiu regressar a Israel na companhia das noras, pois tinha ouvido que o Senhor abençoara o seu povo, dando-lhes novamente boas colheitas. Na companhia das duas noras, deixou o lugar onde tinham estado a viver e tomaram o caminho que as conduziria de volta a Judá. Já a caminho, resolveu dizer às noras, não preferem antes voltar para as vossas famílias em vez de me acompanharem? Se o fizerem, que o Senhor vos recompense de vossa bondade com que trataram os vossos falecidos maridos e a mim mesma. Que ele vos abençoe, preparando-vos outro casamento feliz. E abraçou-as e beijou-as, e todas choraram de emoção. Não, disseram as moças, nós vamos viver contigo, junto do teu povo. Porém, Noemi insistiu, fariam melhor em voltar para o vosso povo. Sabem bem que já não há hipótese de eu ir ter com os filhos que crescessem e casassem convosco. Não, minhas filhas, voltem para as vossas casas, porque já não tenho idade para tornar a casar. E mesmo que isso acontecesse e que esta mesma noite eu concebesse e viesse a ter filhos, iriam esperar tanto tempo até que eles fossem crescidos? Não, com certeza que não. Oh, como eu lamento que o Senhor me tenha castigado assim. A minha amargura é maior do que a vossa. E estiveram a chorar algum tempo até que Orfa, abraçando-se à sogra, decidiu dizer-lhe adeus e regressar à casa paterna. No entanto, Ruth foi inflexível e quis ficar com Noemi. Vê, disse-lhe Noemi, a tua cunhada já se foi embora para junto da sua família e dos seus deuses, faz tu também o mesmo. Mas Ruth respondeu, não me forces a deixar-te, porque eu irei para onde tu fores. Onde passares a viver, aí eu também viverei. O teu povo é o meu povo, e o teu Deus é o meu Deus. Quero viver até morrer onde tu morreres e ficar ali sepultada. Que o Senhor me castigue e faça aquilo que quiser, se houver alguma coisa a não ser a morte que nos separe. Quando Noemi viu que Ruth tinha tomado uma decisão firme e que nada a podia demover, não insistiu mais. Então ambas vieram para Belém. A povoação inteira comoveu-se à sua chegada. Mas é mesmo Noemi? Perguntavam as mulheres. Ela respondia: não me chamem mais Noemi, agradável, mas sim Mara, amargurada, porque o Todo-Poderoso me tem afligido muito. Parti cheia e regresso vazia, porque haviam de chamar-me Noemi, quando o Senhor parece ter-se desviado de mim e me trouxe tamanha calamidade. O regresso delas a Belém, vindas de Moab, deu-se do princípio da colheita da cevada.
Bonjour, je suis Thierry Herrisman et je vais vous lire les passages du livre de Ruth au chapitre 2, 3 et 4. Noémie avait un parent, du côté de son mari, un homme riche et puissant de la famille d'Élimélec, nommé Bouz. Ruth la Moabite dit à Noémie: permets-moi d'aller au champ ramasser des épis laissés par les moissonneurs. J'irai derrière celui qui m'accueillera aimablement. Noémie lui répondit: va, ma fille. Ruth partit donc et se mit à glaner dans les champs derrière les moissonneurs. Il arriva, par hasard, qu'elle se trouvait dans un champ appartenant à Boz, ce parent d'Élimélec. Un peu plus tard, Boz lui-même vint de Bethléem et salua les moissonneurs en leur disant: que l'Éternel soit avec vous. Ils lui répondirent: que l'Éternel te bénisse. Boz demanda au serviteur, qui était responsable des moissonneurs: à qui est cette jeune femme? Le responsable des moissonneurs lui répondit: c'est la jeune Moabite qui est revenue avec Noémie des plaines de Moab. Elle nous a demandé la permission de glaner les épis entre les gerbes derrière les moissonneurs. Elle est venue ce matin, et depuis elle a été à pied d'œuvre jusqu'à maintenant, et s'est à peine reposée un instant. Bouz dit à Ruth: écoute bien, ma fille, ne va pas glaner dans un autre champ. Reste ici et suis mes servantes. Regarde bien où mes hommes moissonneront, et suis les femmes qui ramassent les épis. J'ai interdit à mes serviteurs de t'ennuyer, et si tu as soif, va boire aux cruches qu'ils ont remplies. Ruth s'inclina jusqu'à terre, se prosterna, et lui dit: pourquoi m'accueilles-tu avec tant de faveur, et t'intéresses-tu à moi, qui ne suis qu'une étrangère? Bose lui répondit: on m'a bien raconté tout ce que tu as fait pour ta belle-mère après la mort de ton mari. Je sais que tu as quitté ton père et ta mère et ton pays natal pour venir vivre chez un peuple que tu ne connais pas, que tu ne connaissais pas auparavant. Que l'Éternel te récompense pour ce que tu as fait et que le Dieu d'Israël, sous la protection duquel tu es venu t'abriter, t'accorde une pleine récompense. Ruth dit: mon maître, tu m'accueilles avec tant de faveur que j'en suis réconforté. Tes paroles me touchent, moi, ta servante, bien que je ne sois même pas au rang de tes servantes. À l'heure du repas, Bose lui dit: approche-toi et viens prendre un morceau de pain. Trempe-le dans la vinaigrette. Alors elle s'assit à côté des moissonneurs, et Bose lui offrit des épis grillés. Elle en mangea à satiété et garda le reste. Quand elle retourna pour glaner, Bose ordonna à ses serviteurs: permettez-lui aussi de glaner entre les gerbes sans la rabrouer. Laissez même tomber exprès pour elle quelques épis des javelles et abandonnez-les pour qu'elle puisse les ramasser. Et ne lui faites pas de reproches. Ainsi, Ruth glana dans le champ jusqu'au soir, puis elle bâtit ce qu'elle avait ramassé. Il y avait 40 litres d'orge. Elle l'emporta, rentra au village et montra à sa belle-mère ce qu'elle avait ramassé. Elle sortit aussi les épis qui restaient de son repas de midi, après qu'elle se fut rassasiée, et les lui donna. Sa belle-mère lui demanda: mais où as-tu donc glané aujourd'hui? Dans quel champ as-tu travaillé? Que l'Éternel bénisse celui qui a eu pour toi tant d'attention. Alors Ruth raconta à sa belle-mère ce chez qui elle avait travaillé et lui apprit qu'il s'appelait Bose. Noémie dit à sa belle-fille: que l'Éternel te bénisse. L'Éternel n'a cessé d'être bon envers nous, les vivants, comme il a été envers ceux qui sont morts. Puis elle ajouta: cet homme est notre proche parent, l'un de ceux qui ont le devoir de prendre soin de notre lignée. Alors Ruth la Moabite reprit: il m'a même dit: reste avec mes serviteurs jusqu'à ce qu'ils aient fini toute ma moisson. Noémie lui répondit: c'est bien, ma fille, continue d'aller avec ses servantes. Ainsi tu ne risqueras pas de te faire maltraiter dans un autre champ. Ruth resta donc avec les servantes de Bose pour glaner jusqu'à la fin de la moisson des orges, puis de celle des blés, et elle habitait avec sa belle-mère. Noémie, chapitre 3, Noémie, la belle-mère de Ruth, lui dit un jour, Ma fille, je ne veux pas négliger de te chercher une situation qui te rende heureuse. Tu sais que Bose, avec les servantes duquel tu as travaillé, est notre proche parent. Ce soir, il doit vanner l'orge amassée dans l'air. Lave-toi donc et parfume-toi, puis mets tes plus beaux habits et mets-toi à l'air où il bat son orge. Mais ne fais pas connaître ta présence avant qu'il ait fini de manger et de boire. Quand il se couchera pour dormir, note bien l'endroit où il s'installe, approche-toi, écarte la couverture pour lui découvrir les pieds, et puis couche-toi là. Il te dira alors ce que tu devras faire. Ruth lui répondit, Je ferai tout ce que tu me dis. Elle descendit dans l'air et suivit toutes les instructions de sa belle-mère. Bose mangea et but, et il fut très content. Puis il alla se coucher au bord du tas d'orge. Alors Ruth s'approcha tout doucement, elle écarta la couverture pour découvrir ses pieds, et se coucha là. Au milieu de la nuit, Bose eut un frisson, il se pencha en avant et s'aperçut qu'une femme était couchée à ses pieds. Qui es-tu lui demanda-t-il. Je suis Ruth, ta servante. Veuille me prendre sous ta protection, car en tant que proche parent, tu es responsable de moi. Que l'Éternel te bénisse, ma fille, lui dit-il. Ce que tu viens de faire est une preuve d'amour envers ta belle-mère, encore plus grande que ce que tu as déjà fait. En effet, tu aurais pu courir après les jeunes hommes, qu'ils soient pauvres ou riches. Maintenant, ma fille, ne t'inquiète pas. Je ferai pour toi tout ce que tu demandes, car tous les gens de l'endroit savent que tu es une femme de valeur. Il est vrai que j'ai envers toi la responsabilité d'un proche parent, mais il existe un parent plus direct que moi. Passe ici la fin de la nuit, et demain matin nous verrons si cet homme veut s'acquitter envers toi de sa responsabilité de proche parent. Si oui, qu'il le fasse. S'il refuse, je te promets, aussi vrai que l'Éternel est vivant, que je m'en acquitterai envers toi. En attendant, reste couchée jusqu'au matin. Elle resta couchée à ses pieds jusqu'au matin, puis elle se leva au petit jour avant que l'on puisse se reconnaître, car Bose avait dit, Il ne faut pas que l'on sache qu'une femme est venue sur l'air. Avant qu'elle parte, il lui dit, donne la cape que tu portes, tiens-la bien. Elle la tint ainsi, et il y versa 25 litres d'orge et l'aida à les charger sur elle. Puis elle rentra à la ville. Quand elle arriva chez sa belle-mère, celle-ci lui demanda, Comment les choses se sont-elles passées, ma fille? Alors Ruth lui raconta tout ce que cet homme avait fait pour elle. Elle ajouta, Il m'a même donné ces 25 litres d'orge, car il m'a dit, Tu ne retournerais pas les mains vides auprès de ta belle-mère. Noémie lui dit, Maintenant, ma fille, reste là jusqu'à ce que tu saches comment les choses tourneront, car cet homme ne se donnera aucun répit avant d'avoir réglé cette affaire aujourd'hui. Chapitre 4. Bose se rendit à la porte de la ville et il y prit place. Quand le plus proche parent dont il avait parlé et qui avait le devoir de s'occuper de Ruth vint à passer, Bose lui dit, Un tel, viens donc t'asseoir ici. L'homme s'approcha et s'assit. Bose fit approcher 10 hommes parmi les responsables de la ville et leur demanda de s'asseoir avec eux. Lorsqu'ils se furent installés, il s'adressa ainsi au plus proche parent. Noémie, qui est revenue du pays de Moab, met en vente le champ d'Elimelech, notre parent. J'ai pensé t'en informer et te proposer de le racheter par devant les habitants de la ville et les responsables de mon peuple ici présent. Si tu veux, exerce ton droit de, dont- si tu veux, exerce ton droit de rachat, fais-le. Sinon, déclare-le-moi que je le sache, car tu viens en premier lieu pour disposer du droit de rachat et je viens directement après toi. L'homme lui répondit, Oui, je veux le racheter. Bose poursuivit, Si tu acquiers le champ de la main de Noémie, tu prendras pour femme Ruth, la Moabite, la veuve du défunt, pour donner au défunt une descendance qui héritera de son patrimoine. Dans ces conditions, dit le plus proche parent, je ne peux pas racheter pour mon compte, car je ferais tort à mon propre patrimoine. Reprends donc à ton compte mon droit de rachat, car je ne puis en profiter moi-même. Autrefois, en Israël, lorsqu'on procédait à un rachat ou à un échange de biens, la coutume voulait que l'un des contractants ôte sa sandale et la donne à l'autre pour valider la transaction. Ainsi, l'homme qui avait le droit de rachat dit à Bose, acquiert le champ, et il retira sa sandale. Alors Bose déclara aux responsables et à tous ceux qui étaient là, Vous êtes témoins, aujourd'hui, que j'ai acquis de la main de Noémie tout ce qui appartenait à Elimelech et tout ce qui était à Kilion et à Malon. De ce fait, je prends aussi pour femme Ruth, la Moabite, la veuve de Malon, pour susciter au défunt une descendance qui recevra son héritage et pour que son nom ne disparaisse pas dans son lignage et dans sa ville natale. Vous en êtes témoins aujourd'hui. Alors, tous ceux qui se trouvaient à la porte et tous les responsables dirent: Oui, nous en sommes témoins. Que l'Éternel rende la femme qui entre dans ta famille semblable à Rachel et à Léa, qui, à elles deux, ont donné naissance à tout le peuple d'Israël. Puisses-tu toi-même prospérer à Ephrata et devenir célèbre à Bethléem. Que l'Éternel t'accorde par cette jeune femme une descendance aussi nombreuse que celle de Péretz, le fils que Tamar a donné à Juda. C'est ainsi que Bose prit Ruth pour femme. Lorsqu'il se fut uni à elle, l'Éternel accorda à Ruth de devenir enceinte, et elle donna naissance à un fils. Les femmes de Bethléem dirent à Noémie: Béni soit l'Éternel qui ne t'a pas privé d'un soutien de famille. Que son nom devienne célèbre en Israël. Il te rendra une raison de vivre et prendra soin de toi dans tes vieux jours, puisque c'est ta belle-fille qui t'aime, qui t'a donné ce petit-fils. Elle vaut mieux pour toi que 7 fils. Noémie prit le nouveau-né et le serra sur son cœur. C'est elle qui se chargea de l'élever. Les voisines s'écrièrent: Noémie a eu un fils. Et elles lui donnèrent le nom d'Obed. Obed fut le père d'Isaïe et le grand-père de David. Voici la liste généalogique de Péretz. Péretz eut pour fils Hetzron, qui eut pour fils Ram, qui eut pour fils Aminadab, qui eut pour fils Nachon, qui eut pour fils Salma, qui eut pour fils Bose, qui eut pour fils Obed, et qui eut pour fils Isaïe, qui eut pour fils David.
Now there was a certain man from Ramathaim, a Zuphite from the highlands of Ephraim, whose name was Elkanah. He was from the tribe of Ephraim, and he was the son of Jeroham, son of Elihu, son of Tohu, son of Zuph. Elkanah had 2 wives, one named Hannah and the other named Peninnah. Peninnah had children, but Hannah didn't. Every year, this man would leave his town to worship and sacrifice to the Lord of heavenly forces in Shiloh, where Eli's 2 sons, Hophni and Phinehas, were the Lord's priests. Whenever he sacrificed, Elkanah would give parts of the sacrifice to his wife Peninnah and to all her sons and daughters. But he would only give part of it to Hannah, though he loved her, because the Lord had kept her from conceiving. And because the Lord had kept Hannah from conceiving, her rival would make fun of her mercilessly, just to bother her. So that is what took place year after year. Whenever Hannah went to the Lord's house, Peninnah would make fun of her. Then she would cry and wouldn't eat anything. Hannah, why are you crying? Her husband Elkanah would say to her. Why won't you eat? Why are you so sad? Aren't I worth more to you than 10 sons? One time after eating and drinking in Shiloh, Hannah got up and presented herself before the Lord. Now Eli the priest was sitting in the chair by the doorpost of the Lord's temple. Hannah was very upset and couldn't stop crying as she prayed to the Lord. Then she made this promise: Lord of heavenly forces, just look at your servant, pain, and remember me. Don't forget your servant. Give her a boy. Then I'll give him to the Lord for his entire life. No razor will ever touch his head. As she kept praying before the Lord, Eli watched her mouth. Now Hannah was praying in her heart. Her lips were moving, but her voice was silent. So Eli thought she was drunk. How long will you act like a drunk? Sober up, Eli told her. No, sir, Hannah replied. I'm just a very sad woman. I haven't had any wine or beer, but have been pouring out my heart to the Lord. Don't think your servant is some good-for-nothing woman. This whole time I've been praying out of my great worry and trouble. Eli responded, Then go in peace, and may the God of Israel give you what you have asked from him. Please think well of me, your servant, Hannah said. Then the woman went on her way, ate some food, and wasn't sad any longer. They got up early the next morning and worshiped the Lord. Then they went home to Ramah. Elkanah had sex with his wife Hannah, and the Lord remembered her. So in the course of time, Hannah conceived and gave birth to a son. She named him Samuel, which means I asked the Lord for him. When Elkanah and all his household went up to make the annual sacrifice and keep his solemn promise, Hannah didn't go. I'll bring the boy when he's weaned, she told her husband, so he can be presented to the Lord and stay there permanently. I will offer him as a Nazirite forever. Do what seems best to you, said her husband Elkanah. Stay here until you've weaned him. But may the Lord bring to pass what you promise. So the woman stayed home and nursed her son until she had weaned him. When he had been weaned and was still very young, Hannah took him, along with a 3-year-old bull, an ephod of flour, and a jar of wine, and brought him to the Lord's house at Shiloh. They slaughtered the bull, then brought the boy to Eli. Excuse me, sir, Hannah said. As surely as you live, sir, I am the woman who stood here next to you praying to the Lord. I prayed for this boy, and the Lord gave me what I asked from him. So now I give this boy back to the Lord. As long as he lives, he is given to the Lord. Then they worshiped there before the Lord. Then Hannah prayed, My heart rejoices in the Lord. My strength rises up in the Lord. My mouth mocks my enemies, because I rejoice in your deliverance. No one is holy like the Lord, no one except you. There is no rock like our God. Don't go on and on talking so proudly, spouting arrogance from your mouth, because the Lord is the God who knows, and he weighs every act. The bows of mighty warriors are shattered, but those who were stumbling now dress themselves in power. Those who were filled full now sell themselves for bread, but the ones who are starving are now fat from food. The woman who was barren has birthed 7 children, but the mother with many sons has lost them all. The Lord, he brings death, gives life, takes down to the grave, and raises up. The Lord, he makes poor, gives wealth, brings low, but also lifts up high. God raises the poor from the dust, lifts up the needy from the garbage pile. God sends them with officials. God gives them the seat of honor. The pillars of the earth belong to the Lord. He set the world on top of them. God guards the feet of his faithful ones, but the wicked die in darkness, because no one succeeds by strength alone. The Lord, his enemies are terrified. God thunders against them from heaven. The Lord, he judges the fat corners of the earth. May God give strength to his king and raise high the strength of his anointed one. Then Elkanah went home to Ramah, but the boys served the Lord under Eli the priest. Now Eli's sons were despicable men who didn't know the Lord. This was how the priest was supposed to act with the people. Whenever anyone made a sacrifice while the meat was boiling, the priest's assistant would come with a three-pronged fork in hand. He would thrust it into the cauldron or the pot. Whatever the fork brought up, the priest would take for himself. This is how it was done for all the Israelites who came to Shiloh. But with Eli's sons, even before the fat was burned, the priest's assistant would come and say to the person offering the sacrifice, "Give the priest some meat to roast. He won't accept it, boiled meat from you." If anyone said, "Let the fat be burned off first," as usual, "then take whatever you like for yourself," the assistant would reply, "No, hand it over now. If not, I'll take it by force." The sin of these priestly assistants was very serious in the Lord's sight because they were disrespecting the Lord's own offering. Now Samuel was serving the Lord. He was a young boy, clothed in a linen priestly vest. His mother would make a small robe for him and take it to him every year when she went up with her husband to offer the animal sacrifice. Eli would bless Elkanah and his wife. "May the Lord replace the child of this woman that you gave back to the Lord." Then they would return home. The Lord paid attention to Hannah, and she conceived and gave birth to 3 sons and 2 daughters. Meanwhile, the boy Samuel grew up in the Lord's service. Eli was very old, but he heard everything his sons were doing to the Israelites and how they had sex with the women who served at the meeting tent's entrance. Eli said to his sons, "Why are you doing these terrible things that I'm hearing about from everybody? No, my sons, don't do this. The report I hear spreading among God's people isn't good. If someone sins against someone else, God can intercede. But if someone sins against the Lord, who will intercede then?" But they wouldn't obey their father because the Lord wanted to kill them. Meanwhile, the boy Samuel kept growing up and was more and more liked by both the Lord and the people. Now a man of God came to Eli and said, "This is what the Lord says. I revealed myself very clearly to your father's household when they were slaves in Egypt to the house of Pharaoh. I chose your father from all of Israel's tribes to be my priest, to go up onto my altar, to burn incense, and to wear the priestly vest in my presence. I also gave all the Israelites food offerings to your father's household. Why then do you kick my sacrifices and my offerings, the very ones I commanded for my dwelling place? Why do you respect your sons more than me, getting fat off the best parts of every offering for my people Israel? Because of all that, this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, declares. I had promised that your household and your father's household would serve me forever. But now, this is what the Lord declares. I'll do no such thing. No, I honor those who honor me, and whoever despises me will be cursed. The days are coming soon when I will eliminate both your children and the children of your father's household. There won't be an old person left in your family tree. You'll see trouble in my dwelling place, though all will go well with Israel. But there will never be an old person in your family tree. One of your descendants, whom I don't eliminate from serving at my altar, will cry his eyes out and be full of grief. Any descendants in your household will die by the sword. And what happens to your two sons, Hophni and Phinehas, will be a sign for you. They will both die on the same day. Then I will establish for myself a trustworthy priest who will act in accordance with my thoughts and desires. I will build a trustworthy household for him, and he will serve before me, before my anointed one forever. Anyone left from your household will come and beg him for a bit of silver or a loaf of bread, saying, "Please appoint me to some priestly duty so I can have a scrap of bread to eat."
Samuel terpanggil. Samuel yang muda itu menjadi pelayan Tuhan di bawah pengawasan Eli. Pada masa itu firman Tuhan jarang. Penglihatan-penglihatan pun tidak sering. Pada suatu hari Eli yang matanya mulai kabur dan tidak dapat melihat dengan baik, sedang berbaring di tempat tidurnya. Lalu rumah Allah belum lagi padam. Samuel telah tidur di dalam bait suci Tuhan, tempat tabut Allah. Lalu Tuhan memanggil, "Samuel, Samuel." Dan ia menjawab, "Ya Bapa." Lalu berlarilah ia kepada Eli serta katanya, "Ya Bapa, bukankah Bapa memanggil aku?" Tetapi Eli berkata, "Aku tidak memanggil, tidurlah kembali." Lalu pergilah ia tidur, dan Tuhan memanggil Samuel sekali lagi. Samuel pun bangunlah, lalu pergi mendapatkan Eli serta berkata, "Ya Bapa, bukankah Bapa memanggil aku?" Tetapi Eli berkata, "Aku tidak memanggil anakku, tidurlah kembali." Samuel belum mengenal Tuhan, firman Tuhan belum pernah dinyatakan kepadanya. Dan Tuhan memanggil Samuel sekali lagi untuk ketiga kalinya. Ia pun bangunlah, lalu pergi mendapatkan Eli serta katanya, "Ya Bapa, bukankah Bapa memanggil aku?" Lalu mengertilah Eli bahwa Tuhanlah yang memanggil anak itu. Sebab itu berkatalah Eli kepada Samuel, "Pergilah tidur, dan apabila ia manggil engkau, katakanlah, berbicaralah Tuhan, sebab hambamu ini mendengar." Maka pergilah Samuel dan tidurlah ia di tempat tidurnya. Lalu datanglah Tuhan berdiri di sana dan memanggil seperti yang sudah-sudah, "Samuel, Samuel." Dan Samuel menjawab, "Berbicaralah, sebab hambamu ini mendengar." Lalu berfirmanlah Tuhan kepada Samuel, "Ketahuilah, aku akan melakukan sesuatu di Israel, sehingga setiap orang yang mendengarnya akan bising kedua telinganya. Pada waktu itu aku akan menepati pada Eli segala yang telah kufirmankan tentang keluarganya, dari mula sampai akhir. Sebab telah kuberitahukan kepadanya bahwa aku akan menghukum keluarganya untuk selamanya karena dosa yang telah diketahuinya, yakni bahwa anak-anaknya telah menghujat Allah, tetapi ia tidak memarahi mereka. Sebab itu aku telah bersumpah kepada keluarga Eli bahwa dosa keluarga Eli takkan dihapuskan dengan korban sembelihan atau dengan korban sajian untuk selamanya. Samuel tidur sampai pagi, kemudian dibukanya pintu rumah Tuhan. Samuel dengan memberitahukan penglihatan itu kepada Eli, tapi Eli memanggil Samuel katanya, "Samuel, anakku." Jawab Samuel, "Ya Bapa." Kata Eli, "Apakah yang disampaikannya kepadamu? Janganlah kau sembunyikan kepadaku. Kiranya beginilah Allah menghukum engkau, bahkan lebih lagi daripada itu, jika engkau menyembunyikan sepatah kata pun kepadaku dari apa yang disampaikannya kepadamu itu." Lalu Samuel memberitahukan semuanya itu kepadanya dengan tidak menyembunyikan sesuatu pun. Kemudian Eli berkata, "Dia Tuhan, biarlah diperbuatnya apa yang dipandangnya baik." Dan Samuel makin besar dan Tuhan menyertai dia, dan tidak ada satupun dari firman-Nya itu yang dibiarkannya gugur. Maka tahulah seluruh Israel dari Dan sampai Beersheba bahwa kepada Samuel telah dipercayakan jabatan Nabi Tuhan. Dan Tuhan selanjutnya menampakkan diri di Shilo, sebab ia menyatakan diri di Shilo kepada Samuel dengan perantaraan firman. Dan perkataan Samuel sampai ke seluruh Israel. Tabut Tuhan dirampas. Orang Israel maju berperang melawan orang Filistin dan berkemah dekat Ebenezer. Sedang orang Filistin berkemah di Afek. Orang Filistin mengatur barisannya berhadapan dengan orang Israel. Ketika pertempuran menghebat, terpukullah kalah orang Israel oleh orang Filistin yang menewaskan kira-kira 4.000 orang di medan pertempuran itu. Ketika tentara itu kembali ke perkemahan, berkatalah para tua-tua Israel, "Mengapa Tuhan membuat kita terpukul kalah oleh orang Filistin pada hari ini? Marilah kita mengambil dari Silo tabut perjanjian Tuhan, supaya ia datang ke tengah-tengah kita dan melepaskan kita dari tangan musuh kita." Kemudian bangsa itu menyuruh orang ke Silo, lalu mereka mengangkat dari sana tabut perjanjian Tuhan semesta alam yang bersemayam di atas para kerub, dua anak Eli, Hofni, dan Pinehas. Ada di sana dekat tabut perjanjian Allah itu. Segera sudah tabut perjanjian itu sampai ke perkemahan, bersoraklah seluruh orang Israel dengan nyaring, sehingga bumi bergetar. Dan orang Filistin yang mendengar bunyi sorak itu berkata, "Apakah bunyi sorak yang nyaring di perkemahan orang Ibrani itu?" Ketika diketahui mereka bahwa tabut Tuhan telah sampai ke perkemahan itu, takutanlah orang Filistin, sebab kata mereka, Allah mereka telah datang ke perkemahan itu. Dan mereka berkata, "Celakalah kita, sebab seperti itu telah pernah terjadi dahulu. Celakalah kita, siapa yang menolong kita dari tangan Allah yang maha dahsyat ini. Inilah juga Allah yang telah mengajar orang Mesir dengan berbagai-bagai tulah di padang gurun. Kuatkanlah hatimu dan berlakulah seperti laki-laki, hai orang Filistin, supaya kamu jangan menjadi budak orang Ibrani itu. Seperti mereka dahulu menjadi budakmu, berlakulah seperti laki-laki dan berperanglah." Lalu berperanglah orang Filistin sehingga orang Israel terpukul kalah. Mereka melarikan diri masing-masing ke kemahnya. Amatlah besar kekalahan itu dari pihak Israel, gugur 30.000 orang pasukan berjalan kaki. Lagi pula tabut Allah dirampas dan kedua anak Eli, Hofni, dan Pinehas tewas. Seorang dari suku Benyamin lari dari barisan pertempuran, dan pada hari itu juga ia sampai ke Silo dengan pakaian terkoyak-koyak dan dengan tanah di kepalanya. Ketika ia sampai, Eli sedang duduk di kursi di tepi jalan menunggu-nunggu, sebab hatinya berdebar-debar karena tabut Allah itu. Ketika orang itu masuk ke kota dan menceritakan kabar itu, berteriaklah seluruh kota itu. Ketika Eli mendengar bunyi teriakan itu, bertanyalah ia, "Keributan apakah itu?" Lalu segeralah orang itu mendapatkan Eli dan memberitahukannya kepadanya. Eli sudah 98 tahun umurnya dan matanya sudah bulat, sehingga ia tidak dapat melihat lagi. Kata orang itu kepada Eli, "Aku datang dari medan pertempuran. Baru hari ini aku melarikan diri dari medan pertempuran." Kata Eli, "Bagaimana keadaannya, anakku?" Jawab pembawa kabar itu, "Orang Israel melarikan diri dari hadapan orang Filistin. Kekalahan yang besar telah diderita oleh rakyat. Lagi pula kedua anakmu, Hofni dan Pinehas, telah tewas, dan tabut Allah sudah dirampas." Ketika disebutnya tabut Allah itu, jatuhlah Eli terlentang dari kursi di sebelah pintu gerbang. Batang lehernya patah dan ia mati, sebab telah tua dan gemuk orangnya. 40 tahun lamanya ia memerintah sebagai hakim atas orang Israel. Adapun yang menantunya perempuan, istrinya Pinehas, sudah hamil tua. Ketika didengarnya kabar itu bahwa tabut Allah telah dirampas dan mertuanya laki-laki serta suaminya telah mati, duduklah ia berlutut lalu bersalin, sebab ia kedatangan sakit beranak. Ketika ia hampir mati, berkatalah perempuan-perempuan yang berdiri di dekatnya, "Janganlah takut, sebab engkau telah melahirkan seorang anak laki-laki." Tetapi ia tidak menjawab dan tidak memperhatikannya. Ia menamai anak itu Ikabod, katanya, "Telah lenyap kemuliaan dari Israel, karena tabut Allah sudah dirampas dan karena mertuanya dan suaminya. Katanya, telah lenyap kemuliaan dari Israel, sebab tabut Allah telah dirampasnya.
1 Samuel chapter 5. After the Philistines took God's chest, they brought it from Ebenezer to Ashdod. Then the Philistines took God's chest and brought it into Dagon's temple and set it next to Dagon. But when the citizens of Ashdod got up early the next morning, there was Dagon, fallen face down on the ground before the Lord's chest. So they took Dagon and set him back up where he belonged. But when they got up next morning, there was Dagon again, fallen face down on the ground before the Lord's chest. And this time, Dagon's head, along with both his hands and his head, were cut off and lying on the doorstep. Only Dagon's body was left intact. That's why to this day, Dagon's priest or anyone else who enters his temple in Ashdod doesn't step on the threshold. The Lord's hand was heavy on the people of Ashdod. God terrified them and struck them in Ashdod and its surroundings with tumors. When Ashdod's inhabitants saw what was happening, they said, "The chest of Israel's God must not stay here with us, because his hand is hard against us and against our God Dagon." So they summoned all the Philistine rulers to a meeting and asked, "What should we do with the chest of Israel's God?" The people of Gath said, "Let the chest of Israel's God be moved to us." So they moved the chest of Israel's God to Gath. But once they moved it, the Lord's hand came against the city, causing a huge panic. God struck the city's inhabitants, both young and old, and tumors broke out on them. Then they sent God's chest to Ekron. But as soon as God's chest entered Ekron, the inhabitants cried out, "Why have ye moved the chest of Israel's God to us, in order to kill us and our people?" So they summoned all the Philistine rulers to a meeting and said, "Send the chest of Israel's God away. Let it go back to its own home so it doesn't kill us and our people," because there was a deadly panic throughout the whole city. The hand of God was very heavy there. The people who didn't die were struck with tumors, and the screams of the city went all the way up to heaven. Chapter 6. The Lord's chest was in Philistine territory for 7 months. The Philistines called for the priests and the diviners. "What should we do with the Lord's chest?" they asked. "Tell us how we should send it back to its own home." They replied, "If you are returning the chest of Israel's God, don't send it back empty, but be sure to return a guilt offering to him. Then you will be healed, and it will become clear to you why God's hand hasn't left you alone." "What compensation offering should we return to him?" they asked. The priests and diviners replied, 5 golden tumors and 5 gold mice, matching the number of the Philistine rulers, because the same plague came on all of you and your rulers. You must make images of your tumors and the mice that have devastated the land. Honor Israel's God. Perhaps he will lighten the weight of his hand on you, your gods, and your land. Why be stubborn like the Egyptians and Pharaoh? After God had dealt harshly with them, didn't they send the Israelites on their way? So get a new cart, get it ready along with 2 nursing cows that have never been yoked before. Harness the cows to the cart, but take any of their calves that are following back home. Next, take the Lord's chest and put it in the cart. Set the gold items that you are giving God as compensation offering in a box next to the chest. Then send it on its way. Then watch what happens. If the cart goes up the road to its own territory towards Beth Shemesh, then Israel's God has brought this great disaster on us. If the cart goes another way, then we'll know that it wasn't God's hand that struck us, it happened to us randomly. The rulers did just that. They took 2 nursing cows and harnessed them to the cart, penning their calves up at home. Then they put the Lord's chest on the cart along with the box containing the gold mice and the images of their tumors. The cows went straight ahead, following the road to Beth Shemesh. They kept to one route, mooing as they went, without turning left or right. The Philistine rulers followed them as far as the territory of Beth Shemesh. Now the people of Beth Shemesh were harvesting wheat in the valley. When they looked up and saw the chest, they were overjoyed at the sight. The cart entered the field belonging to Joshua of Beth Shemesh and stopped right by a large stone. They chopped up the wood of the cart and offered the cows as an entirely burned offering to the Lord. The Levites unloaded the Lord's chest and the box that was with it that contained all the gold items, and they set them on the large stone. That very day, the people of Beth Shemesh offered entirely burnt offerings and made sacrifices to the Lord. When the 5 Philistine rulers witnessed this, they went straight back to Ekron. These are the gold tumors that the Philistines return as a compensation offering to the Lord. 1 for Ashdod, 1 for Gaza, 1 for Ashkelon, and 1 for Gath, and 1 for Ekron. The gold mice matched the number of Philistine cities belonging to the 5 rulers, from fortified cities to country villages. And the large stone they set the Lord's chest on is a witness even now in the field that belongs to Joshua of Beth Shemesh. But God struck down some of the people from Beth Shemesh because they looked into the Lord's chest. God struck 70 people. And the community grieved because the Lord had struck them so severely. The people of Beth Shemesh said, "Who can stand before the Lord, this holy God? Where can he go that is far away from us here?" They sent messengers to the inhabitants of Kiriath Jearim. "The Philistines returned the Lord's chest," they said. "Come down and take it back with you."
I'm Barbara Kaufman. I will record for you 1 Samuel 7, 8, and 9. So the people of Kiriath Jearim came and took the Lord's chest. They brought it into Abinadab's house, which was on the hill. Then they dedicated Eleazar, Abinadab's son, to care for the Lord's chest. Now, a long time passed, a total of 20 years, after the chest came to stay in Kiriath Jearim, and the whole house of Israel yearned for the Lord. Then Samuel said to the whole house of Israel, "If you are turning to the Lord with all your heart, then get rid of all the foreign gods and the Astartes you have. Set your heart on the Lord. Worship him only. Then he will deliver you from the Philistines' power." So the Israelites got rid of the Baals and the Astartes and worshiped the Lord only. Next Samuel said, "Assemble all Israel at Mizpah. I will pray to the Lord for you." So they assembled at Mizpah, they drew water and poured it out in the Lord's presence. They fasted that same day and confessed, "We have sinned against the Lord." Samuel served as judge of the Israelites at Mizpah. When the Philistines heard that the Israelites had assembled at Mizpah, the Philistine rulers went up to attack Israel. When the Israelites learned of this, they were afraid of the Philistines. The Israelites said to Samuel, "Please don't stop praying to the Lord our God for us, so God will save us from the Philistines' power." So Samuel took a suckling lamb and offered it as an entirely burned offering to the Lord. Samuel cried out in prayer to the Lord for Israel, and the Lord answered him. While Samuel was offering the entirely burned offering, the Philistines advanced to attack Israel, but the Lord thundered against the Philistines with a great blast on that very day, throwing the Philistines into such a panic that they were defeated by Israel. The Israelite soldiers came out of Mizpah and pursued the Philistines. They struck them down until they reached a place just below Bethkar. Then Samuel took a stone and set it up between Mizpah and Jeshana. He named it Ebenezer, explaining, "The Lord helped us to this very point." So the Philistines were defeated, and they stopped coming into Israelite territory. The Lord's hand was against the Philistines throughout Samuel's life. The towns the Philistines had captured from Israel, from Ekron to Gath, were returned to Israel. Israel also recovered the territory around those two cities from the Philistines, and there was peace between Israel and the Amorites. Samuel served as Israel's judge his whole life. Each year he traveled between Bethel, Gilgal, and Mizpah, serving as Israel's judge in each of those locations. Then he would return to Ramah because that's where his home was. In Ramah, too, he served as Israel's judge, and that is also where he built an altar to the Lord. Now, when Samuel got old, he appointed his sons to serve as Israel's judges. The name of his oldest son was Joel. The name of the second was Abijah. They served as judges in Beersheba, but Samuel's sons didn't follow in his footsteps. They tried to turn a prophet. They accepted bribes and they perverted justice. So all the Israelite elders got together and went to Samuel at Ramah. They said to him, "Listen, you are old now. Your sons don't follow in your footsteps. So appoint us a king to judge us like all the other nations have." It seemed very bad to Samuel when they said, "Give us a king to judge us." So he prayed to the Lord. The Lord answered Samuel, "Comply with the people's request, everything they ask of you, because they haven't rejected you. No, they've rejected me as king over them. They are doing to you only what they've been doing to me from the day I brought them out of Egypt to this very minute, abandoning me and worshiping other gods. So comply with their request, but give them a clear warning, telling them how the king will rule over them." Then Samuel explained everything the Lord had said to the people who were asking for a king. "This is how the king will rule over you," Samuel said. "He will take your sons and will use them for his chariots and his cavalry and as runners for his chariot. He will use them as his commanders of troops of 1,000 and troops of 50, or to do his plowing and his harvesting, or to make his weapons or parts of his chariots. He will take your daughters to be perfumers, cooks, or bakers. He will take your best fields, vineyards, and olive groves and give them to his servants. He will give 1/10 of your grain and your vineyards to his officials and servants. He will take your male and female servants, along with the best of your cattle and donkeys, and make them do his work. He will take 1/10 of your flocks, and then you yourselves will become their slaves. When that day comes, you will cry out because of the king you chose for yourself. But on that day, the Lord won't answer you." But the people refused to listen to Samuel and said, "No, there must be a king over us, so we can be like all the other nations. Our king will judge us and lead us and fight our battles." Samuel listened to everything the people said and repeated it directly to the Lord. Then the Lord said to Samuel, "Comply with their request, give them a king." Samuel then told the Israelite people, "Go back, each of you, to your hometown." Chapter 9. There was a wealthy man from the tribe of Benjamin named Kish. He was the son of Abiel, son of Zerah, son of Bechorath, son of Aphiah, a Benjamite. He had a son named Saul, who was a handsome young man. No one in Israel was more handsome than Saul, and he stood head and shoulders above everyone else. When the donkeys belonging to Saul's father Kish were lost, Kish said to his son Saul, "Take one of the servant boys with you and go look for the donkeys." So he traveled through the highlands of Ephraim and the land of Shalisha, but they didn't find anything. They traveled through the land of Shalem, but still found nothing. So they crossed back into the land of Benjamin, but they still couldn't find the donkeys. When they came to the territory of Zuph, Saul said to the boy who was with him, "Let's go back before my father stops worrying about the donkeys and starts worrying about us." But the boy said to him, "Listen, there's a man of God in this town. He's famous. Everything he says actually happens. So let's go there. Maybe he'll be able to tell us which way we should go." Saul said to his young boy, "But if we go, what should we bring to the man? The food in our bags is all gone. We don't have any gift to offer the man of God. Do we have anything?" "Here," the boy answered Saul, "I've got a quarter shekel of silver. I'll give that to the man of God, so he tells us which way to go." Earlier in Israel, someone going to consult with God would say, "Let's go to the seer," because the people who are called prophets today were previously called seers. Saul said to the boy, "Great idea, let's go." So they went into the town where the man of God lived. They were going up the hill to the town when they met some young women coming out to draw water. "Is the seer here?" they asked him. "He's just ahead of you," they answered. "Hurry up. He has just come to town because there is a sacrifice today for the people at the shrine. You'll find him as soon as you enter the town, before he goes up to the shrine to eat. The people won't eat until he gets there, because he must bless the sacrifice. Only after that can the invited guests eat. Now get going, because you'll find him momentarily." So Saul and the boy went up to the town, and as they entered it, suddenly Samuel came toward them on his way up to the shrine. Now the day before Saul came, the Lord had revealed the following to Samuel. "About this time tomorrow, I will send you a man from the Benjamite territory. You will anoint him as leader of my people Israel. He will save my people from the Philistines' power, because I have seen the suffering of my people, and their cry for help has reached me." When Samuel saw Saul, the Lord told him, "That's the man I told you about. That's the one who will rule my people." Saul approached Samuel in the city gate and said, "Please tell me where the seer's house is." "I'm the seer," Samuel told Saul. "Go on ahead of me to the shrine. You can eat with me today. In the morning, I'll send you on your way, and I will tell you everything you want to know. As for the donkeys you lost 3 days ago, don't be worried about them because they've been found. Who owns all of Israel's treasures anyway? Isn't it you and your whole family?" "I'm a Benjamite," Saul responded, "from the smallest Israelite tribe, and my family is the littlest of the families in the tribe of Benjamin. Why would you say something like that to me?" Then Samuel took Saul and his young servant and brought them to the banquet room. He gave them an honored place among the invited guests. There were about 30 total. Samuel said to the cook, "Serve the portion I gave you, the one I told you to set aside." So the cook took the thigh and what was on it and put it in front of Saul. Samuel said, "Look, what has been reserved is now in front of you. Eat up, because it was set apart for you for this special occasion, ever since I invited the guests." So Saul ate with Samuel that day. When they came back from the shrine to the town, a bed was made for Saul on the roof, and he slept. Near dawn, Samuel called to Saul on the roof, "Wake up, I will send you on your way." So Saul got up, and the two of them, he and Samuel, went outside. As they were nearing the edge of town, Samuel said, Tell the boy to go on ahead of us." The servant did so. "But you stop for a bit so I can tell you God's word."
This is Janet Geyer, and I'm reading 1 Samuel 10 and 11. Samuel took a small jar of oil and poured it over Saul's head and kissed him. "The Lord hereby anoints you leader of his people Israel," Samuel said. "You will rule of his people Israel," Samuel said. "You will rule the Lord's people and save them from the power of the enemies who surround them. And this will be the sign for you that the Lord has appointed you as leader of his very own possession. When you leave me today, you will meet 2 people near Rachel's tomb at Zelzah on the border of Benjamin. They will tell you, 'The donkeys you went looking for have been found.' Now your father has stopped thinking about the donkeys and is worried about you. He's asking, 'What should I do about my son?' Then when you've gone on a bit further, you will come to the oak at Tabor. 3 men who are going to consult God at Bethel will meet up with you there, one carrying 3 young goats, one carrying 3 loaves of bread, and one carrying a jar of wine. They will ask how you're doing and will offer you sacrificial bread, which you should accept. After that, you will come to Gibeath Oliam, which is a Philistine fort. When you enter the town, you will encounter a group of prophets coming down from the shrine, preceded by harps, tambourines, flutes, and lyres. They will be caught up in a prophetic frenzy. Then the Lord's Spirit will come over you, and you will be caught up in a prophetic frenzy right along with them. It will be like you've become a completely different person. Once these signs have happened to you, do whatever you would like to do, because God is with you. Then go down to Gilgal ahead of me. I'll come down to meet you to offer entirely burned offerings and to make well-being sacrifices. Wait 7 days until I get to you. Then I'll tell you what you should do next." And just as Saul turned to leave Samuel's side, God gave him a different heart. And all these signs happened that very same day. When Saul and the boy got to Gibeath, there was a group of prophets coming to meet him. God's Spirit came over Saul, and he was caught up in a prophetic frenzy right along with them. When all the people who had known Saul saw him prophesying with the prophets, they said to each other, "What's happened to Kish's son? Is Saul also one of the prophets?" One of the locals then asked, "And who is their leader?" So it became a proverb, "Is Saul also one of the prophets?" When the prophetic frenzy was over, Saul went home. Saul's uncle said to him and to his young servant, "Where did you go?" "To look for the donkeys," Saul replied. "But when we couldn't find anything, we went to Samuel." "Please tell me what Samuel told you," Saul's uncle said. "He reassured us that the donkeys had been found," Saul answered. But Saul didn't tell his uncle what Samuel had said about the kingship. Samuel summoned the people to the Lord of Mizpah. Then he told the Israelites, "This is what the Lord God of Israel says. I brought Israel up out of Egypt, and I delivered you from the Egyptians' power and from the power of all the kingdoms that oppressed you. But today you've rejected your God who saved you from all your troubles and difficulties by saying, 'No, appoint a king over us.' So now assemble yourself before the Lord by your tribes and clans." Then Samuel brought all the Israelite tribes forward, and the tribe of Benjamin was selected. Next, Samuel brought the tribe of Benjamin forward by its families, and the family of Matri was selected. Samuel then brought the family of Matri forward, person by person, and Saul, Kish's son, was selected. But when they looked at him, he wasn't to be found. So they asked another question of the Lord, "Has the man come here yet?" The Lord said, "Yes, he's hiding among the supplies." They ran and retrieved Saul from there, and when he stood up in the middle of the people, he was head and shoulders taller than anyone else. "Can you see the one the Lord has chosen?" Samuel asked all the people. "He has no equal among the people." Then the people shouted, "Long live the king." Samuel then explained to the people how the monarchy should operate and wrote it in a scroll and placed it in the Lord's presence. Then Samuel sent every person back to their homes. Saul also went back to his home in Gibeah. Along with him went courageous men whose hearts God had touched. But some despicable people said, "How can this man save us?" They despised Saul and didn't bring him gifts, but Saul didn't say anything. Nahash, the Ammonite king, had been severely oppressing the Gadites and the Reubenites. He gouged out everyone's right eye, thereby not allowing Israel to have a deliverer. There wasn't a single Israelite left across the Jordan River who hadn't had their right eye gouged by the Ammonite king Nahash. But 7,000 people had escaped from the Ammonites' power and fled to the Jabesh Gilead. Chapter 11. About a month later, Nahash the Ammonite went up and laid siege to Jabesh Gilead. All the men of Jabesh said to Nahash, "Make a treaty with us, and we'll be your servants. I will make a treaty with you on one condition, that everyone's right eye be gouged out." Nahash the Ammonite said to them, "That's how I will bring humiliation on all Israel." The elders of Jabesh replied to him, "Leave us alone for 7 days so we can send messengers throughout Israel's territory. If there's no one to save us, then we'll surrender to you." When the messengers reached Gibeah, where Saul lived, they reported the news directly to the people. Then they all wept aloud. At just that moment, Saul was coming back from keeping the cattle in the fields. "What's wrong with everyone?" he asked. "Why are you crying?" Saul was then told what the men from Jabesh had said. God's spirit came over Saul when he heard those words, and he burned with anger. He took 2 oxen, cut them into pieces, and sent them by messengers throughout Israel's territory. This is exactly what will be done to the oxen of anyone who doesn't come to the aid of Saul and Samuel. He said, "Great fear of the Lord came over the people, and they came to Saul completely unified." When Saul counted them at Bezek, the soldiers from Israel totaled 300,000, and those from Judah, 30,000. The messengers who had come were then told, "Say this to the people of Jabesh Gilead. Tomorrow, by the time the sun is hot, you will be saved." When the messengers returned and reported this to the people of Jabesh, they were overjoyed. Then the people of Jabesh told the Ammonites, "We will surrender to you tomorrow. Then you can do whatever you want to us." The next day, Saul organized his troops into 3 formations. They attacked the Ammonite camp during the morning watch and slaughtered them until the heat of the day. The survivors were so scattered that not even 2 of them could be found together. Then people asked Samuel, "Who was it who said, 'Will Saul rule over us?' Give us those people. We'll kill them." But Saul said, "No one will be executed because today the Lord has saved Israel." "Let's go to Gilgal," Samuel told the people, "and renew the monarchy there." So everyone went to Gilgal, and there at Gilgal they made Saul king in the Lord's presence. They offered well-being sacrifices in the Lord's presence. And Saul and all the Israelites held a great celebration there.
Mi nombre es Joaquín Zazueta y yo voy a leer los capítulos 12 y 13 del libro primero de Samuel. Capítulo 12. Entonces Samuel dijo a todo Israel, He aquí yo he escuchado vuestra voz en todo lo que me dijisteis, y he puesto rey sobre vosotros. Y he aquí, ahora el rey va delante de vosotros. Yo ya soy viejo y lleno de canas, y he aquí mis hijos están con vosotros. Yo he andado delante de vosotros desde mi juventud hasta hoy. Aquí estoy, testificad contra mí delante del Señor y delante de su ungido. ¿A quién he quitado, buey, o a quién he quitado asno, o a quién he defraudado? ¿A quién he oprimido, o de mano de quién he tomado soborno para cegar mis ojos con él? Testificad y os lo restituiré. Y ellos dijeron, Tú no nos has defraudado ni oprimido, ni has tomado nada de mano de ningún hombre. Y él le respondió, El Señor es testigo contra vosotros, y su ungido es testigo en este día, que nada habéis hallado en mi mano. Y ellos dijeron,
Él es testigo. Entonces Samuel dijo al pueblo, el Señor es el que designó a Moisés y a Aarón, y el que sacó a vuestros padres de la tierra de Egipto. Ahora pues, presentaos para que yo argumente con vosotros delante del Señor, acerca de todos los hechos de justicia del Señor que Él ha hecho por vosotros y por vuestros padres, cuando Jacob fue a Egipto y vuestros padres clamaron al Señor. El Señor envió a Moisés y a Aarón, quienes sacaron a vuestros padres de Egipto y los establecieron en este lugar. Pero ellos olvidaron al Señor su Dios, y Él los vendió en manos de Sísara, jefe del ejército de Azor, en manos de los filisteos y en manos del rey de Moab, los cuales pelearon contra ellos. Y clamaron al Señor y dijeron, hemos pecado porque hemos dejado al Señor y hemos servido a los Baales y a Astarot. Pero ahora, líbranos de la mano de nuestros enemigos y te serviremos. Entonces el Señor envió a Jerobaal, a Bedán, a Jefté y a Samuel, y os libró de la mano de vuestros enemigos en derredor, de manera que habitasteis con seguridad. Cuando visteis que Nahas, rey de los hijos de Amón, venía en contra de vosotros, me dijisteis, no, sino que un rey ha de reinar sobre nosotros, aunque el Señor, vuestro Dios, era vuestro rey. Ahora pues, aquí está el rey que habéis escogido, a quien habéis pedido. He aquí que el Señor ha puesto rey sobre vosotros. Si teméis al Señor y le servís, escucháis su voz y no os rebeláis contra el mandamiento del Señor, entonces vosotros, como el rey que reine sobre vosotros, estaréis siguiendo al Señor vuestro Dios. Pero si no escucháis la voz del Señor, sino que os rebeláis contra el mandamiento del Señor, entonces la mano del Señor estará contra vosotros, como estuvo contra vuestros padres. Presentaos ahora y ved esta gran cosa que el Señor hará delante de vuestros ojos. ¿No es ahora la siega del trigo? Yo clamaré al Señor para que mande truenos y lluvia. Entonces conoceréis y veréis que es grande la maldad que habéis hecho ante los ojos del Señor, al pedir para vosotros un rey. Clamó Samuel al Señor, y el Señor envió aquel día truenos y lluvia, y todo el pueblo temió grandemente al Señor y a Samuel. Entonces todo el pueblo dijo a Samuel, ruega por tus siervos al Señor tu Dios, para que no muramos, porque hemos añadido a este mal a todos nuestros pecados al pedir para nosotros un rey. Y Samuel dijo al pueblo, no temáis, aunque vosotros habéis hecho todo esto mal, no os apartéis de seguir al Señor, sino servid al Señor con todo vuestro corazón. No os debéis apartar, porque entonces iríais tras vanidades que ni aprovechan ni libran, pues son vanidades. Porque el Señor, a causa de su gran nombre, no desamparará a su pueblo, pues el Señor se ha complacido en haceros pueblo suyo. Y en cuanto a mí, lejos esté de mí que peque contra el Señor, cesando de orar por vosotros. Antes bien, os instruiré en el camino bueno y recto, y solamente temed al Señor y servidle en verdad con todo vuestro corazón, pues habéis visto cuán grandes cosas ha hecho por vosotros. Mas si perseveráis en hacer mal, vosotros y vuestro rey pereceréis. Capítulo 13. Saúl tenía 30 años a reinar, reinó 42 años sobre Israel. Saúl escogió para sí 3,000 hombres de Israel, de los cuales 2,000 estaban con Saúl en Micmas y en la región montañosa de Betel, y 1,000 estaban con Jonatán en Geba de Benjamín. Y al resto del pueblo lo despidió cada uno a su tienda, y Jonatán hirió la guarnición de los filisteos que estaba en Geba, y lo supieron los filisteos. Entonces Saúl tocó la trompeta por toda la tierra, diciendo, oigan los hebreos, y todo Israel oyó decir que Saúl había herido la guarnición de los filisteos, y también que Israel se había hecho odioso a los filisteos. Entonces el pueblo se reunió con Saúl en Gilgal. Y los filisteos se reunieron para pelear contra Israel, 30,000 carros, 6,000 hombres de a caballo, y gente tan numerosa como la arena a la orilla del mar. y subieron y acamparon en Micmas y al oriente de Bet-aven. Cuando los hombres de Israel vieron que estaban en un apuro, pues el pueblo estaba en gran aprieto, el pueblo se escondió en cuevas, en matorrales, en peñascos, en sótanos y en fosos. También algunos de los hebreos pasaron el Jordán a la tierra de Gad y de Galad. Pero Saúl estaba todavía en Gilgal y todo el pueblo le seguía tembloroso. Él esperó 7 días conforme al tiempo que Samuel había señalado, pero Samuel no llegaba a Gilgal y el pueblo se le dispersaba. Entonces Saúl dijo, traedme el holocausto y las ofrendas de paz. Y él ofreció el holocausto. Y sucedió que tan pronto como terminó de ofrecer el holocausto, he aquí Samuel vino, y Saúl salió a su encuentro para saludarle. Pero Samuel dijo, ¿qué has hecho? Y Saúl respondió, como vi que el pueblo se me dispersaba, que tú no llegabas dentro de los días señalados y que los filisteos estaban reunidos en Micmas, me dije, ahora los filisteos descenderán contra mí en Gilgal, y no he implorado el favor del Señor. Así que me vi forzado y ofrecí el holocausto. Y Samuel dijo a Saúl, has obrado neciamente, no has guardado el mandamiento que el Señor tu Dios te ordenó, pues ahora el Señor hubiera establecido tu reino sobre Israel para siempre. Pero ahora tu reino no perdurará. El Señor ha buscado para sí un hombre conforme a su corazón, y el Señor le ha designado como príncipe sobre su pueblo, porque tú no guardaste lo que el Señor te ordenó. Entonces Samuel se levantó y subió de Gilgal a Gibeá de Benjamín, y Saúl contó el pueblo que se hallaba con él, como 600 hombres. Y Saúl, su hijo Jonatán y el pueblo que se hallaba con ellos, estaban situados en Gebá de Benjamín, mientras los filisteos acampaban en Micmas. Y salieron los merodeadores del campamento de los filisteos en 3 compañías. Una compañía se dirigió por el camino de Ofra a la tierra de Sual, otra compañía se dirigió por el camino de Bet-Orón y la otra compañía se dirigió por el camino de la frontera que mira sobre el valle de Seboim hacia el desierto. En toda la tierra de Israel no podía hallarse ningún herrero, pues los filisteos decían, no sea que los hebreos hagan espadas o lanzas. Y todo Israel tenía que descender a los filisteos, cada cual para afilar la reja de su arado, su azuela, su hacha o su aguijada. El precio era 2 tercios de siclo, por las rejas de arado, las azuelas, las horquillas, las hachas y para arreglar las aguijadas. Y sucedió que en el día de la batalla no había espada ni lanza en mano de ninguna de la gente que estaba con Saúl y Jonatán, pero sí las había en mano de Saúl y de su hijo Jonatán. Y la guarnición de los filisteos salió hacia el paso de Micmas.
My name is J.B. Miller, and I'm reading the chapter 14 of 1 Samuel. One day, Jonathan, Saul's son, said to his young armor bearer, "Come on, let's go over to the Philistine fort on the opposite side." But he didn't tell his father. Saul was sitting on the outskirts of Gibeah under the pomegranate tree at Migron. He had about 600 men with him, including Ahijah, the son of Abitub, who was Ichabod's brother, and the son of Phinehas, the son of Eli, who was the Lord's priest at Shiloh. He was wearing a priestly vest. None of the troops knew that Jonathan had gone. There were 2 stone outcroppings in the pass where Jonathan planned on crossing over to the Philistine fort, one on each side. One of these were named Bozez, the other was named Sina. One outcropping was on the north side in front of Bikmash, and the other was on the south side in front of Geba. Jonathan said to his young armor bearer, "Come on, let's go over to the fort of these uncircumcised men. Maybe the Lord will act on our behalf. After all, nothing can stop the Lord from saving, whether there are many soldiers or few." "Go ahead with whatever you're planning," his armor bearer replied. "I'm with you, whatever you decide." "All right then," Jonathan said. "We'll go over to the men and show ourselves. If they say to us, 'Stay there until we get to you,' then we'll stay where we are and won't go up to them. But if they say, come on up, then we'll go up, because that will be the sign that the Lord has handed them over to us. So they showed themselves to the Philistine fort, and the Philistines said, look, the Hebrews are coming out of the holes they've been hiding in. Then the troops in the fort yelled to Jonathan and his armor bearer, come on up, we'll teach you a lesson. So Jonathan said to his armor bearer, follow me, because the Lord has handed them over to Israel. So Jonathan scrambled up on his hands and feet with his armor bearer right behind him. The Philistines fell before Jonathan. His armor bearer coming behind him would then finish them off. In the first attack, Jonathan and his armor bearer killed about 20 men in an area of about a half an acre. Panic broke out in the camp, in the field, and among all the troops. Even those in the fort and the raiders shook with fear. The very ground shook. It was terror from God. Now Saul's lookout at Gibeah in Benjamin saw the Philistine camp running all over the place. Saul said to the troops with him, take a count and see who is missing. So they counted, and Jonathan and his armor bearer were gone. Saul said to Ahijah, bring the priestly vest, because at that time Ahijah wore the priestly vest in Israel's presence. As Saul was talking to the priests, the confusion in the Philistine camp continued to grow. Saul said to the priest, withdraw your hand. Then Saul called all his troops together, and they went into battle. The Philistines were completely confused. Every soldier's sword was turned against his fellow soldier. Even those Hebrews who had earlier joined up with the Philistines and moved into their camp changed sides to be with the Israelites who were with Saul and Jonathan. Similarly, when all the Israelites who had been hiding in the highlands of Ephraim heard that the Philistines were in the run, they also joined the battle in hot pursuit of the Philistines. The Lord saved Israel that day, and the fighting carried on beyond Beth-aven. Now the Israelite soldiers were in a difficult situation that day because Saul had bound the troops by a solemn pledge. Anyone who eats anything before evening, when I have taken revenge on my enemies, is doomed. So none of the army ate anything. The troops came across a honeycomb with honey on the ground. But even when they came across the honeycomb with the honey still flowing, no one ate any of it because the troops were afraid of the solemn pledge. But Jonathan hadn't heard his father make the people swear the pledge, so he dipped the end of the staff he was carrying into the honeycomb. When he ate some, his eyes lit up. Then one of the soldiers spoke up, your father bound the troops by a solemn pledge. Anyone who eats food today is doomed. That's why the troops are exhausted. Jonathan said, my father has brought trouble to the land. Look how my eyes lit up when I tasted just a bit of that honey. It would have been even better if the troops had eaten some of the enemy's plunder today when they found it. But now the Philistines' defeat isn't as thorough as it might have been. That day, after they had fought the Philistines from Michmah to Aijalon, the troops were completely exhausted, so the troops tore into the plunder, taking sheep, cattle, and calves. They slaughtered them right on the ground and devoured them with the blood still in them. When it was reported to Saul, the troops are sinning against the Lord by eating meat with blood in it. Saul said, all of you are traitors. Roll a large stone over here right now. Go among the troops and say to them, everyone must bring their ox or sheep and slaughter them here with me. Don't sin against the Lord by eating meat with blood still in it. So everyone brought whatever they had and slaughtered it there. And Saul built an altar to the Lord. It was the first after it had built into the Lord. It was the first he had built to the Lord. Let's go after the Philistines tonight and plunder them until morning, Saul said. We won't leave them a single survivor. Do whatever you think is best, the troops replied. But the priest said, let's ask God first. So Saul questioned God. Should I go after the Philistines? Will you hand them over to Israel? But God did not answer him that day. Then Saul said, all you officers in the army come forward. Let's find out what sin was committed today. As surely as the Lord lives, the one who has saved Israel, even if it is my own son Jonathan, that person will be executed. Not one of the soldiers answered him. So Saul said to all of Israel, you be on one side and my son Jonathan and I will be on the other. Do whatever you think is best, the troops said. Then Saul asked the Lord of God of Israel, why haven't you answered your servant today? If the wrongdoing is mine or my son's Jonathan, respond with Urim. But if the wrongdoings belong to your people Israel, respond with Thummim. Jonathan and Saul were taken by lot, and the troops were cleared. Then Saul said, decide between me and my son Jonathan, and Jonathan was selected. Tell me what you've done, Saul said to Jonathan. So Jonathan told him, I only took a small taste of honey on the end of my staff, he said, and now I'm supposed to die? May God deal harshly with me, and worse still, if you don't die today, Saul swore. But the troops said to Saul, why should Jonathan die when he has won this great victory for Israel? No way. As surely as the Lord lives, not one hair off his head will fall to the ground, because he did this today with God's help. So the troops rescued Jonathan, and he wasn't executed. Then Saul stopped chasing the Philistines, and the Philistines went back to their own country. Saul secured his kingship over Israel. He fought against his enemies on every side, against Moab, the Ammonites, Edom, the king of Zebah, and the Philistines. Wherever he turned, he was victorious. He acted heroically, defeating the Amalekites and rescuing Israel from the power of any who had plundered them. Saul's sons were Jonathan, Ishvi, and Malchishua. The names of his two daughters were Merab, the oldest, and Michal, the younger daughter. When the name of Saul's wife was Ahinoam, and Himah's daughter. The name of his general was Abner, Ner's son, Saul's uncle. Kish, Saul's father, and Ner, Abner's father, were Abiel's sons. There was fierce warfare against the Philistines throughout Saul's lifetime. So whenever Saul saw any strong or heroic man, he would add him to his troops.
Bonnie Stuckey, 1 Samuel 15 and 16. Samuel said to Saul, the Lord sent me to anoint you king over his people Israel. Listen now to the Lord's words. This is what the Lord of heavenly forces says. I'm going to punish the Amalekites for what they did to Israel, how they attacked the Israelites as they came up from Egypt. So go, attack the Amalekites, put everything that belongs to them under the ban. Spare no one. Kill men and women, children and infants, oxen and sheep, camels and donkeys. Saul called out the troops and counted them at Telaim, 200,000 foot soldiers and 10,000 more troops from Judah. Then Saul advanced on the Amalekite city and laid an ambush in the valley. Saul told the Kenites, get going. Leave the Amalekites immediately because you showed kindness to the Israelites when they came out of Egypt. Otherwise, I'll destroy you right along with them. So the Kenites left the Amalekites. Then Saul attacked the Amalekites from Havilah all the way to Shur, which is near Egypt. He captured Agag, the Amalekite king, alive, but Saul placed all the people under the ban, killing them with the sword. Saul and his troops spared Agag along with the best sheep, cattle, fattened calves, lambs, and everything of value. They weren't willing to put them under the ban, but anything that was despised or of no value, they placed under the ban. Then the Lord's word came to Samuel. I regret making Saul king because he has turned away from following me and hasn't done what I said. Samuel was upset at this, and he prayed to the Lord all night long. Samuel got up early in the morning to meet Saul and was told, Saul went to Carmel, where he is setting up a monument for himself.
Then he left and went down to Gilgal. When Samuel reached Saul, Saul greeted him. "The Lord bless you. I have done what the Lord said." "Then what?" Samuel asked. "Is this bleating of sheep in my ears and mooing of cattle I hear?" "They were taken from the Amalekites," Saul said, "because the troops spared the best sheep and cattle in order to sacrifice them to the Lord your God. The rest was placed under the ban." Samuel then said to Saul, "Enough! Let me tell you what the Lord said to me last night." "Tell me," Saul replied. Samuel said, "Even if you think you are insignificant, aren't you the leader of Israel's tribes? The Lord anointed you king over Israel. The Lord sent you on a mission, instructing you, 'Go and put the sinful Amalekites under the ban. Fight against them until you've wiped them out.' Why didn't you obey the Lord? You did evil in the Lord's eyes when you tore into the plunder." "But I did obey the Lord," Saul protested to Samuel. "I went on the mission the Lord sent me on. I captured Agag, the Amalekite king, and I put the Amalekites under the ban. Yes, the troops took sheep and cattle from the plunder, the very best items placed under the ban, but in order to sacrifice them to the Lord your God at Gilgal." Then Samuel replied, "Does the Lord want entirely burnt offerings and sacrifices as much as obedience to the Lord? Listen to this. Obeying is better than sacrificing. Paying attention is better than fat rams. Because rebellion is as bad as the sin of divination, arrogance is like the evil of idolatry. Because you have rejected what the Lord said, he has rejected you as king." Saul said to Samuel, "I have sinned because I disobeyed the Lord's command and your instructions. I was afraid of the troops and obeyed them. But now please forgive my sin. Come back with me so I can worship the Lord." But Samuel said to Saul, "I can't return with you because you have rejected what the Lord said, and the Lord has rejected you from being king over Israel." Samuel turned to leave, but Saul grabbed at the edge of his robe and it ripped. Then Samuel told him, "The Lord has ripped the kingdom of Israel from you today. He will give it to a friend of yours, someone who is more worthy than you. What's more, the enduring one of Israel doesn't take back what he says and doesn't change his mind. He is not a human being who would change his mind." "I have sinned," Saul said. "But please honor me in front of my people's elders and before Israel and come back with me so I can worship the Lord your God." So Samuel went back with Saul, and Saul worshiped the Lord. "Bring me Agag, the Amalekite king," Samuel said. Agag came to him in chains, asking, "Would death have been as bitter as this is?" Samuel said, "Just as your sword left women without their children, now your mother will be childless among women." Then Samuel cut Agag to pieces in the Lord's presence at Gilgal. Then Samuel went to Ramah, but Saul went up to his home in Gibeah. Samuel never saw Saul again before he died, but he grieved over Saul. However, the Lord regretted making Saul king over Israel. The Lord said to Samuel, "How long are you going to grieve over Saul? I have rejected him as king over Israel. Fill your horn with oil and get going. I'm sending you to Jesse of Bethlehem because I have found my next king among his sons." "How can I do that?" Samuel asked. "When Saul hears of it, he'll kill me." "Take a heifer with you," the Lord replied, "and say, 'I have come to make a sacrifice to the Lord.' Invite Jesse to the sacrifice, and I will make clear to you what you should do. You will anoint for me the person I point out to you." Samuel did what the Lord instructed. When he came to Bethlehem, the city elders came to meet him. They were shaking with fear. "Do you come in peace?" they asked. "Yes," Samuel answered. "I've come to make a sacrifice to the Lord. Now, make yourselves holy, then come with me to the sacrifice." Samuel made Jesse and his sons holy and invited them to the sacrifice as well. When they arrived, Samuel looked at Eliab and thought, that must be the Lord's anointed right in front. But the Lord said to Samuel, have no regard for his appearance or stature, because I haven't selected him. God doesn't look at things like humans do. Humans see only what is visible to the eyes, but the Lord sees into the heart. Next, Jesse called for Abinadab, who presented himself to Samuel. But he said, the Lord hasn't chosen this one either. So Jesse presented Shammah. But Samuel said, no, the Lord hasn't chosen this one. Jesse presented 7 of his sons to Samuel. But Samuel said to Jesse, the Lord hasn't picked any of these. Then Samuel asked Jesse, is that all of your boys? There is still the youngest one, Jesse answered, but he's out keeping the sheep. Send for him, Samuel told Jesse, because we can't proceed until he gets here. So Jesse sent and brought him in. He was reddish brown, had beautiful eyes, and was good looking. The Lord said, that's the one. Go anoint him. So Samuel took the horn of oil and anointed him right there in front of his brothers. The Lord's Spirit came over David from that point forward. Then Samuel left and went to Ramah. Now the Lord's Spirit had departed from Saul, and an evil spirit from the Lord tormented him. Saul's servants said to him, look, an evil spirit from God is tormenting you. If our master would just say the word, your servants will search for someone who knows how to play the lyre. The musician can play whenever the evil spirit from God is affecting you, and then you'll feel better. Saul said to his servants, find me a good musician and bring him to me. One of the servants responded, I know that one of Jesse's sons from Bethlehem is a good musician. He's a strong man and heroic, a warrior who speaks well and is good looking too. The Lord is with him. So Saul sent messengers to Jesse to say, send me your son David, the one who keeps the sheep. Jesse then took a donkey and loaded it with a homer of bread, a jar of wine, and a young goat, and he sent it along with his son David to Saul. That is how David came to Saul and entered his service. Saul liked David very much, and David became his armor bearer. Saul sent a message to Jesse. Please allow David to remain in my service, because I am pleased with him. Whenever the evil spirit from God affected Saul, David would take the lyre and play it. Then Saul would relax and feel better, and the evil spirit would leave him alone.